Welcome one and all here for some Chinese Dota action. We are continuing with the DPC, and Division 2 still has no clear answers as to who's the best, who's the worst, and who just fills in the gaps. We'll be getting closer towards that knowledge as we witness another day of action today. And of course, to bring you that action, I have the man himself, the dissector of Dota. Daynog, what's happening, fam? How you doing?
I'm doing well, the sleep wasn't that great, but I have no excuse. It's afternoon for me, you're in the morning, but for China, we're in the midst of some great Dota, like you said. And we got some really, do you want to say uneven matchups today? Holy Grail, they've certainly made themselves split a little bit apart from the rest of the group, with the exception of Team Zero.
Yeah, for now, Holy Grail and Team Zero definitely seem to be leading the charge. However, we have seen in prior DPC tours that the teams that start really well can falter midway through the season and find themselves unable to fulfill that early promise. So we still have a lot to go for before we can definitively say that they are the best. However, for some of you at home who might not have been witnessing the games and you might not be aware what Daynog is saying, let's take a quick recap, look at what the last day of Dota brought to us at the beginning of this week. And of course, we had Supernova taking on the side of Team Dissolution. I must say, the Supernova squad, it hurts me quite a lot, Daynog, because whenever I see these guys play, especially their carry player Dong, they have so much promise. They have such a good opportunity to have some superstars in the midst, but their final product just isn't there. They keep making the same mistake. The game will look really good for them, but they just can't go up the high ground. On the other side, though, Team Dissolution, this is a squad that sort of made comebacks the name of the game for them. So this particular series was sort of a contrast in styles. One team that's amazing in the early game gets much worse later. One team that is completely the opposite. And it seems like what we should expect in China, that the late game does win out more often than not. That's what ended up happening here. That's kind of heartbreaking for the team like Supernova, Daynog, who's normally used to playing on the front foot, but it weighs on you if you're unable to finish games despite always being in an advantageous position.
Yeah, and it's really, I would say perhaps it's even a little bit odd just because Supernova do have the backing of the Astro organization. That's where they're kind of like boot camping, playing a lot of their games, and I'm sure, getting a lot of information from much more experienced players. So you would have to think that, in terms of things like going up into the high ground and making those late game decisions, they've got the people to be learning from in that sort of situation.
They definitely should. I was actually looking the other day at their average game length. The average win length is something like 35, 38 minutes, something nice and regular of the 3 games that they did win. Their average losses, though, are north of 45 minutes. So that tells us everything we need to know about the squad. And we did see that reflected in the games that they played. And even in this game that they won, the second one, Dissolution came scarily close to being able to clutch it out.
Right?
The same situation again, fam. Yeah,
they've got a lead,
game.
but then they've just let the Medusa get to that critical mass. They're playing against that combination, Magnus, Void Spirit. You can make Void Spirit a legitimate position 1 if you really need to, as long as you've got a Magnus in the game to be able to buff them up with the Empower. Those Universal heroes, man, they're way too strong, and they were way too strong for Supernova this time around.
Yep, one of the few games that you'll see a team lose a game despite having a kill lead and a gold lead until the very last second of the game itself. Of course, this lead to them losing the series overall, copying their second loss in the division. And then the second series of that day was the team that you mentioned, Team Zero, so far looking like one of the cleanest. We have some legends in the game being part of this team. And it's honestly just nice to see CTY playing Dota and winning. Because for the longest time, this guy was known as the 6-minute master. Apparently amazing in the lanes, but would be terrible throughout the game itself. They needed a few years off. That moniker doesn't seem to apply right now, Daynog, because they are leaving him to play the uber hard carry, late game heroes, and it's working out for them so far.
I mean, it works out when you've got someone like Ice Ice on your team, right? TI winner, just to be able to, have confidence in saying, you know what, we're going to have the right decision-making at the end of the day. I mean, to be honest, to IG Vitality's credit, they have not had the greatest tour so far, and they pushed this team right to the very end. 57 or so minutes. I think that game 2 was 45 plus as well. So it's not like they're just rolling over and taking it.
That's actually maybe one of the frustration for them. The fact that they can look good in some of these games. Their team fight execution in particular can be quite nice, especially like watching Ukyo in his carry role. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get over the finish line in this first game, nor were they able to do so the second time around. And the really interesting thing about this Team Zero lineup is if they get off to a good start, they're not even that concerned about rushing the game. But if that happens, very unlikely you're going to find a way to claw yourself back. because their decision making is going to be impeccable about how to utilize and leverage that advantage. Because not only do they have Ice in the game, you know, as soon as the game ends, you have Blink, who he was there on that TI winning roster as well. He can give you that macro view about the game, ensure that there's no mistakes being made, especially once you get into the second game. And that enables them to beat a lineup that pretty much picked the same drop that they did in game one. And they were like, you think you know what you're doing? Let's show you what the weaknesses in this play pattern. We can exploit it and we can beat it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you just see like they're playing a very fast-paced style of Dota. You know, you want to play a Morphling, you want to play a Brewmaster. They don't exactly do the most in the earliest stages of the game. You know what heroes do? Visage. Like Visage, Earth Spirit. If you're not getting a lot done early, you're not going to get a lot done during the game altogether. So they just picked up the pace. They made sure to exploit that in the draft. It still went late-ish, but it never really felt like IG Vitality had a foothold in this game.
Yeah. By the way, what do you make of carry Windranger? I remain unconvinced. We saw this happen a couple of times. And of course, although Team Zero did use said Windranger to get themselves to the top of the leaderboard, they're the second team to have tried it. The other team that tried didn't end up with such good results when Dissolution made their attempt at this. So what do you make of it, carry Windranger? As we do see right now, the division more or less looking like what one would expect when you just look at the team sheet names. Maybe we could expect Big Brain to pick things up down the stretch, but talk to me about this. Any surprises for you on the leaderboard, and what do you think of the Windranger in the safe lane?
I think now it's kind of evened out in terms of the leaderboard. The one surprise was the Last Ark losing their first series against Holy Grail. So that was a real shock to be able to come through, because Last Ark, I mean, there's some great players on that. Erico, Echo, Shining, excuse me. So just to name a few. So that was a little bit of a shock to me. We'll see if Holy Grail are able to continue that momentum. In terms of the Windranger, I would say I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of it as a position one, but I think you need to be able to have the flexibility to play it as a position one. Like, I think it's worthy of a first phase pick, but you got to make sure that you can play it in like 3 different roles at least for your team. Otherwise, it just loses a ton of its value. One of the games that I was casting on China was actually a game where Chen was playing the position 3 bounty hunter, and they had the option to be able to flex the Windranger to a position 1 instead of picking an Abaddon, and you could just put the Abaddon 5, Windranger 1. They didn't do it. Bounty hunter just stayed attached to an Abaddon. Janata. There's nothing that he could do about it, and the game ended in 18 minutes. So what can you do?
We're going to be seeing whether or not these teams have the versatility to utilize heroes like the Windranger. As later we have Supernova taking on Big Brain. That's going to be fun to see Dong and the God King taking each other on in a carry-to-carry matchup. But for this particular series, we have a Limit versus the Holy Grail. Holy Grail, as Danog mentioned, started off their tour in a very good fashion, dispatching the Last Ark, looked really good in their second series, and trying to continue that momentum. And Limit Gaming, enjoyers of the Last Div 1 tour will remember these guys as the outsiders from China. That's all I need to say. So let's look at this game, Danog. Holy Grail on Radiant side, Limit on the Dire. So what are we expecting? Medusa bans. This is China, so we should not expect Batrider. Probably a Techies ban. Probably a Magnus or a Doom. And then Windranger is actually one taken out. I was going to say Windranger probably comes up as the first phase material then.
Yeah, I mean, Batrider is very safe just because I think it's Quinn that said it on one of his streams. Like, you can just play this and it's the best hero across like 4 different roles in the game. So why not just get rid of it? Techies has the #1 pick rate overall, I believe, just because it always seems to be able to slip through. Its win rate for having first pick just tends to be so much higher, just because it's always going to be the first hero picked. If you let it through, it just wins you the lane. It protects you from smokes. It does everything. So I like the fact that we're not going to see it. Whenever I'm casting with Ares, I'm like, man, another Techies game, really? Like, it's gotten that fast into just auto pick material that I even got a little bit tired of it, despite Techies not exactly being in the meta for quite a while.
Well, I am very happy when we go back to the point where Techies is not in the meta, so that those days cannot come fast enough. Holy Grail, open up the drop to the Void Spirit, so that leaves the dangling threat of the 8th pick Magnus if it's left in the pool. So Limit, it's time for them to try and get in some Magnus for themselves while it's still available. And the Horned one will come out, backed up by the Rubik. Makes sense, right? Rubik is normally the counter you pick when Magnus is in the enemy team, so snag it for yourself, get that protection as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would have been fine if they just picked up the Rubik for themselves and then went with another sort of option. But I mean, this is totally fine too, right? Just look to steal it away. You've even just got good, a little bit of a counter to the Void Spirit, right? Against any sort of Spirit or Puck or anything like that. Just that instant disable off the telekinesis feels pretty good. If you're able to steal the Aether Remnant too, feels nice. You know, you can just cast it at such insane range that you can still utilize one of the big strengths of the Rubik in being able to stay at far range with that Arcane Supremacy. And even for the lane, right? You get into the bad position if the lane equilibrium's in a really good spot for your team. Telekinesis back into a skewer under the tower, you might be able to get a free kill.
Yeah. Also, like you said, this is actually a terrifying lane. I keep forgetting how strong it is. Then you die, and you're like, oh, this again.
I just remember casting C a while ago, and it was like a Magnus 1 and a tiny 5, and it was just that. It was tossed back into skewer consistently. It was Neon that did it, the one that had Yopaj and Scam and, you know, that Jiao Nuel, that sort of roster. So it's an interesting strategy. I think double melee has kind of been figured out now, so it doesn't really happen all that much, but you know what it is, what it is.
Also, shout out to Neon Esports, the new version that has a South African representative, Castaway, in the team. Well, they're not doing so well right now, but yeah.
They got their first win. They got their first win the other day.
They did. But I'm not holding. I'm still holding my breath. You know, I'm still global silenced in terms of trying to gas them up too much in the global arena. So global silence, man, Silencer. In this region, they just love Silencer so much. What's your so there's a lot of different opinions on how people feel about the first phase Silencer and how much this region values it. I don't think I've spoken to you about it just yet. How's your feeling on the global Silencer, the Magneto hero?
The Magneto hero. I mean, overall, I don't think it's necessarily worthy of first pick, but in response to a Rubik, it is. Just because you completely take a hero out of the team fight that just does nothing if it's global silenced, right? I know you can say that about a lot of supports, but it really does feel like that big Rubik counter. You know, Rubik's one of those heroes that wants to be spam casting spells in a lot of fights. So even if you're able to get like Last Word Arcane Curse onto him, he can't really do that. So I like it as just a general lane counter a little bit. Again, as long as you're in the right position to not get telekinesis skewered back into a really dangerous position, but also for the game counter. You know, there's even the argument of like, well, you've got first pick and you're picking Silencer in like the strongest pick of your entire draft. Is that how you want to do it? I think in this case, it's fine, just because you've got a hero like Void Spirit that still can fulfill a couple of different roles in this game.
Holy Grail in the second phase end up offering some protection for said Void Spirit, taking out the Ember, Pango, and the Puck. And Limit decide to remove some offlane options. Even this anti-mage, very often nowadays, flexed into the offlane and come back for this Abaddon. It could still be a carry Abaddon. They could still try and flex this into a different role. For the most part these days, we see core Abaddon. We don't see as many iterations of it as a support. However, I say that, but that's a global phenomenon. In China, we've only had, I think, 2 carry Abaddons up until this point. So I'm not sure if Limit Gaming are going to be adding to that stack, especially not now that there's a Shadow Demon. We've seen what can happen in these carry Abaddons. Go for the, well, it depends, right? Now that there's a Shadow Demon, you can still play this carry, but the Radiance build is out of the question. That just simply cannot happen this game. It's still problematic, though, into Shadow Demon. So I would not do it if I was them.
I see what you're saying. I'm just thinking, like, can they get away with it just because they've got a Magnus on the team? Because Disruption isn't the biggest cast range, right? So you can be sieging with an Abaddon that's got Empower, so he's going to hit his timings a little bit faster. You've got a Magnus, who, again, is got Empower, so he's going to hit his timings pretty quickly. And then when the Shadow Demon looks to come forward, get that disruption off, blink, skewer back, kill the Shadow Demon, and then Abaddon suddenly got a free fight. Now you can't do it, now that they've got a Terror Blade.
Yeah, you have 2 options now, my goodness.
Yeah.
Reflection plus Disruption. Well, Shusheng, I hope you're prepared to play some support Abaddon, buddy. Hoping you had no illusions of doing something else in this game. Holy Grail already have ways to deal with the Abaddon. They have the Silencer Terrorblade lane duo, which we've seen wreak havoc in this region. We have some save as well. Like, I think this behind Rubik, Shadow Demon is probably the second best option into like jumping in Magnuses. They have this and they have Silencer. Damn, I would hate to be offlane mag here. This feels like a very difficult game to play this hero successfully. And they kind of need his lockdown, right? I don't expect Rubik to be able to reach where the Terrorblade is. They need Magnus to skewer back this hero so they can actually deal damage in the fight.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just thinking, like, Limit are really having to rack their brains now, right? Because before this Terrorblade came out, I thought they would just be able to still run the Abaddon as a position 1 and then just really greed it out, because Silencer, Shadow Demon, they're not the most aggressive heroes overall. They're actually going to go for a Chen and just try and pick up the pace a little bit, I guess, just to provide a little bit of tower push. Again, Shadow Demon, Silencer, the reasons that I say that they're not exactly the best early-ish game heroes is that they don't have strong ways to be able to like clear out creep waves or deal with push, or if they make a gank attempt, a lot of their damage is over time as opposed to burst. So you can get away with going this more greedy farm or like split push oriented strat. So maybe Limit are just not wanting to give away too much of what they're wanting to do, but seems to be like they still want to run this Abaddon as a position 1. Maybe it's just going to be a Harpoon build for him instead of the Radiance.
I would agree with that. Harpoon, next best option. So some
He's a
Harpoon
universal
Manta.
hero, right? So
yeah, so it's still acceptable.
Yeah.
And I guess you want Manta style like rush anyway for this game, playing into the Silencer. So now maybe actually this is a good thing, right? Sometimes you're in a team and your carry player is wedded to a particular itemization build, doesn't necessarily work out. But then if the enemy team is forcing you to itemize in the best way possible, they're like, bro, there's no space for Radiance. We're sorry. Like, you have to play incredibly up-tempo with the rest of the lineup. You have to avoid all this illusion spam. And he's like, okay, fine. Honestly, I can dig it. Like you mentioned earlier, that the Magnus can help cover some of the weaknesses, and they can play really fast with this Chen Magnus. Like, it's the pace they could set in this game is phenomenal and blistering if they win the lanes. That's the complication. That's one of those games where if they don't win the lanes, if like 10 minutes pass here, Danog, and they don't have like 2-3K net worth advantage, I am starting to get very scared for the side of Limit Gaming.
I am as well, but they do have areas that they could potentially exploit, right? Like, you pick this Shadow Demon position 4, which I believe is his best role. You could very easily look to stack up multiple camps with the Shadow Poison, even like double Ancient camp stack towards the safer side, especially on Radiant. But they don't exactly have any heroes that like taking stacks on this point. And you have a Magnus that you're going up against. So, an early-ish rotation from the Magnus, a one-team fight, a taken tier 1 tower, you could look to steal away a lot of that farm if things go your way. And it's really, like, this Shadow Demon is going to be so key to Holy Grail's chances this game, because it's going to be about like what happens with the camps. How many camps are you able to block? Are you going to prevent Chen from having a good start to this game so that he's not able to push out these lanes, so that he's not able to take the tier 1 tower? So I feel like it really is just going to be a bit of a support battle this game, because I'm not really expecting, especially the TB and the Abaddon, to do really anything in the first 20 or so minutes of this game.
You actually make a very good point about the Ancients as well, because we have seen, especially in Div 1, dire side teams prioritizing making the invasion into Radiant Triangle, stealing away their Ancients. You have the heroes for it. Yeah, that's actually true. The enemy team, it would be so funny if they wait. They're like, don't move just yet. We need to stack 1 or 2 more caps. All right, good. There's enough gold. Now we can make a rotation. So we'll see how Limit try to address that area of the map. And we have to see what carry hero they go for.
Well, what a Holy Grail going to go last as well. I love the Underlord ban. It's again just something that you could set up the Pit of Malice to be able to protect from like a Mag Blink skewer back. It's something that would have been able to take Ancients. It's something that you can stick in front of a tower and then just use that. Maybe they Tide Hunter now? Wyvern.
Winter Wyvern.
I mean, it's good against Zoo overall, and I haven't seen any offlane Wyvern in China at all, so I like this, but it's like a counter to certain heroes. Like, it's a great counter to Alchemist, for example, just because 1 point of the Cold Embrace, you can dodge out basically all of his damage from the Acid Spray and the Unstable Concoction. But just on its own, where the enemy team hasn't really revealed anything, I'm not quite so sure.
That being said, the enemy team has like no magic damage right now. So once you cast Cold Embrace, heroes are effectively immortal. I suppose there's a lot of melee. There's 2 melee heroes and there's a lot of stuff on the map. So Winter's Curse could be of some added value to them.
Oh, it's a mid-Wyvern.
If you find a good one. It is mid-Wyvern. They're going to put Dolem in the off lane for the Void Spirit. Okay. That's going to be very entertaining to watch. I suppose in this game, if I'm looking at the laning phase, Void Spirit, how much threat can they put him under with the Chen Naga Siren? It's there, but you should be able to play around this. Naga as the last pick, though, obviously we know that that's one of the better heroes into the TB. It's sort of a coin flip, I suppose, carry-to-carry matchup heads up. But do you think it fits in with the rest of their draft? It does give them some additional team fight. It alleviates pressure from the Abaddon, so they don't have to play him as a core instead. So what do you make of this adaptation from Limit Gaming at the end?
Well, it still is the Baton core, right? It's just a position 3, so it's a bit more of an aura style build. But even then,
Yeah.
like against a TB, that's not necessarily the greatest thing. You know, the reflection is still going to provide all those auras for your team, even if it's just temporarily. So it's one of the reasons why TB is really good against the Beastmaster, for example, is that, okay, I'll just yoink that inner beast aura, I'll yoink all of the different auras still that you're looking to try and go into. So, I mean, the thing for me that I'm most interested in is how is this Wyvern going to be able to have a game? Because I think the lane is going to be very good. They don't exactly have the greatest catch either. And if you can get into that Aghanim Scepter on the Winter Wyvern, you just have a completely free time.
Yep. Well, let's see what Ghana has got for himself on the side of Holy Grail, and if they can make this 3-0 so far in the division, or if Limit Gaming will be finally able to claim their first victory. Let's see what happens. By the way, this Winter Wyvern, I am a little bit traumatized by this hero, because one of my last games that I played, I've been seeing all this offlane Wyvern, and I was like, let me give it a shot. I have no idea what I'm doing, Daynok. It did not go well, bro. I can actually check the score here. I went 0-7 in the first 20 minutes, and I ended the game 0-13, dude. Woo!
All right, well, the plus side is you are talking to a Grandmaster Winter Wyvern, so ask me everything. Just tell me and I'll tell you what you did and didn't do.
What I did is play really, really bad. It went south like from the laning phase onwards. It was pretty bad. But for this game, as a Grandmaster, what's the matchup going to be like middle against this Magnus here? What does he do afterwards? What should he be building for this game? Are we expecting like Witchblade Rush? Are we going route of ATOS? Are we rushing Ags? Where are we going?
So previously, the strategy for a Winter Wyvern was to go into that Witchblade build, but it really doesn't provide too much in the form of stats. And you got to remember that Wyvern's a universal hero, right? So it's just going to be about maximizing these stat-efficient items. You can see he's got the Wraith Band queued up at this point in time, just to be able to, again, like he's not going to be contested. So it's just about how is he going to pick up the farm? How is he going to look to provide a lot of harass in these early stages? So it's Garn getting into like double Wraith Band, getting into the Tread, Summer checks his ping, and then straight Ags after that. There really isn't any reason to be able to want to delay it, just because you are into a Chen. It's a Chen that's wanting to get aggressive-ish, and you don't exactly have that hero that's going to stand in front of towers and protect. So I don't think Gun can get like uber greedy with this. You just got to try and, get that item that's going to get you out of the laning stage and allow you to farm it up. And then once you get it, you just take over the game. I mean, you mentioned the struggle of the laning stage, right? With a Wyvern. That is probably the big weak point. You've got pretty slow attack speed. You've got pretty slow movement speed. You've got, the damage isn't as big of an issue now that you're a universal hero, but your attack range is still tiny. So you are going to suffer a little bit into the Empower, especially early on. But once he gets like 2 points in Arctic Burn, he should be fine.
Well, we'll take a look back there in a couple minutes, see how things are going. Here in the top side of the map, Dolem did a really cool play earlier on. He ended up stealing the third bounty rune, so made the early trade 3-for-1 in favor of the Holy Grail. And because he knew that it's going to be Chen Naga top, there's no way Naga goes in snare level 1. So there's no actual kill threat they can go for just yet. So very smart read on the situation for Dolem. And with the help of the Silencer, I like the switch up that they've made, Daynok. Normally you have the Silencer playing with the Terrorblade, but putting the Silencer here with the constant Arcane Curse spam, this effectively protects a Void Spirit much more so than a Disruption would. So I really like this change that they've made for Holy Grail.
And they're going to need that because it was some really nice itemization by the Chen as well. He's gone into a Blightstone and Void Spirit, Silencer, they are not the highest armor heroes to begin with. So you've got that you're going up against. You've got maybe level 3 is when they're actually going to look to make some kills happen here on Limit Gaming. Go like a 1-1-1 build on the Naga Siren, get the Ensnare, get the armor reduction ticking in, and then you're actually going to be either 0 or negative armor and really start to get your health ripped through.
I mean, right now, Silence is already sitting at 2 armor. Nice. Fun times.
And Void Spirit, if he gets right-clicked once, he'll be at 1 armor. So it makes it even more challenging. Like, against Void Spirit in the mid lane, when it's played as that matchup, that's why I love the Magnus, just because you bully him so heavily off of the cleave coming through from the Empower, off of even just right-clicks. Pangolier into the Void Spirit feels pretty great too, just because it's so much physical damage that you're having to contest into. Ember Spirit, same deal. Early builder of the Orb of Corrosion, he's just going to make Void Spirit's life a lot more challenging.
Speaking of which, I'm just reflecting on how they protect the Void.
He's
Voice
going the
Birds.
Bracer. I wonder if he should go Wraithband instead, just because of this specific situation where you are into a lot of stuff that's going to be giving you issues with minus armor, especially in the early-ish game.
That's actually a very good point. We'll see if Dolam takes that advice on hold once the game unpauses. He hasn't bought any of the components just yet, so should be fine. But down bottom, we see CXK and Leng Yao taking on DQQ and Summer. This is a classic. Some Summer Terrorblade. It has been too long. Haven't seen this in a minute. Feels good to be able to watch. And the Shadow Demon, man, it's such an annoying hero to lane into, especially with the first point into Shadow Poison. If you play carefully enough as Summer, you know that he'll get to the level 2 to save you, and everything will be A-okay while he's busy just harassing down the opponent.
I've been really impressed by CXK's Rubik performances overall, but I'm just not sure what he's going to really do in this lane. You know, like there's not a lot of kill threat going either way. He doesn't have a magic stick purchased up yet, so it's not exactly the best lane to be able to trade into. You know, you've got a Shadow Demon that's wanting to spam out their Shadow Poisons, and Abaddon's got the magic stick available. Maybe they're actually going to get a kill off the telekinesis.
They're trying to. DQQ did just get level 2 and can throw out the disruption. He's now running behind the trees, but he doesn't have the movement speed. Leng Miao catches up, throws out the miscoil, and secures the first blood for Limit Gaming. All right, that feels really good. You're asking what can he accomplish? And he finds the one misstep from the opponent, takes advantage of it, and gives the offlaner the bonus gold.
That's the thing, right? Like, I talk a lot about these heroes that have a lot of issues with doing much in the laning stage. And Shadow Demon, Silencer, you get caught out of position once, there really is no recourse for you. You know, you don't have a stun, you don't have a slow, you don't have, well, you get a little bit of slow, but it's not all that impactful. So, yeah, you're just going to find yourself in a lot of difficulty, kind of like what we see up top here, right? SJ is taking a lot of right-click harass coming through from this Chen just because he was able to get that early Ogre Frost Mage, so he really isn't going to take too much contesting with this as well. I mean, they're eventually going to block up the small camp again, but, I mean, they've got the creep that they want.
Yep. And there's no Blightstones coming in from a Silencer, so no opportunity to try and deal with this bonus armor. In fact, they might be going on the Silencer. They have a point into the Ensnare now. Blood Grenade gets dropped out as well. And this 1-1-1 build that you mentioned will succeed in getting them a kill. Beautifully done onto SJ. And man, Ensnare, what a spell. For me, the thing about the spell is, it's one of these spells that like the cost range doesn't get disjointed right after you cast it. So it always looks kind of ridiculous once the hero starts moving away.
Yeah. I mean, all right, plus sides. Bottle refill for the Winter Wyvern. I think if there's any hero that's going to win the game for you, it is this Wyvern. I really don't think the Wyvern has been countered at all, unless the Magnus gets like, unless he's out of position and Magnus is able to land that skewer. Maybe it's going to need to be like an aggressive Song of the Siren that gets used just to be able to get right on top of the Wyvern. And even then, like you've got to do the little things right, like be standing behind him so that he's not immediately able to Winter's Curse out of the song, you know, stuff like that.
They were helping the Wyvern by throwing in both supports to ensure that the water runes were picked up by Radiant side. And they did succeed in doing so.
Everything according to plan.
All eggs in the Garn basket, baby. And the thing is, even if Garn's not going to perform that well, you still have the backup of this Terrorblade. And you're mentioning that it's a good Winter Wyvern game. This is not a... This is... You know, the things that count as bad Terrorblade games, this is not one of them. Summer... is going to have a genuinely good time unless they can deal with him in the next, like, what, 10 minutes? Afterwards, he's going to be flying on the TB, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like the Rubik Chen can look to invade and, like, steal away a lot of the farm that he's getting inside of the jungle, right? Like, Chen wants to be playing around the towers instead. Yeah, you just see what eventually happens in this mid lane, right? Like, God, as soon as... He's actually putting more points into the Splinter Blast, which I don't hate, just because he's not really in a position to... need to be forced back. They might even be able to get a kill here. No, 6k is going to be able to TP away. He's
out. Does end up going all the way back home, but rather that than be dead. Top lane. SJ might end up dead right now, and indeed he will. Yet another iteration of damage coming in. And we see what this top lane can accomplish with this itemization that you mentioned. I think SJ did indeed drop to negative armor, so he died very, 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 very fast.
I'm just thinking, like, what is this Void Spirits build going to be this game? Just because you're an off-lane Void Spirit, right? You're not an aura builder. You're not, like, this, I mean, you can be an initiator, I guess. Maybe this is a game where he goes Aghanim Scepter instead, just to be able to provide a little bit of utility. We know how great silences are against an Abaddon, and you've already got the global silence to be able to provide that. So, you know, that's the sort of thing that I'm considering. They should have seen that that ward was dropped down. Might be able to convert onto the kill, though.
We'll see if they were aware of what just happened from Shusheng. If not, it could be pretty good for the Dire lineup to have that advanced vision. The rune was taken by the Chosen One, finally gets an opportunity to touch some runes. And do you see this Chen finished medallion? Even more minus armor coming in from Limit Gaming. So I also would not be surprised if early on they went for a Roshan. Because they can take it now, right? We don't see as many early Roshes because not that many teams doubled down on the armor reduction, but Limit Gaming might show us one of the earlier ones we see this patch.
Yeah, still on the Abaddon, no points in the Curse of Avernus. I guess, like, again, that reflection can make life a little bit more challenging for you. Maybe he's wanting to avoid it as much as possible, but you know, even just the 1 point for that eventual Roche attempt is just going to make it so much easier. As, well, supports are finally getting better at this, you know, being right on that mark at the 7-minute mark to be able to yoink away both Wisdom runes. So CXK, sorry my man, you are 5 seconds too late, and he's just going to be kicking himself here because a Rubik without levels really doesn't do that much.
Yeah, starting to enter Sad Central. It feels super, super bad. You watch this happen. And to make matters worse, it's not like he was off on the map doing nonsense, right? He was stacking for his carry. You're like, I'm doing all the right things, but still I wind up having to bear the brunt of not getting experience. Feels bad for him. But there will be more opportunities for that experience to come up.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned he did build up the stacks, right? So that's at least going to recover him somewhat. And again, Holy Grail's lineup don't take stacks that well at all. So they've got a couple built up inside of their ancient camp area, but I'm not really expecting them to be taking it anytime soon. So is it going to be a position where they can look to invade? That central ward just out of range of the Observer there. Once again, unlucky with the power rune coming up, but this is the build that I want him to go, right? Oh, CXK has to be a little bit careful here.
It's a shield rune, so it should be fine. Yeah. He won't die.
So.
It's uncomfortable, but he shouldn't die. He should be okay. So here gets
and
back,
look
retreats.
Look at what they're doing. They realize that, well, Rubik wasn't there and there's a reason for it. Let's yoink away some of this farm, boys.
Oof. All right, so this is best of both worlds, right? Because you still have your own ancients to go back to and your own camps to farm for your real heroes. You're going to get some bonus experience and farm to these supports, deny it to the enemy. You've inadvertently wasted so much of the Rubik's time. Man, this feels good for Holy Grail.
They didn't do like any damage into these towers. You're starting to deal a little bit of right-click damage into this bottom tower now with the Chen pushing with the Alpha Wolf, but pretty quickly that you can look to make some sort of a defensive rotation towards it to be able to defend if you want. But again, maybe they're just thinking, look, we're going up against an Abaddon, an Argus Siren, a Magnus. Normally very scary, and they still will get a kill off the back of it, maybe 2.
Yeah, they managed to get the second one. That's the first RP that was committed in the game by Chosen One. They were sort of aggressing around this Naga Siren, playing very forward-facing. Chosen One shows up, gets out the RP, gets 2 heroes
to be
killed.
A little careful here.
Yeah, they do indeed bottom gone. Gonna get stunned up right now by the Centaur Conqueror. Do they have the damage to kill him? They do get the Winter's Curse out in the opposite direction. There is borrow time though, there's not enough damage anyway. Khan just TP's out. Chen can't really cancel that anymore.
They took the tower though, which I'm a little surprised that no one was actually looking to try and respond to that and be able to protect it, because this is not a lineup that does that much early on. Like, all you really needed was the Wyvern to be there a little bit sooner, and that tower probably survives. You know, he's maxed out the Splinter Blast, he's got the Winter's Curse available. If you look to try and make this swarm happen, Winter's Curse just completely turns it around, you get a free kill.
Lots of good things happening for Limit in a short span of time. The 2 kills on the other side for Chosen One, the tier 1 tower without the defense. But Holy Grail are going to try and reset the momentum as they smoke up with 2.
It was under the smoke. Under the vision, though, so they know this is coming.
Bro, this Observer one has actually gotten so much value. Like, I don't think that Chen expected it to last this long. But, you know, sometimes blessings come in the world. Shusheng will take it. And they'll utilize that one to keep the Naga alive.
Yeah.
Surely she
very
does, right?
careful.
She doesn't have Song, though. But they don't have Winter's Curse either. So the Splinter Blast goes out. There's the Arcane Curse. Shadow Demon isn't nearby. The Chen
Maybe he
All
thinks-
Heal is thrown out. Supports are coming in, but they're coming in from the left-hand side. And this Naga's dying on the right, but they don't have faith that they can finish her off, and they don't see where the TPs went. So Holy Grail, give up the chase. That was closer than expected, but feels really good for Limit not to have to give up anything for her life.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe she would just make that TP away happen just because they didn't have the Winter's Curse at the time. So this is just what the Chen does as well in the mid lane, right? He's swarming the lane, he's using multiple creeps to be able to do it. Wyvern makes the response, but this is the weakness of this Silencer Shadow Demon draft, is that you're good at making stacks. They died a bunch in the lane. You're going to be good for the late game. You prevent this Abaddon from being able to go the Radiance build, but you can't convert on kills. And I really am expecting Holy Grail to just have gone a little bit more of this, like, just farm build. There's no need to put yourself in a risky position. Just farm. Get it to your early ags onto gun, and you're going to be just fine. But it looks like he's rushing the Atos first.
Yeah, going for that build. This is the build that I saw Sumail debuting when he started playing this in the mid lane. So he did end up going for the Aghanims afterwards. So it might just be a stopover. And from what I've noticed, a lot of these players playing Universal Heroes from mid really have a preference for Rod of Atos in some capacity. It's just a good item.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, it's by far one of the most gold-efficient stat items in the game, and that's really all the Universal Heroes want. But, yeah, I just really felt like you would be able to dish out so much more damage in these fights, because you got to consider Ags, right? That's pretty stat-efficient, too. You know, you provide one of the best Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game, and you're getting 30 stats overall.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Chosen One tried to skewer back onto Summer. Last word was triggered out onto him. Summer wants to use as much of the duration of meta on the tier 1 tower. SJ, look at the damage he's taking. Centaur Conqueror stun, Medallion to take away his armor, and then just raw right clicks. I feel bad for Shu Sheng. He deserved that kill. Gets yoinked away by CXK, but man, this Chen has been so good this game so far, honestly.
He has. I'm just seeing if they have any blood grenades in stock. I think, yeah, they've got a bunch that they could look to purchase. He's basically been buying them off cooldown, and, well, luckily for Limit, they're going to be able to get away with this bunch of stacks for this lineup. That, again, they have no issues taking it. They've got Empower maxed out. They've got a Naga Siren with a Riptide to be able to just rip through all of these creeps and provide that much-needed experience for the supports. This 14-minute Wisdom Rune, though, that's the important one. That's the one that can, you know, if you get a couple, can really build you up like 1.5 levels. And, you know, again, that's all really a Rubik is going to need. You want that extra cast range. You want that response to the Void Spirit that might be looking to get a little bit more active. And, well, you can see that he might have had a little bit of difficulty coming out of that laning stage, already about 1,500 gold behind on Dolmet. So means that he's the one that's forced back into taking this this neutral creep stack. Not exactly where you want to be as an offlaner at this stage of the game.
Yeah. Limit Gaming have smoked up. Magnus going on an adventure with CXK. Just recently picked up the Echo Saber. Sadly for them, although they are in the right area, they are here at the wrong time. The Terrorblade has already vacated this region, farming very safely on the other side in the mid lane. So the smoke ends up going nowhere, although they will try to apply some pressure and push this out. Also, with the Naga having pushed out all these waves, there's no angle for them to go and steal the Wisdom Rune, so Dire side, hey, you're gonna get your first one. Good times.
Let's go. They're also going to put a decent amount of damage into this tower bottom. Like, the Chen army is here. You've got plenty of damage coming through. They don't have Glyph available. So, yeah, sure, you've taken a tier 1, the first tower that you've taken the entire game, but you're about to lose a lot of your map control as it's actually, again, like, what can a Silencer and a Shadow Demon do solo on this bottom side of the map? I guess the plus side is Chosen Ones had to make the rotation back towards the mid lane, and, well, maybe they will actually still get a kill.
They have to go top to save this Abaddon's life. He's been caught with the Winter's Curse. Should just end up dead here. Summer is in with the Metamorphosis, so more than enough damage from the Terrorblade. And nobody from Limit Gaming comes in to mount that defense. And honestly, dude, the Roshan just came top. It's time to go Rosh. Like, you only have a little bit of time left with the meta. Okay, they don't have enough time with meta. Okay, I don't think you can do it anymore.
Yeah. They see exactly where they are as well, with the Observer Sentry Ward combination placed up there, so they know the gun is in position to be able to potentially look for a kill. Chosen One has to be very careful here. They don't have the Atos yet, but they've got plenty of damage.
They have the Global Silence. He doesn't have Manta to dispel this, so he will end up dead on the Magnus. That was Interesting positioning from Chosen One in that situation, especially given that he knew the heroes should still be in this region.
Yep.
Very scary little move from him. It ends up getting hard punished. That opens up more space, and now they might come punish middle as well. CXK looking like he stepped too far forward. Dolam is in, dragging him in with the Aether Remnant. That should be an easy death. And Shushang wants to find revenge onto SJ. He will be able to do so, but might not come for free. Khan is here with the Rod of Atos. They put out the damage. Look how much work the Splinter Blast does against the Chen army. And Dolam, him and Khan get the kill onto this Chen. Limit Gaming, things were going so well for them, Daynok, but the last 90 seconds, their positioning has been a little bit sus on the map.
Yeah, it really felt like they could have opened up the map so much if they just made a decision to stay bottom. Like you were saying, the Naga Siren had done a really good job of making sure that the waves were consistently pushed out. This Wisdom Root is still there just because of the work that she was able to do. You weren't able to deal any damage into the mid-tier 1 tower while all that was happening, and they just abandoned it. They didn't see that their opportunity was there for them to be able to open it one up. And, well, I'm still of the opinion that this Wyvern could completely take over this game. Like, you saw how effective he was in that previous fight off the back of the Atos, all the Splitter Blast damage against the Chen army, and you're already basically 2 components towards the Aghanim Scepter as well.
He can now fulfill his destiny, get that big item that you wanted to see. For Chosen One, he had bought Blink Dagger, then sold it, so wants to finish off the Harpoon first and foremost for this game. Feeling it's more important, but needs to be careful because he actually might be dead in the bot lane. SJ has vision. They got on the Arcane Curse. Chosen One? I'm actually very surprised that Gon didn't want to make that jump. I suppose they don't have vision behind the tower, but he was actually all alone, completely isolated. Had they chose to kill him, they would have been able to do it. But maybe that still happens now, Daynok. They smoke up with 3 heroes. And as they head behind the tower this time, they will become aware that there's nobody else here. It's pretty much just our Magnus. Still, though, will they decide to make the jump? They drop the Observer Ward. Dola making the initial charge. It's going further and further forward. They scout him out by the graveyard. And Chosen One is wasting a lot of time. And you know what this is doing, Daynok? Yes, he's dead. Yes, he's going to tumble. He doesn't like this, but it's making space for the Roshan attempt, which should enable the Dire lineup to claim the first Aegis of the game.
Come on, check the Wisdom Rune, Dolme. You know you want to. Oh, it looks like he might. Ooh, come on, yes.
Oh, no.
Well,
oh, no.
Free XP, thank you very much. All right, so this basically becomes what can you do with this Aegis now? Because again, they don't have any catch. You know, that Blink Dagger that you were mentioning before, it's not going to come for quite some time, especially with that death. They've got the Harpoon coming soon, but again, it's against a... Ooh.
Is Abaddon just dead? Aether Remnant dragging him back. Garn is coming in with the TP. SJ, they found the slows, and they really want to chase Abaddon. Dolam is out of mobility spells, though, and Khan does not have a Blink Dagger. The Naga, though, she goes in. She has the Song of the Siren, but there's the Winter Wyvern Curse going out onto this Abaddon. CXK escapes the fight. Abaddon not so lucky. He will end up taken down. SJ, him and the crew trying to defend the Shadow Demon away from the Chen. They've seen the damage this army can do, but CXK with the stolen Astral Step finds the kill, gets some style points, but will also grant the double towards Dolam as the Naga Siren able to clean up on SJ's life close to the outpost. The 2-for-2 affair. However, Holy Grail do claim an offlaner's life in the process.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little interesting for sure. Maybe just going in a little bit too deep. Again, Wyvern gets away without a death. 2-0-5 in this game, and I mean, you gotta feel a little bit for CXK. He needs to be able to go for those solo kills because of the amount of Wisdom Runes that have been stolen away from them. I don't think they've got a single one this game.
Nope. Not a single one. But they have another chance just now. In a couple of minutes. It's coming soon.
History doesn't make me optimistic about the fact that they're going to get it.
Please do it, Limit. I don't want to see these supports being so underleveled. I feel so bad for them. Surprisingly, though, it is Radiant-side supports who have less overall experience. Shadow Demon and Silence are only level 9. But the game state is still feeling okay and pretty good for Holy Grail. That being said, though, there are some key items that are going to be emerging not too long from now for Limit. The Harpoon, yes, it's not going to be the biggest thing in the world. He has it now. But it will enable him to farm faster for the Blink Dagger. And at that point, the game state can turn. And middle, the game state might turn here, Daynok, as God is getting gone on. He requires a Shadow Demon to save him. And Cold Embrace will keep him alive for now. He's trying to run himself away with the Arcane Curse, and that barely allows him to live with the Arctic Burn. That's very close and very disconcerting that the Naga could do that all by herself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Wyvern, of course, can just look to go into the Manta style later on, so you're going to have a bit of an answer to that ensnare. Of course, a bit of a silence answer as well for the Abaddon, but it's really all going to be about the Magnus, right? Is he going to be able to find the right positioning to be able to get that Blink Skewer back? He's still only got the Harpoon, and well, with all of these responses, they're going to need to just play around their vision a little bit more.
Yep. It's also intriguing to me that Rubik is the one that's going into Guardian Greaves, and Chen is going the more aggressive option. Just fun and intriguing stuff that you see in the landscape of Dota. Dolem is moving forward a bit here. Chosen One is hiding in the trees. They pop drums. They potentially want to fight. They go on to SJ, lift him back, Harpoon dragging him into Chosen One. That will enable them to kill off the Silencer. Doesn't have buyback. We'll see if Limit want to apply pressure to the bottom side of the map, especially with Summer being here. This feels a little bit dangerous. That being said, Winter Wyvern is not in the area. Gon is top, even though he does have a TP to maybe port down.
Yeah, he could even just go through the Twin Gate as well if you wanted to make that backstab happen, but they still haven't dealt with that high ground vision, and that's what they're pinging out right now.
Yep. They're gonna come in. Silence going out onto Gon, but at the same time, look at what they've done towards this Abaddon. They've almost killed the wolf. They force him out, and they find the Winter Wyvern, but the Global Silence will protect him. Chosen One cannot get off the RP. There's gonna be the Cold Embrace, keeping Winter Wyvern alive, and the RP will come, stalling out Gon and Summer, but there was no follow-up, so that leaves him free and clear to throw out the Winter's Curse. They now have the damage. Naga Siren forced into a song, but they already had the Embrace out onto Shusheng,
no,
so he can't escape either. He ends up dead. Dolem also wants to chase. He has Harpoon here, Daynok. Dissimulate available as well. Oh, no, he's the one that lags out. Oh, no, that's heartbreaking.
Nah, Naga's fast enough. She probably would have been able to get away anyway. But yeah, it was close. It still 15 seconds away from the Astral Step. Probably not going to be able to land that Harpoon. But man, it was one of those team fights where it's just like the tiniest thing doesn't end up going in their favor, right? They just took a little bit too long to be able to get into this tower. So Silencer, he's able to respawn. He gets the Global Silence off literally as he respawns into the Skewer back onto the Wyvern. The best target that you could have possibly got at that stage. You would have loved to be able to drop the RP onto him, just burst him down. And even just the little things like CXK, unfortunately, he used a really early spell steal. He just got the Cold Embrace so that when that Winter's Curse came out, still was on about 15 seconds cooldown, wasn't able to take the much more valuable spell to be able to potentially turn that fight around. So again, little things just going their way, and with that, Wyvern has the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. Full Ags online, gonna start building into Manta style. You know, it's a universal hero that's just, it's a rule in Dota. If you have a universal hero, you have to buy Manta. Super, super good. And speaking of, one of the reasons they lost that fight is because of how long the RP took to come out. And this Magnus, very far away from a Manta of his own, still needs this Blink Dagger. This death will further delay the Blink, as he's so close. But that's when you feel the furthest away from finishing these key items. Game is super hard for Limit at the moment. On the bright side, though, they still have an Aegis. They're not going to lose out on that. They haven't lost that much real estate on the map. There's still a tier 1 bottom to play around with, still a tier 2. So things aren't the worst. And oh no, there's still a Wisdom Rune, but I don't know if they're actually going to get it. CXK, please go check, bro. Come on,
please.
Bro. Please. He actually might die. He's underneath an Observer Ward. Oh no, he's going to die. The CXK gets jumped on. He does have the stolen Cold Embrace. Going to buy some space and time. The illusions from Voice Spirit get skewered back. And Dolem still hasn't finished off CXK. He steals the Astral Step. He's still alive. Gando, here with the Arctic Burn, the Aghanim Scepter revealed in this fight. Look how much work he's doing. Finally, maybe they kill CXK.
He's gonna steal the rune.
Arcane Curse on top of him. He Astral Steps to the left. He should have gone to the right. At least get the rune. He will die. DQQ, though, will get taken out by the Chosen One. Chen, you walked by the Wisdom Rune. Dude, please, please. Okay, thank you, Shusheng. They finally get some experience.
Woo!
That's not over there though, because maybe they're going on to Khan, Chosen One, looking for a skewer, catching 2 heroes with it. Doesn't have RP, but they're far away from their team. Cold Embrace onto Khan to buy time. Dolem with the Dissimulate, able to kill off this Magnus, but Khan did die here. And now Naga Siren and Abaddon are able to finish off Dolem as well. So Holy Grail, fly a bit too close to the sun, take a fight in an area that they are not welcome, and they get punished in the long run.
Yeah, really just overstaying their welcome, weren't they? You know, they're fighting around a tier 2 tower. They were fighting around a Magnus for the longest time. Sure, you get the kill onto Chosen One, but I mean, I guess it is important to just keep him very aggressively punished. He was there for, like, the kill onto Gun. He ends up getting credit for that. He got a solo kill onto DQQ, so he gets a bunch of gold from that as well. And we were just talking that he was a fair ways away from being able to pick up the Manta style, but off that fight alone, gets over 1,000 gold just for himself.
Bro, this Abaddon got 800 gold in that fight. Are you kidding me? That is insane. Abaddon now is also going to be finishing off his own Harpoon. Can start building into the Blink Dagger. He's actually building the carry Abaddon, not going for the aura route. So the worries that you had about him having all these auras stolen away seem to be vindicated, because he's like, yeah, that seems like a bad idea. And we spoke about how he's going to be forced into this build. The question is, can his team force him to live here? As he's surrounded by Radiant heroes. Borrow time will come. And his crew is like, hey, mate, look where you are, bro. We can't help you, sorry. We'll end up dead. At the same time, though, in the top lane, maybe they go on to Summer for some revenge, but they do not want to trigger the song just yet. The heroes are running, though. However, they will be scouted by an Observer Ward, so Summer should be able to retreat to safety.
Actually going for a Radiance here on the Void Spirit. Not exactly the most common build that you see. I was expecting, like, is someone going to go for a Silver Edge this game? You know, just provide a little bit of crit to a Void Spirit that really doesn't have any damage issues once it gets to the later stages. Once again, you get a lot of the stats from the just leveling up. He's eventually going to start putting points into all stats as well. And just to be able to combine that silence together with the break to make sure that the Abaddon doesn't actually have that borrowed time as a response to a lot of the aggression that you're going to put out onto him.
Summer and the boys in a good position. Limit Gaming still feel very strong with their Naga Siren, though. She is scaling quite well, about to finish off a Butterfly. Nobody on the enemy
feels like it
team.
lasts way too long, don't you think? 5 seconds.
Bro, this has been a constant complaint of mine. Remember, this is the nerfed version, bro. This spell used to be better than it is now, which is crazy. Bottom lane, I think Abaddon might be dead. Gon will trigger the Winter's Curse. The rest of his team is streaming in to try and ensure they can get this kill. At the same time, though, a fight breaking into locations. Global Silence will be thrown out, and they skewer back. Gon underneath the tier 2 tower. This time around, the Winter Wyvern far from any allies, and they can finish him off. Chen happy to provide the distraction necessary for this play to work. And Chosen One, he has Blink Dagger now, so the RP is on. They find the initiation onto Dolan. The rest of Holy Grail need to run. Chosen One looking for SJ. Knows he's in the vicinity. Can he catch out the Jukes? SJ trying to TP out, and he will succeed. Massive
Nice
pickups,
Jukes,
though, on the other two cores, though.
Sure, but I mean, you're playing against 2 Harpoons, right? Well, almost, but it's so hard to be able to try and get away. Shouted him in as well. We talk about the greedy build. He's going straight into the Aghanim Scepter, which I quite like. We talk about the effectiveness of that break coming through from the Demonic Purge as they actually find another pick off onto the Silencer. You just got away, my man. Oh, and it's another DC.
Yeah. Well, this gives SJ some moments to contemplate his life decisions. Think to himself, man, this sucks, dude. This Ghost Scepter's gonna end. I'm just dead. There's nothing I can do about it.
A little bit of a rookie error there by Gun as well. Like, he uses the Winter's Curse, you've got the Arctic Burn, and you're playing with a Rubik, and the kill didn't exactly take the quickest amount of time. So he could have just tossed out a Splinter Blast onto the creep wave that was there, but instead just opted to try and continue to right-click, and Rubik's still stolen a really valuable spell for this ball up and go style of team, especially if you're able to find these quick pickoffs, right? You've already got a Void Spirit dead, Silence is about to die. You will get the Glyph refresh at least after this tower goes down, but I still think they're in a position where they can just keep on moving forward. I mean, with the tower going down, you'll get enough for the full Butterfly as well for the Naga Siren.
Naga. She's starting to feel really good in this game. Once the Butterfly is finished, she'll have Heart, Orchid, Manta, Butterfly. Woo! And it's flying out right now. The gold from the Silencer's death and the tier 2 tower will provide. It also provides a Blink Dagger for CXK. So we now not only have stolen Winter Wyvern Curse, we have Blink Curse on top of it. And we have that Manta, like you mentioned. So they have ways now to deal with the global silence in multiple forms. In fact, the only hero that can't deal with silence is the Chen. but I suppose you're not that concerned about just the Chen. Everybody else has a way out. That's pretty good for them.
Why did they take away Chen's strong dispel from his Ags with the Holy Persuasion? I wish it still did. I mean, I guess they gave it to his level 25 talent, but yeah.
Because it was stupidly busted? That's why?
But it was fun, you know?
Oh my gosh.
Who else could do that from any part of the map? Just to be like, you're healed and you're also dispelled.
Yeah. You know what it's basically is, right? You're asking for... The way I think about it, right? Is it fair to have global Dark Pact? That doesn't sound fair to me. Summer
Gotta kill a creep for it.
out in the top lane and might actually be in some trouble here. There's the Stolen Winter Wyvern curse coming in. Shadow Demon is nearby to render aid, but Summer is also really damn tanky. Daynog, he's really tanky. On the other side of the map, though, in the river,
Solo.
Nagasaran will solo kill the Winter Wyvern. We saw the proof of concept demonstrated earlier in the game. Gon knew at some point this was coming, and A will fulfill that long-standing promise and kills him off.
Man, I really feel like this is a bit of a snowball effect off of the fact that, you know, Wyvern has just put his priority into a few of the wrong areas, right? Like, he could have been getting a little bit more farm. He could have realized that, you know, I'm at this point of the game where no one can contest me. And because of that, he's just fallen a little bit behind. He doesn't have that Manta style, which is your answer to the Naga Siren looking to go in onto you. So I still really feel like this was a game that this Wyvern could have taken over, but you're now into a Ched that's nearly got more net worth than you. This is one of the advantages and why I'm a little surprised that we don't see more Ched in the pro scene, just because you are one of those supports that just gets so much gold by just existing, basically.
Might be a fight happening bottom. Global Silence was popped. Obviously, they have all these dispels, but they haven't even popped all of them just yet. Magnus jumps in, finds the
found
blink
him again.
RP onto the Winter Wyvern, and there is no way out. Double kill for the Abaddon.
It's just as Roche comes
Okay.
as well.
Daynog?
So,
Daynog? Is the game over?
I think the game might be over. I mean, the Naga is already a great counter to the TB, and now Magnus has everything that he could possibly need to be able to like take over this game. He's even level 20, so he's got that extra blink, the extra skewer range. He's got Blade Dagger, he's got Harpoon, he's got Manta to be able to deal with, like you said, the silences coming out from Holy Grail. So yeah, I think they've just left it a little too long to be able to go for their moves, and we're really feeling the effect of this Void Spirit that doesn't exactly provide much to the team fight. You know, he's basically playing as like a, I guess the closest comparison could be like a Legion Commander pickoff style, but you're not even scaling off the dual damage.
Gonna try to build damage of his own, but he needs time to do so. Time he might not be afforded as Limit are coming for the high ground right now. Summer and the boys already positioned to try and defend this, but there's so much stuff to have to deal with. And yes, we have
they
Splinter
know-
Blast, but
Matt's really out of position though. He's up here on the top side, away from the team that's pushing onto the high ground, so Wyvern doesn't have the threat.
now he gets Winter's
They
Curse
stole
out
Curse,
onto
though.
the Chen, and Chen is gonna die now. And they did indeed steal Curse, but they need to still get out of here regardless. Chosen One, caught in a very awkward part of the map. Not only does that lead it to his kill, but look what Dolam is doing. Dolam can now apply pressure top, keep the Sea Dragon wave on top of this tier 3 tower. So if nothing else, even if they don't stay bottom, somebody has to go top to clear this out and or suffer more damage than you dealt during your Aegis push.
Yeah, it's a little challenging for sure. And what I do like from Dolam is that, he had it queued up. He had the Silver Edge queued up for quite some time, but maybe just the communication between Holy Grail is there. They know that they've got this Shadow Demon off the back of that successful defense who's been able to finish up the Aghanim Scepter. So Philosopher's Stone helping him out there, but I mean, this is a really farmed SD. You've got the Blink Dagger, so you can always be safe, never the target for that Blink Skewer. He's got the cast range from the Aether Lens, and now he's got the Axe as well.
Mid lane, they finally killed this Void Spirit. That was a little bit greedy coming in from Dolam. He managed to Manta and escape away from the silence of Lang Miao, but he didn't run away from the area. So the next time they catch him, it's a very easy kill. And now the Naga Siren has the full young Hex available as well, so the next time it's even easier to get that Chain Disable out.
Especially on the Wyvern, right? Like, you might have the Manta finished up at about 1,000 gold, but it's not going to prevent you from a Hex.
They actually choose to play aggressively into the Naga Siren with the Winter's Curse. Not sure
Still
about
got the
this
curse.
one. There's the Stolen Curse now, thrown in by CXK. It goes directly onto Garn. They should have the damage to kill the Wyvern. And as the zap comes in, indeed they do. SJ throws out the Global Silence, but Limit Gaming don't care that much about this. They just wait it out. And now Harpoon back. Chosen One can't find the skewer though. DQQ faster with the disruption. However, nothing is fast enough to dodge this Hex. He's still alive, however. A can't get out enough damage with this Naga Siren. Chosen One finds an RP directly onto Summer. Terrorblade, can he find a Thunder? Yes, he can, but there's still too much damage around him here, Daynog. He will end up dead. SJ, the lone survivor of this engagement, but he can't do anything to stop this. Nobody else has buybacks either. So I think we're staring it down the barrel of at least 2 lanes of racks and potentially game 1 in favor of Limit Gaming.
It's a big win. If they're able to secure it, they can potentially go down towards that bottom side. I mean, again, no Terrorblade and no Winter's Curse as well is the other thing. You know, you just got to keep that mental counter of when they are able to use it. I'm a little surprised that they're playing so defensively, but maybe just playing possum a little bit here.
Indeed they are. They drag back Dolem, hex him up. They should be able to kill him off, but somehow they don't actually have the damage. He jumps back into the base. Limit Gaming.
Tier 3.
This will
with
stop them.
I'm surely.
So surprised that they only lost 1 lane of racks. This is honestly a dream scenario, that this is all that you had to give up, given how bad things went in the mid lane.
Yeah. It's not the cleanest play from both teams, we have to say.
Yeah. Oh boy. Will you take another look here again? This, talk to me about this, Daynog. My Grandmaster Winter Wyvern. What's the rationale behind this super early curse onto a Naga that's still at Aegis for a solid amount of duration?
There is no rationale behind it. I mean, I guess the mentality is that they didn't think that the Magnus was nearby. You could look to go in, but if he just keeps giving up that Winter's Curse, like, honestly, CXK is the most valuable kill right now. You've just got to get rid of this Rubik with the Winter's Curse. He's thankfully only got about 20 seconds left of it being stolen, but I mean, you just can't let this guy have this spell in every single team fight. I was really talking him up previously about how he is a great Rubik player, but I just didn't think it would reach this point of the game. We would really be able to show that. And that's why I was so adamant about the early Aghanim Scepter timing versus the Atos on the Wyvern, because I really felt like they just had no answers to a really early Ag Scepter.
Naga Siren in the top lane. She doesn't have an Aegis anymore. It did just expire. If they can find an angle onto her, they could potentially kill her off. And now they're going in. They're actually putting on a lot of damage. She's in trouble. She's going to try and get herself away, but she won't be able to. She's just gone.
Where are the boys?
Well, there's no buyback either. Rubik will die very soon afterwards. As CXK came in, to make matters worse, he dies and then only assembles the 4 Aeon Disc after death. But you're right, Daynog. Where were the boys? Where was the crew? Where were the homies?
That's twice now that Chosen One just hasn't been there behind his team. One for, I would say the push into the high ground was much more of an error than that one. That was probably a little bit too much on the Naga Siren, just pushing that aggressively without the rest of the team with no Aegis. But I mean, the game was in the palm of their hands right there.
Oh no.
Now, 45 seconds, no Naga Siren. You're still playing with a Terrorblade. Sure, the meta's about to run out, but you're going to be able to take the second last tier 1 tower. Not too much that they could do to be able to respond to this. They could see that Chosen One is playing down towards this bottom side of the map, clearing out waves, so they know that they don't really have this immediate response, but lets them get a little bit of map control as well. And they've got pretty decent pick-off potential themselves.
Yeah. And honestly, 1 lane of racks, they're going to lose a tier 3 at long last with some Shen creeps, but only 1 lane in a game like this, who the hell cares?
Yeah.
The frustrating thing for Limit Gaming as well is upon, you know, when the game is going well for you, you sort of lose track of the overall state of things. When all your moves are connecting flush, all your heroes are surviving in the fights, you're finding the right targets every time, you kind of forget that you have almost all your eggs in this Naga Siren basket. If she's dead, Chosen One can do some damage, but he's not itemized to be that burst damage Magnus. Nor has that come from the Abaddon. So they literally cannot afford to lose this Naga Siren. Every time she dies, they're losing a lot on the map. Several buildings, some map control, some wards as well. Game is super hard right now.
Chen is just positioning himself super aggressively to be able to get down a couple of observer wards. And obviously, Holy Grail, they don't exactly know this. Looks like Are they going to be able to get away?
Nah, they should be fine. Khan has
Just
Winter's
curse it,
Curse. Yeah, he's got Curse. They have Global Silence as well that they choose to extend. And Chosen One actually RP during this. But Dolem, he didn't get the Winter's Curse properly. So he doesn't get out. Doesn't hit the right target. So he ends up dead here. This
cursed the
CXK
Lincolns, I
got
think.
himself a demonic purge. Is that what happened? That would make sense. Magnus does have the Lincolns here. That would make perfect sense. Why did he try to target Magnus then, though? Didn't he have time to set up, like, onto Nagasiren?
Yes. He had plenty of time to set up. He was in the trees, flying around, perfect vision, Void Spirit, giving up a lot of information. There's still a gem on the deck, by the way. I was about to mention that is probably going to be the most valuable item for them to be able to pick up just because of, these crazy wards. Like, you're playing against a Magnus. He thrives off of the fact that, you know what, I've got information that you don't. I'm able to get this blink jump. And he even had a psychic headband in his inventory for the longest time. Now he's looking to transition into being a little bit more of that, like, attack damage style. I'm not sure if he needs to, though. I really think that the Magnus can still just get away with, like, holding onto the psychic headband and swapping them out depending on what the situation calls for.
I certainly could see that, actually, as a viable play option for Chosen One. I still can't believe what I just saw. How is Dolem dead right now? I thought for sure that they get him out of that, but...
Yep.
All right. The gem is still there. Nobody is addressing it. Still just chilling. Radiant Side has vision of it, though.
Hey,
okay,
there
they
we
pick
go,
it
they
up
picked
now.
it.
There we go. SJ's like, all right, boys. I think they're picking Dolem. Dolem has to be the one to go get it with his Void Spirit once he respawns. But he might also be needed for this fight because they're smoking up from Limit Gaming.
Come on,
Coming
Korea.
in with 4 heroes.
There we go. Mission
Chosen
Impossible.
One. Hey. Let's see, will the courier get there?
Dun, 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 dun,
Dun,
dun.
dun, 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 dun. Might have a 5v5 fight though
They're
before it
ganking
gets
you.
there. Gank is come. Oh no, they're not gonna find it. It's Hunters in the Night. The mission will succeed. Mission Impossible is there. Hey.
Easy clap. Now put it through the tree line. Oh, actually, Roshan's coming down bottom, and this is with the free
No
Aghanim
way.
Scepter as well. I mean, that's a pretty good tool to be able to have. Give that one over to your Terror Blade, get a bunch of free extra control for these fights, be able to deal with the Naga illusions a little bit easier. Great tool to be
Daynok,
able
no
to have.
way. No way
Yes
they
way.
get the Sages. No
Yes
way,
way.
dude. Oh my
They just
God.
went for a smoke and didn't realize one of the biggest timings that they potentially had at their disposal.
Oh my God. So they don't get the gem. They lose out on an Aegis. Who are they going to give the Aegis to? Who's going to get it? Will Khan get it and then
TB.
sell his own? Or do they give it to Dolem?
Yeah, TB's got it.
All right.
It's good.
So we get
Like,
some
I
young
think they
Terror
needed
Wave.
that little bit of extra control.
And they are kind of lacking in that department. And this is a good follow-up onto Winter's Curse, right? You get a very good curse. The Terror Wave follow-up, but we might actually need to see something here because Chosen One jumped
not
in,
there.
found a Hex and a Harpoon onto SJ. They harpoon him with a Baton as well. And SJ, well, as usual in this game, gets left behind as the sacrificial doll. They say, Stars, buddy, we need to get out.
Radiant's courier
Doesn't have buyback, though, which is kind of a big deal. However,
At
they
least
don't
they
know
didn't
that he doesn't have
overcommit,
buyback.
right? They didn't overcommit, so he's still the position 5 silencer. He's going to be spawning in 35 seconds, and maybe they just feel that, hey, where did our gem go? Why can't we see what their vision's like? And maybe they're not going to be able to go up as easily into this high ground without that level of information.
Where's the gem now, actually?
Void Spirit's got it.
Does Void Spirit have it? Okay. So playing hot potato with this particular item. Void Spirit now going into a Lincoln sphere of his own. That'll definitely help. So now you have a way to deal with this Orchid and you don't get ensnared from just a bajillion miles away. And
What do you think about the people using the Stormcrafter these days? Because it doesn't dispel anymore.
Yeah, that's actually true. Oh, hold on. We'll talk about it in a second because it looks like a fight's about to break out here. Naga started on the high ground. Chosen One was pump faking the RP. SJ is back though, so they have the global online. Limit Gaming. How do
Gotta
they
kill
want
this
to
creep.
approach this?
Yeah, there was just a single melee creep on the backlines, giving them all the information that a Magnus could potentially need. You can see Chosen One. He's off to the side. He wants that skewer.
He finds the skewer onto the Terror Blade, but Summer's not dead yet. Gets off the Terror Wave, and now
Not
they actually
dead.
jump onto Chosen One directly. At the same time, RP will eventually come out. We did have a massive curse onto the high ground, to make sure that they can't go back and assist Chosen One. He ends up dead. DQQ still alive for now, but Summer and Gan are coming back to dish out the damage. They're going directly onto the Chen first and foremost, but they're losing the life of the Terrorblade as well. He needs to be careful here. Needs to be able to get off the Sunder. He does get it off, but he still has an Aegis. Pumps Satanic now, trying to fight with it.
He got Cold Embrace though.
Going in onto Dolem. Cold Embrace, ensure that he can't heal up through the Satanic. So he will end up dead to these Naga illusions. Dolem, his Aether Remnant, only catches one of these abandoned illusions. The Naga Siren though, she pops the song, she wants out. Dolem wants to chase. He has one more Astral Step. He has an Aether Remnant in one. He gets the Harpoon forward. Illusion will tank up the stun though.
Where are the boys?
He dissimulates in. And yet again, where are the boys? This is isolation Dota, it seems like. And Holy Grail, though, in the grand scheme of things, they hold the base. They don't have to commit buybacks for this one. They lose the Aegis and they lose the range racks, but the important real estate is kept alive.
And you get even more net worth. You know, TB was holding on to 9,000 gold before that fight, and now he's got a BKB to be able to play around with as well. Level 25 too, that he got off the back of the kill before he ended up even having to use the Sunder. So it's down to a 10-second Sunder cooldown. It really feels like a rough spot to be able to kill this TB. Is he? No, he's not fully slotted. He needs a Moonshard, and then he's basically done.
Yeah. Well, he can still have one semi-expansion, right? You do the BKB trick, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
We are at the zenith point of what Summer can expect to do in this game.
He needs the Trident, I think. Yeah, upgrade the SNY.
High key, if he gets Trident, sell SNY, bro. Buy something else. Then he can buy... Actually, if he gets Trident, he can buy Skadi. There we go. That would be so nice. They should bring back, like, the build-up Trident. That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Was decent times. Well, the gold
Do you think
lead...
they should bring back Repair Kit, though?
No. Me and Lacoste actually spoke about this the other day. About how that was actually the dumbest item. Of all the items that have existed in Dota, Repair Kit might have been top one for the... On paper, already the stupidest idea to introduce to the game.
Yeah. It's something that works like... It was bad for pro games and pub games, whereas Royal Jelly was just bad for pub games because you knew that there was going to be someone tilting off the back of who got the jelly.
What other dumb items have we had? Essence String was pretty nuts.
Especially
Iron
on
Talon,
IO.
of course. Oof. IO Essence String was... That was something else. What else has been pretty crazy? I'm trying to think now.
I mean, it's not a neutral item, but Necro Book, I'm so glad it's gone.
Oof. Necro Book. I'm glad that item's not in the game. Initial... Remember in the raid carrying meta?
Sorry, Summer.
Ballista? Summer? Wait, what?
You are
Summer
on your own, my man.
Gets a global silence to try and protect him, but he needs to get out of here. Does have a BKB to pop and no Aegis though. Here's gonna be DQQ. He gets off BKB as he gets himself disrupted.
Nice
RP comes in from Chosen One. He's still alive though from Summer. And Winter Wyvern Curse finally comes in to bail him out of trouble. They're now turning onto Chosen One, raining in damage with this Metamorphosis, and it will enable them to get the kill. It came close though, and now Dolem on the chase yet again, wants some further victims for the fight. They're going in onto the Naga Siren, and they see that CXK is low, but he steals Astral Step, getting away once more. CXK is so good at the movement in this game. They do kill off DQQ now. On the high ground is a Baron, surrounded by Radiant heroes. Borrow time will trigger. His boys are nearby, and he can blink towards them. That being said, Dolem can give chase, finds them within the river. They don't have the additional stuns just yet. He wants to get on the high ground. Rod of Aetor stops that from happening, and the right clicks will come in. They finish him off. They force out the Song of the Siren from the Naga Siren so that everybody else can flee. And we saw some very fancy footwork from Limit Gaming, but ultimately they still lose the team fight.
They do, and I mean, that's the fight that I was expecting to wait for the Wyvern. You know, he's learned his mistakes. He uses the Splinter Blast onto the Lincoln Sphere first to be able to pop it. He curses in the middle of, like, all of those different Naga illusions, and Magnus just melts to them. So they're able to isolate him in that way. They burst him down towards the end of it. And then when Magnus is gone, as long as you just have vision of the Naga Siren and you're staying away from that Hex, you're totally free. There's nothing an Abaddon's going to do. There's nothing a Rubik's going to do. There's nothing a Chen is going to do. And it really felt like Gun finally was starting to achieve the heights that we knew he could.
Still the lowest in net worth of the cores, but his impact in these team fights is certainly being felt. Rubik has his life saved by an Ogre Bruiser. Dolan would 100% have gone after him. Happens to not be the case. And that's 5k gold lead. You know, Fluke and I were speaking about something yesterday that right now in Dota, gold leads are very misleading. Some games have a 20k lead where the game is dead even. Other games, the team will have a 5k lead despite being behind overall.
Yep. I like the fact that they've given so much over to kills, though, in terms of what it provides for net worth. It means fighting is so much more valuable these days, and a lot of people are like, oh, it's worth too much, you know, one team fight can turn things around, but isn't that better than the meta that was just like, farming is always the most efficient choice?
Yep. I
And
can
got
tell
the
you one
best
thing,
neutral item
J-Mark.
that he could have possibly hoped for as well, the Ninja Gear. So it's
Oh,
going to be up to
gosh.
him to reveal his position in a lot of these fights.
Ninja Gear Winter Wyvern. Good times. They're gonna try and leverage this as they go for a fight right now. 5 heroes are smoked up. CXK is the one that
Oh.
emerges. Should be a pretty easy kill onto him. He does show still some fancy footwork. However, the catch should be there. I say this, but he's making it harder than it looks. Does eventually die though. I think it's
weird.
because they didn't want to pop the Nully. Dolam didn't want to use Nullifier, so took longer than it
I
should have.
guess. But, oh, Mag?
Oh, now onto the chosen one. Magnus gonna get caught in. They need some way to get him out of trouble. Global Silence will be popped by SJ. And he did blink to the low ground. Aphotic Shield helping out quite a lot for Chosen One. And with Global popped, maybe Holy Grail choose to retreat from this area.
I was just thinking that the Rubik could have very easily just Astral Step to the right side instead of down. You know, he would have cleared the tree line. He had Blink Dagger as well, which would have enabled him to just blink back to further safety. They didn't have vision at that point in time, but you had a tier 2 tower to be able to play around with, so it's a little bit of an odd choice, just giving up his life for free, but I guess they get the Global Silence out of it. It's going to be a silence level 15 already, so he's got that cooldown talent. Now, Arcane Curse is undispellable as well. Not like they have the greatest heroes, but I actually haven't seen the interaction with the Naga Siren, right? Like, if you use the Arcane Curse onto a bunch of Naga illusions and then they use the mirror image, does the real one actually get revealed with the Arcane Curse debuff?
Ah, that's actually an interesting question. You can probably see it in this game as bottom. Chosen One getting taken out right now by Dolam. Very good kill. They might be able to double
Another
it up
one.
by going for this Abaddon too. He is not very close to his team, completely isolated. So should be killed off. And Limit Gaming leading kill after kill after kill over these last few minutes. And they're going to continue to contribute to the coffers of the Radiant lineup. Nice attempt on the Blink, buddy, but they have Blink, they have harpoons, they have mobility, they can catch you.
Roshan's up, by the way. So, another
Radiant side, of
Aghanims
course,
just
right? Okay,
given
sure,
away
sure,
for
sure.
free off the back of this DQQ. Keep Roshan in his home, please. All right, who's
This
getting
isn't
this one?
Roshan's home, bro. This is Roshan's work. This is his place of
It's-
business.
no, that's right. It's his summer home.
Yeah. Did you say that
Void
because he's
Spirit this
fighting
time,
against
sure.
Summer?
Also, yes, but like, you know, his home. He's like, you know, doomy, gloomy. That's sort of his vibe. But then, you know, it comes down and this is his beach episode. You know, for all of the anime enjoyers out there, you got to have a beach episode.
That actually makes it even more rude. It'll be fine if they're interrupting his workday, but they're coming up while he's on vacation. That's messed up. They also steal his gear as well. They grab the Aegis, they grab the cheese, and the Aghanim Scepter for Dolam. So now the push is going to be on. And you were talking earlier about Dolam scaling into damage, right? He changed his mind earlier in the game from the Silver Edge, but now he comes back and he does you one better. Finishes off a full Daedalus. This is a lot of damage from this Void Spirit. It's a 500 damage by himself early on. And CXK,
Not respecting the Watcher.
look. This is worth it. You know why, Daynok? This is just getting the Wisdom Rune he was owed earlier.
True. Can Wyvern get... I mean, he stole
No way,
Arctic
dude.
Burn and he's got
No way,
Axe.
dude. No, dude. Who is this guy? All right.
Man's good.
That's... So, when we started 202, or 203 rather, for Division 2, myself and Fluke said we should be spending the entire tour looking out for the next generation. You know who the next big talents are? And this CXK
Normal End is one.
Rubik, every game I've seen it, I've been extremely impressed.
Yeah. For sure, for sure. He is just putting in a lot of work. All right, so one of the other things is they don't get the kill, which probably would have given Wyvern her level 25. He also steals away the Wisdom Rune, which probably would have given Wyvern 25 if she was the one to pick it up. And that's pretty key this game, especially considering you just got the Tormentor taken away. Remember, Cold Embrace launches out the Splinter Blast, so if you get level 25, you get that Splinter Blast stun off the back of that. Even just casting a Cold Embrace onto anything in these team fights is just going to provide that little bit of extra control that you might need. So it's one of the best level 25 talents in the game is Wyverns.
Yep. Winter Wyvern. What a hero. Mid lane,
They
we do
found
see Chosen
TB
One finding a
on
very
his
nice
own.
drag back on the Terrorblade. He is all alone. SJ will be there, hopefully, to try to save him. Was already popped the first global, but what can they do on the second life here? Summer comes back from the Aegis. He needs assistance. He needs a way out of this fight. Garn is nearby, waiting in the wings with the Winter's Curse. Hasn't been thrown out just yet. Limit though, still want to go further in. Dolan
kinda
will choose
trapped.
to pierce the back lines, trying to find the supports here. CXK will end up dead. Garn finding the kill with the Arctic Burn. And now the rest of Holy Grail feeling strong on the fight. They throw out the Eternal Chains. It catches a Baron in the chin, but they didn't have the initial follow-up just yet. The slows are still there. Dolan getting the Harpoon out onto this Naga Siren. They really want to kill her. She's trying to run herself away right now. Silenced up by the Aghanims of Dolan. But they also don't
Okay,
know
Garn.
exactly where the Magnus is. So it's hard to keep track of this hero. Garn wants to go in with the Winter's Curse. They're going on to Chen first, dragging him in with the Aether Remnant. That needs them to kill him. Chosen One finding a quick skewer onto SJ on the right-hand side of the fight. He needs to get out of here. Long-range Eternal Chains. Dolan jumps in, and Chosen One killed off. Unstoppable streak for this TB. And both supports buy back from Limit Gaming. That will at least sound the retreat for Holy Grail, but they feel really good about this fight. 3 kills, 2 buybacks, losing absolutely nothing of value in the process. Life is good.
And getting Wyvern up to the 25 as well. I mean, it's one of those things, right? They, once again, a key hero is found out on their own and they're just not able to burst him down fast enough. It really feels like they're lacking that ability for the Abaddon, you know, be able to close in onto him, or for the Magnus to start really using their right clicks, because they are plenty farmed at this stage. You know, the TB should be dying if everyone just looks to commit, but that's the Wyvern factor, right? You don't want to clump up, even with all of these link-ins that they've got, because a single Winter's Curse onto like 3 cores could completely turn around a team fight at this stage of the game.
What a game of Dota it's been. 56 minutes in, Holy Grail have asserted themselves in full control, and they might find some additional kills here. CXK jumped on by Dolan.
He just bought back.
This time, he doesn't worry about the Nullifier, and you're right, he did buy back. Abaddon's about to die as well. He doesn't have buyback.
He doesn't have buyback.
This is a problem right now, Daynard.
This is a big problem.
I also have a Terrorblade, you know? Not a hero that is known for being shy about decimating your base in a very short duration.
I mean, Naga's going to have to do something ballsy, like put the real Naga there on that mid lane to be able to push this one out while pushing in the top side. But Naga, despite the fact that it is a bullshit hero, can still not push out all 3 lanes at once when you've got this 5v3 advantage. Probably even more considering you're going up against a couple of cheeses.
They have a couple of cheeses. Oh no, they're going to take away the Chen's life. And if Chen dies here, Shushank does not have buyback either, as it's a dieback. Chosen One caught by the Terror Wave. Oh no, they find the Magnus. Magnus also doesn't have buyback. So if he dies, I believe this game is over. Dead in the grave for another 90 seconds. They song up. It's a very nice song. Catches 4 heroes, but will accomplish absolutely nothing. As the track ends, Holy Grail go right back onto pushing. They don't even care about the Naga. They'll hex her up now. They'll drag her back in. They'll finally kill her off. And that should trigger the GG call. She buys back just to at least make it a bit more entertaining. But this game is over, Daynard. Holy Grail, it was rough for them. It wasn't the easiest journey. But at the end of the day, they put themselves in a good position. They win some key fights. And they end up securing a game number 1.
goddamn, that one went a lot longer than both of us were expecting. You know, Holy Grail, they had their timing at like 25, 30 minutes, didn't take it. You know, a few kills just being given away for free. Then their Nagasime was basically unkillable. They find the TB a couple of times, but they're not actually able to convert onto the kill. Summer just died the one time that entire game, which I'm really surprised about considering the amount of times that we're like, where are the boys? Where are the people looking to back up this linchpin of your entire draft?
Yeah, the linchpin of your entire draft. Man, Summer Terrorblade, Shylock Terrorblade, what a treat, what a pleasure. I'd forgotten how fun it is to watch this guy doing what he does best. Although it wasn't an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, it came very close to them losing out several times over. And, you know, the thing for me is, firstly, they got really lucky a couple of times over with some very clutch respawns on the Roshan. But dude, Roshan number 2 that Limit Gaming had with the Aegis, where they were pushing bottom and then Chosen One died by himself top, that changed the entire game. Because at that point, they were still much stronger than Holy Grail. They were reliably winning fights. This was before they found reasonable answers to how to deal with the Magnus and stuff. They had more Lincoln Spheres than they had ways to pop it. That was such a good moment for them, but Chosen One, if he doesn't die there, if he's there skewering the Winter Wyvern out of the base instead, we're probably looking at Limit Gaming Game 1, Dinog.
Probably, yeah, it probably would have happened in like 40 minutes, right? Instead of just delaying the game out, 2 more Roshans being given over to Holy Grail. They get a free Terror Wave, they get a free Silence through on the Void Spirit as well. What do you reckon? Do you think Dolan was the MVP of that game? I know Summer only died the one time and he got a crazy amount of farm, but this offlane Void Spirit did the most damage in the entire game. He had the highest kill involvement, I believe, in the entire game as well. And he was just finding those really quick pickoffs onto the key heroes that they needed to be able to play around with, right? Like he was targeting down the Magnus, he was targeting down the Rubik in almost every single one of these engagements just to make sure that you didn't have that Winter's Curse turnaround, so that you didn't get that Blink Skewer back into a much more vulnerable position.
Well, I would say that not only that, but another thing he did was his jump forwards, especially onto a Ban and a Naga, forced them to use their Manta styles early to avoid Aether Remnant, which means it's not available for the Global Silence, so SJ can actually play Dota. So shout out to Dolan. This man, I've seen him have some very off-kilter offlane games when he plays his more strange heroes. The last time we saw him play a non-traditional offlaner was with Vengeful Spirit. That did not work out. But here with this Void Spirit, it certainly did. He ended up playing it, honestly, kind of like a mid-hero anyway, towards the latter end of the game. And we get to see, like in retrospect, the 3 bans they committed to protect the Void Spirit, even though he was playing from the offlane, ended up being very well worth it for the side of Holy Grail. And I think for them as well, a win like this, Danog, is very good, not just because it gives you an advantage in the series, but the mental boost. Knowing that we should have lost that game so many times over, but we kept clawing our way back in, piece by piece by piece by piece. That puts us in a very good position momentum-wise. Makes life a little bit complicated for the side of Limit Gaming.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be second-guessing themselves. To me, it's unfortunate to try and pin the blame on one guy, but Chosen One really should have been there for that high ground push. It just comes down to that. He was away from the boys. They had everything that they could have possibly wanted to be able to end the game. And I just want to put a heap more praise onto Dolom. Like, he did all of this without the Magnus in power to buff him up, both from a damage and a farming standpoint. So he really just accomplished everything and more for them that game.
Holy Grail found the level up for Dolem and found a Game 1 victory. However, we have seen Limit Gaming find themselves with their back against the wall, digging deep and bringing another tier of Dota from within themselves. Let's see if they have what it takes in Game 2. So don't go anywhere. More Dota action coming at you in just a second. Welcome back, one and all, here for Game 2 of Holy Grail taking on Limit Gaming. And so far, this series has been entertaining in every single respect. Holy Grail still on the search for their third win. And right now, Limit trying to avoid their third loss in the division. And of course, once we get into the second game, we'll be witnessing what adaptations will be made within the draft and exactly what happens within the game. Brother Danog, the dissector of Dota, what a game for Game 1. For Limit Gaming, though, they faltered being able to close things out when they were in a good position. Do you think they have any impetus to change their draft, given that it was working for them until it wasn't?
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like, to me, it came down to decision making as opposed to anything with their draft. And you can see Holy Grail, they're giving a little bit of respect to some of the aspects of their draft that put them in a really good spot. I really thought that the Chen did a fantastic job of just opening up the map. You saw how aggressive they were able to get. Even just that tier 2 tower bottom ended up falling down pretty soon. Probably not as early as it even could have still at the end of the day, but it's... It leads us to believe that maybe Holy Grail recognized that maybe late game decision making isn't Limit's strong point. So let's look to try and enable anything to make sure that that isn't the case, that they don't have the tools to be able to break through early. Of course.
Yep. Of course. Well, it is CXK Rubik. You were saying off air that you want to see him on more versatile heroes, but still, from what we've seen, it's fine. I can accept this from Limit Gaming. For Holy Grail, going for this Beastmaster, what a hero still within the game. And he just has so many different ways to itemize. Makes your second pick easier. Like if you're going for the 8, you can go for this Pugner, so like double down on this push potential. You can just have very strong lanes. You can still go back for the silence if you feel like it. You can still pick Magnus, put that in the mid lane, put that safe lane. What a hero Beastmaster is. Just enables so many different playstyles. And critically, BKB piercing disable. And the fact that we have fewer BKB purchases overall increases the premium of the spells that go through it as well.
I wonder if they consider picking the Terrorblade now, just because it is a bit of a Beastmaster counter and you take it away from Summer. I know it's not exactly the most common place to do it, and they're not going to do it. They're going to pick up the Void Spirit instead. Just for a little bit of that burst damage, right? Because I feel like you either need to completely wipe the Beastmaster out of a lot of these team fights, and Void Spirit's a great hero at being able to do that, but I don't know, I feel like you've got to turn one of his biggest strengths against him somehow. And to me, that is all of the auras that he can look to build up into.
Could still see some Illusion hero coming later. TB would have been amazing. They could go Shadow Demon, but then it's Shadow Demon Rubik, not the best. But instead, Holy Grail will come for the Oracle. So they could still set up for a Terrorblade to come later. This actually just frustrates me, right? If I'm on the side of Limit. Because now I have to run through the list of uber hard carry heroes Summer plays, and that's like all of them. So pick your poison kind of situation, right? He can play Oracle TB, Oracle Morphling, Oracle plus whatever. Anything could be very scary here.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd say that probably they're going to just go for something that has a little bit of kill threat in lane, whether that be, you know, the Terrorblade just off the back of the slows, but that's one of Rubik's big weak points, right? Like CXK, fantastic Rubik player, and of course he is drafting for them, so of course he's going to pick up his favorite hero first, but you have such long cooldowns on your spells in the early stages of the game, right? Like Telekinesis, Fade Bolt, like 20-ish or so seconds cooldown. So you don't really have a way to stop this Oracle when he hits his big timing of like level 3, you know, 2 points Purifying Flames. You know, you can use the Fortune's End for a little bit of that setup for the kills, but you've got to have someone there to be able to confirm it with Rubik not really able to, you know, be that counter tool for it. So I could see them going into something that has the potential to like snowball in the early-ish game. Of course, anything that has a stun is just going to double down on the effectiveness against this Void Spirit. So I don't know, maybe something like a Monkey King wouldn't be horrible. You know, something that uses the Inner Beast aura really well in team fights too.
In China, Monkey King is this hero that is constantly banned but not picked nearly enough. And I certainly would like to see more of this hero. Also, next time they come up on screen, take a look at Chosen One. We saw this last tour. Look at this drip, dog.
I was literally about to ask you that. They were showing everything to do with Holy Grail, and I'm like, I can't wait till they go back to Limit, and I can ask Snare, because you are the drip connoisseur coming through, and man's, he's got his favorite jacket.
Yeah, that jacket is fresh as hell. It's drippy, drippy, drippy. You know, Chosen One, unfortunately, hasn't been able to drip too much in the games themselves, but at the very least has a drip outside of it. And according to Shinkyu, in the region, pretty players have a better chance of succeeding. So just give him time. Just give him time. He'll get there eventually. It's fine.
I mean, Ame is a reason he was up there at the top for so long. Man, is handsome as heck.
Actually, now that you mention it, that Ame, FY, Somnus, yo, that was a pretty team right there.
5 seconds remaining.
Even X-Nova, you know, very cute guy. What's not cute is Underlord, very ugly hero. Doesn't seem like someone you want to wake up next to. He gets banned out by Holy Grail. So what do you think would be it being put into the offlane here for Limit? Are they potentially going to run Void Spirit offlane like what we saw Dolem do in game 1?
Potentially. I mean, I think they're just trying to get rid of a lot of these heroes that have some layer of survivability. I like the Enchantress, right? They're going to be able to prevent the Beastmaster from going into this full-on, like, I'm going to build a bunch of summons and look to use that to be able to swarm over you. Enchantress prevents that, so we're going to see probably like a Wild Axes into Drums of Slom build, which again, Beastmaster, Universal Hero, not the worst. But I think they're really just wanting to use this second phase as effectively as possible, considering they have second pick, you know, so you're going to see something about the draft. I'm assuming Holy Grail are going to go ahead and pick their mid hero now, but to me, this feels like they are just all in on the earliest stages of the game. It's not something that's been picked up too much lately, but I could even see them going like Death Prophet just because of how effective it is at just continuing to push on forward.
Well, they go up,
Ember's
they do
pretty
get their mid
decent
hero. Ember in the mid lane. I mean, we used to see Ember all the time into Enchantress, just as some kind of massive magic damage into the Ench. You can play into Rubik, you have a lot of poke potential as well. And whenever I see teams playing with Clinks and Beastmaster, I want to have just lots of things, small little instances of damage that the enemy team can't really do much about. Now you're being spammed by these axes, spammed by Clinks, spammed by Ember. And Limits don't have that much sustain, right? They have Nature's Attendance, but we don't have our offlaner yet to determine who gives us the bigger auras. They go for the Slok now. Okay, enemy team has what? 2 big disables that could actually threaten you, but even then, Dark Pact can get you through most of it. If you get sufficiently tanky enough in this game as well, Holy Grail doesn't have that much burst damage, so you could end up getting away with quite a bit as a Slok.
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to think what even offlaners you can now look to pick into the Slug. What position ones you can look to play into the Slug. Like the Bloodseeker's already banned out. That's probably number 1. I don't believe Summer has the potential to like position 1 Leshrac into the Slug. It feels pretty decent, and you've already got an Oracle pairing, and it picks up the tempo. So I feel like that wouldn't be horrible. But again, it feels so risky to be able to do it, considering you don't know what your offlane response is going to be. This is why so many teams are valuing that second pick overall. I think it's got like a 55% win rate having second pick versus first.
Okay. That's an inversion of what things were like after the first couple of weeks of the patch. In the first couple of weeks of the patch, Radiant first pick was 65 win rates. It was insane. But things have normalized a little bit as time has gone on. I'm trying to actually answer the question you asked about what do you pick for the safe lane here. This is tough, right? Summer, normally this would be where he picks like some Alchemist or something, but there's no way you're going to pick Alchemist into this draft right now with the Slok. I suppose Rubik or Ench can buy Spirit Vessel as well. So what does feel good here? Morphling's been banned, TB's already been removed. PL, that's not terrible, but not the best in the world either.
I'm just thinking, like, do you want to double down on your, like, they should win the lanes, in my opinion, on Holy Grail. Like, I was mentioning the Ember Spirit as, like, the Void Spirit, a little bit of the counter for the lane, just because you are so heavy on physical damage that a low armor hero like Void Spirit really does get punished. You've also got, you know, Clinks, who's probably going to be able to go into a Solar Crest. They do go that Alchemist, so again, more on the minus armor route, I suppose.
Okay.
Could you Wyvern into this? I think it's possible, but Ember Spirit's going to make your life a little bit harder. But again, like, the lane is really good against Alchemist, just because everything that he's dishing out is physical. I guess Oracle, you're going to be able to stay at far enough range that it's not going to be hard enough for you. I don't know. Maybe the lane will be too weak if it's like Rubik plus that. Maybe they
Real talk?
Necroforce or something. I don't know. Now you're against an Oracle.
Venomancer would be amazing in this game if Limit were to pick it up. Like, but they're not going to, but Venom would have been nice. I suppose it's acceptable, right? There's 2 strength heroes in the enemy lineup, so it's going to be decent shredding on those stats. A way to, if Beastmaster does go the army build, at least you have not just Chakram, but a hero that can just stand in front of that tower and just hold off the Beastmaster push. Okay, and we still don't have that much burst on the side of Holy Grail. You just mentioned that they have a lot of negative armor in their lineup, but reactive armor, hopefully you level up first. I can see it, but it does leave them horrendously light on teamfight, Daynok. They do not have any teamfight, like, just at all. Their engagement in fights, very sus. They have no multi-hero stuns available for themselves. So I am skeptical, given that game one looked so good for them when Chosen One was able to control their teamfights on their behalf. I don't know how things go here when it's much more about positioning execution rather than spell execution. What's your read on the situation here now that we have both drafts ahead of us?
So I guess the thing that Limit can look to play around is the fact that you know that Holy Grail are eventually going to reach this timing where they're like, all right, we're going to run at you. And it's going to be pretty early on into the game. So you have that. So even though you don't have the best team fight, you know that they're going to be like positioned around each other at a certain point. So if you're able to get, for example, a smoke wraparound onto the backline, wipe out the Oracle at the start of the fights off the back of like a Timbersaw Void Spirit, just jumping in and bursting him down, maybe that's enough to be able to take a big strong factor out of Holy Grail's team fight out at the very beginning. Of course, it's going to be hard when it's considering you've got a Beastmaster Hawk that you're going up into as well. So Slark will provide a bit of that information about where it is you shouldn't be smoking underneath the Radiant Vision, but it's going to be rough. I think they're going to need to do a lot right on Limit Gaming in terms of their movement, and we saw that that's really what kind of brought them undone in game number one.
Yeah. Well, we shall see how this all goes for them. Looking forward to seeing some adaptation. Ooh, look at this. Xu Sheng on his Enchantress. This is a Grandmaster. Love to see it. Dude, actually, I just want to take a second to say that this team, Limit Gaming, having seen their growth, I mean, they're still not doing amazingly in the division right now, but the difference between now and a mere few months ago when they were playing, night and day. They clearly are getting better as well. I cannot wait for them to make us all eat the words all the trash we've talked about them. In a year or two, they're going to come up and be like, ha, we remember, we were there. We heard all these mean things you said.
That was against Div 1 opponents, though, right? And they're still at the bottom of Div 2.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So, you know, we see little things. Maybe they're just not being punished as much as the Div 1 teams were. But, you know, we saw then, like, one simple mistake could still really just completely ruin what was a good first 30 or so minutes for them in game number one. Are they in a position to make it any different, though, this time?
Well, they're about to get 3 bounty runes, so that's going to make it a lot better. That's a much better start to their proceedings. Okay. They also have some very strong lanes. Like, bottom lane is fairly strong, the Rubik Timber. Mid with Void Spirit, you know, Void Spirit just does Void Spirit things. Okay, maybe the top lane is not the strongest in the world, but, you know, it's Slug. What can you do? We don't expect them to be strong in the laning phase.
You got an Edge, though, right? Like, Edge is going to provide that extra layer of strength for the lane. What do you think about Dolem already having the Helm of Iron will queued up against an Enchantress?
Honestly, I've been watching a lot of these like Beastmasters being countered, quote unquote, by the Edge. And I feel you can still go the same build, provided you avoid going the core in lane. You just go core later on in the game. And then it doesn't really change all that much, given that you shouldn't really be expecting to play around where the Enchantress is past the laning phase anyway. So I'm okay with it. It's fine. But also, like, it's either this or buy Vanguard early. And I guess you didn't want to buy Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thing is, like, a lot of the times we see the Beastmaster rushing like the Drums of Slom, just because it's going to be probably pretty necessary going up against this Timbersaw just to have instances of magic damage coming through. And really, they are kind of lacking it at this point, basically entirely physical outside of the Oracle and maybe a little bit from the Ember Spirit with the Flame Guard.
That's a very good point. They're certainly going to be lacking on that. And I suppose if you're Timber, what? Do you start maybe thinking about buying Pipe this game then? Then they have 0 magic
SJ.
damage and you still are super tanky. SJ. About to be First Blood, so maybe Ling Miao will use this bonus gold to say, you know what? Screw Pipe, dude. I'm just going to build Crimson Guard. Make sure that they have even less physical damage. So then I'll be even more protected. And he does indeed queue up a full Vanguard.
I think it's totally fine, right? Like, his job is to be able to we know that Holy Grail want to get aggressive with a lot of their pushing potential. You know, they've got a Beastmaster who's going this Helm of the Dominator. You've got a Clinks who just off the back of a Solar Crest plus the Tower Bomb, like 1 point in the strafe, is able to take out towers almost solo. So you just need to be able to either stand in front of it or provide that similar sort of push on the other side of the map. And again, with how physical oriented they are, if he gets Vanguard plus probably like 2 points in reactive armor, you're not killing this man.
Feels very immortal at that point in time. Lots of couriers being assassinated. Slock loses his courier. Oracle lost their courier. The Oracle one was also carrying a salve for Summer, so that one could potentially come back to bite them on the side of Holy Grail. And this mid lane, gosh, woo, Spirit matchup, so exciting. Many things are going to happen here.
I mean, we've come to expect it. I'm still really expecting the Void Spirit to lose slightly to the Ember. I wonder if it's going to come off the back of like, if they were able to give the first blood over, that's another courier sniped. If they were able to get the first blood over to the Timbersaw instead, just get him up into the components of that Vanguard a bit earlier on, then maybe you can enable the Rubik to make those rotations towards the mid lane. Maybe you start to build up some of those stacks and you know, recover your own experience in that regard and secure the early power runes. But we'll see if he does opt to make that sort of movement, if he really does feel like the Timbersaw is unkillable.
Yeah. For now, he's just making sure to mess around with SJ's pull. Top lane, still just having Dolem and the crew just casually farming away. Dolem does have his helm now, so with this available, he didn't go into the Call of the Wild. DQQ can start leaving this lane. Like, Dolem, for the most part, should be A-okay. But I think they just want to get him to level 4, and then at that point, they'll be like, aight, buddy, you good. Time to go and secure some runes or something, or stack some camps for DQQ.
Gotcha.
So I guess, like, one of the things, this might be a bit, maybe it's even going to be a little bit slower of a game than I was expecting for Holy Grail, because, like, he's committed for the Helm of the Iron Will. I think you could go the Helm of the Dominator, but you just can't be looking to play around this Enchantress. But you don't exactly have that counter anymore, right? The Enchantress level 20 talent doesn't... Enchant doesn't target Ancients anymore. That was removed in 7.33. So if he gets into the Helm of the Overlord, then obviously it's going to be this unpreventable source of pushing power. And again, you're playing with an Alchemist, right? So he wants to be able to sit back and farm and be a little bit more passive as well.
Yeah. Speaking of Alki, down bottom, Summer just doing his thing. One of the reasons in the draft why I thought that they would go for Alchemist, it looked, oh wait, he might actually be dead here. He's about to get brought down. Leng Yao's gonna kill him. That does not feel good for the Alk. Dying to this Timbersaw, who already got the first blood. Now he gets an assist for this kill. His game just gets better and better. And early on, one of the ways I like seeing teams deal with Alchemist is to play just really... you do one of two things. You either end the game incredibly fast, or you continually hunt him. And with Void Spirit, Timbersaw, even Slock, you can hunt this hero in the jungle and actually kill him off reliably.
I mean, even just the Enchantress as well, right? One of those heroes that could get away with being a little bit greedier. Of course, a few early points into the Impetus, just slowing him down with the Enchant so that the Timbers spells are going to be land at every single opportunity is going to be a really positive thing.
Yeah.
Talked about those power runes, though, and we're seeing a lot of support rotations. It's going to be bottom, and it's going to be denied away by CXK. Actually, I think they were in a position for Chosen One to actually be the one to claim it, so it's going to deny it away from his teammate. But at least Chosen One hasn't died yet. He was a level or so behind Gun in terms of experience, but really recovering past those early stages. And of course, playing underneath the tower as well is a pseudo counter to this Ember Spirit, who hasn't actually gone the Sleight of Fix maxed out. So a little... not really the most synergistic build, right? I'm just watching this bottom side.
Yeah, they're about to kill Summer, or at least try to. The Enchantress will slow him down. CXK there with the body blocks. Dude, CXK Rubik, I'm telling you, man. They give the kill over towards this Rubik. Leng Yao was hoping for it, but what can you do? And that's Summer's second death already. He hasn't also been able to reach level 6. So now that they've gotten this kill, it's classic Timber gaming, my friend. We skip the tower, we secure the tier 1. And CXK, he's evolved, Daynog. He's learned. He's downloaded the tech. He got the wisdom runes, and they set up a kill onto SJ.
Oh,
Alrighty, things starting to look.
Hey.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. Not everything can be perfect, but still, the early game for Limit Gaming much better than in game one.
the movement was correct. You know, at least they've got that going for them. So the thing that I was talking about before was, do you not find it as well a little bit odd that, you know, you've gone this Flame Guard maxed out with, he had a Blightstone at the time, now you finished it into the Orb of Corrosion, and you're not actually using the Sleight of Fist to, you know, try to minimize the cooldown on that? I really feel like that's the way to be able to counter this Void Spirit, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense, you know, to be able to go these, this item build and this spell build in combination together.
I really do like the Into Void Spirit. I'm very much okay with the 3 points guard, but definitely do agree with you that the corrosion probably wasn't going to be necessary the way he's built up. Might actually end up losing his life here as they do grab him with the Aether Remnant. CSK didn't trigger the telekinesis, but Chosen One didn't want to have to blow both Astral Steps. And unless he does that, they did not have the damage. Maybe he's thinking to himself, similar to what's happening. Okay, we'll talk about it in a sec. CXK dead in the river as the Rubik gets ran down by Khan. But he could be doing a similar thing to what the Beastmaster's doing, saying that I'm going to go a particular skill build in the lane because I need it for the lane, but I'm planning to itemize in a different fashion. And it's anti-synergistic now, but provided I don't get punished early on, I'll get there. But sadly, he's getting punished now. Khan almost dead in the mid lane, forced to pop an Invis Rune to survive.
Will at least have the Oracle to be able to play around with. He's also got that Arcane Ring freshly picked up off of, I mean, look at this Timber.
Woo!
He really just is not contested at all.
Yep.
Do you reckon he needs to go full Crimson Guard? I know it's good to be able to protect the rest of the team, but I really feel like you're in a position to be able to just take this game over yourself. You know, Vanguard means that no one can contest you in the lane, means that you can push down towers solo, and I really wouldn't hate to see him just go more stuff to be able to enable the burst damage, like a Sanjin Yasha sort of style.
Are fortified.
Sorry,
I definitely would like
Sanjin.
to see that. I imagine that there's one of two ways you can look at it, right? It's either we're doing that to make sure that he's the one that effectively becomes a carry with this amazing start, or if I buy it early enough Crimson, I can deny all their damage. Dolem might end up getting a kill onto Chosen One. Chosen One jumping away, doesn't have another Astral Step though, so we'll end up dead to Gone and the Sleight of Fist. Ember Spirit now has the 3 points into Sleight of Fist, so we're getting a bit more value out of this orb. They're still sieging the tower though from Limit Gaming. How much damage can they do to Gone? He's actually taking quite a lot of punishment, forced to Remnant away.
Is under attack.
It's a big pickup though on the Void Spirit, but it doesn't mean that they'll protect the tier 1 tower though, because the Timber is a bit too strong. Maybe his thinking is that if I get Crimson Guard now, while Beastmaster has very low points into Call of the Wild, then the army really does nothing at the moment. Ember Spirit only gets damage from Slight. Alchemist is being shut down, so he's not going to have damage. But I do agree with you that I would like to see him also just Amar it up, basically, with this Timber.
Yeah, I mean, the issue that I see for them potentially having is that they won't have that burst to be able to find that pick off at the start of these fights, because they've got save potential, right? You're still playing against an Oracle at the end of the day. So if he's on point with his positioning and not dying off the back of like Timber just getting on top of you and blowing you up, you're going to have that false promise save. You're going to be able to get off the chemical rage. You're going to be able to remnant away on the Ember Spirit, who, I mean, he's not having a horrible game. Like, he's 2-0-0 on Gun. He's 400 net worth ahead of the Void Spirit, despite the fact that they're playing 2 towers down at this point. So, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like this Timber, even though he's set up for greatness, as he's having a great game so far, could be doing even more.
The one little piece of stick, or not stick, but grace will give him is that he does have a Slok in his team. So he wants to protect the squishy little fish. Alchemist, he doesn't have that kind of protection next to him at the moment. The TPs were streaming in, but right now he's all alone and he will end up killed off.
Is under attack.
That is another death, third one in this game for this Alchemist of Summer. And up until this game, he was undefeated. 3-0 on this Alchemist in the division, but that might change in this series. Top lane though, Slok. He has been forced to go into the Shadow Dance. Reinforcements from Limit Gaming. My goodness. Remember game 1, Danog, where we're like, where are the boys? The boys are here now, my friend. Limit Gaming showing up everywhere together.
Yeah, no, it's something that specifically in the Chinese region as well, I've been able to speak to a couple of the Malaysian players that play within the region. The big thing for them is just always having status to be able to respond to a lot of the aggression that's coming through from the other team. So that could be like not just throwing out spells willy-nilly, you know, always having mana to be able to freely join in to a lot of these team fights. And They made sure that they all had the TP scrolls available to be able to make that response, even though they were in a really good position to potentially
It's gone
take a
dead?
tier 2 tower bot. Yes, he is.
Oh my god. Dude, Leng Niao is... Yo. Can anybody in chat let me know, my outsiders from China enjoyers, who would have ever thought that we'd see Leng Niao owning a game? He's 3-0-3 right now. And he is, he got the full Crimson, but he's still going to go for the Kai Assange, making sure that he can still scale. I mean, the game is going well enough for him right now, Danog, that he might get both anyway and still be able to fulfill both roles in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to remember as well, Timbersaw, universal hero. So all the stats being provided by the Kai Assange is just going to enable you to, again, with that tankiness, you're not worried about the physical damage coming through. So you could just look to stand and right-click a tower, basically, with that Vanguard. And eventually he's probably going to get at least one more point into the reactive armor.
Holy Grail right now. In a bit of an awkward position for themselves. On the back foot, still trying to find the necessary farm for this Alchemist. Somehow, though, he died 3 times, still has his Radiance. It's arriving at the moment. Oh, what a player. What a guy. Top lane, they are going to go directly onto CXK. Beastmaster happy to commit the primal role. And CXK knows that he's dead. Could at least make them work for it a little bit. Tar Bomb gets thrown in. He should just get killed off. Slock can't really do too much about this.
Really does feel like Holy Grail are about to flick the switch, though, right? Helm of the Overlord just 400 gold away. Getting a kill onto the Rubik feels kind of nice. You've just got the Radiance on the Alchemist. If you could get at least the Yasha, then he could look to potentially, farm a little bit more aggressively near the team when they're looking to ball up and make a few of these moves happen. And DQQ as well. He's got the Solar Crest finished up too.
Gun's actually almost solo killing Chosen One in the mid lane.
What?
We'll just zip away.
You're looking at that feed on the left-hand side?
It happens.
Double
Yeah, it
damage
does.
and denied at the same time?
I've seen this happen. It's happened before, but lately in 7-3-3, this happens, I would say every 7th or 8th game, this ends up happening. DQQ, the same guy that got the double damage, also pops a 2-hero smoke. What a time to be alive. It's actually so interesting to me that sometimes the best thing on Dota to do is literally nothing. And he just stood there, just waiting. And it ended up being a very impactful play.
Mm-hmm. They get the Wisdom Rune on the Beastmaster as well. He now has the Helm of the Overlord coming out to him, so... I mean, do they feel like they can respond to this Timbersaw? I'm not quite so sure. Like, Summer's got that Yasha coming out to him, but he needs it and probably is level 12 just to be able to survive and look to contest into this Timber. It's still so much damage. He actually went away from the Kai Assange, just really looking to go all in on I am going to live and you cannot deal with me, going for the Lotus Orb on top of the additional armor just to be able to start things off. So, find him without any reactive armor stacks. He's still going to have that additional 10 armor from the plate mail.
Scary, scary hero when given a start like this. Slock just choosing to just jump forward, say, hey, I bought Aghanim Scepter. And now we're going to have a demonstration of Leng Niao's tankiness. He's being sieged into right now. They're doing quite a lot. He's still living, though. He's not dead just yet. Has Timber Chain away. Slock goes in onto the Ember Spirit, and finally they kill off this Timbersaw. Where's the reinforcements, though, from Limit Gaming? This Void Spirit only now arriving to the fray. Chosen One looking for an angle for the jump. DQQ, though, waiting invis, just in case to spring a trap with the Solar Crest. We'll just end up with this Timber being dead. The really scary thing is that the where's the team syndrome ended up happening again. And if the team was there, like how they tried to defend tier 1 earlier, I don't think the Timber dies.
No, and I mean, Oracle was just in a position to be able to get off 5 Purifying Flames as well. Like, he did the most damage to the Timbersaw in that previous engagement. It really probably isn't the situation that you should put him into. I mean, this is one of the downsides, right, of going into this Lotus Orb build. If he has the additional stats as well coming through from the Kai Assange instead, probably doesn't die either, just off the additional HP, off of the reduced duration of that Primal Roar in onto him. It's just these little things like that that add up.
Mid lane, the damage is going to add up onto CXK, and that's going to lead to his death on the Rubik. They might still try to pursue further into the fight, though, as they are thinking about jumping back onto SJ. Chosen One able to mop him up, and they might as well get some bonus gold off of DQQ's Skelly Archers. And Limit. It's not always going perfectly for them, but Leng Niao is still feeling like he can push things to the limit. They just gotten themselves a Echo Saber for the Slock. can keep farming on the map. And overall, the game state, despite this Alchemist being able to nominally recover,
Yeah.
I think still feels overall quite good for Limit Gaming.
Love this movement down from them as well. Like, everyone TPs down here because the Slark made that previous movement, forced him to pop the Chemical Rage. So without the Alchemist there to be able to stand and defend with his very healthy amount of net worth, there's just nothing that's going to be able to stop them from taking this tier 2 tower, opening up the map. The good thing is, at least Holy Grail, they're going to be able to respond by taking a tier 1 of their own, but you know, against an Alchemist, you just got to try and limit the amount of space that he has to farm, enable the spaces for Timbersaw to be able to just present himself, because you're not going to have as many avenues for TP responses now off the back of this, even taking away their outpost.
I also
This
love
is-
how they changed up their approach from game 1. You know, in game 1, when they saw that trade happening top, they mounted a pseudo defense. This time around, they secured the tower. Sadly, though, they're not going to be in position to try and contest this Roshan. DQQ has a Solar Crest, and they have the Inner Beast Aura, so they should be able to get through this, but it's taking a while. Summer will be deployed as well to assist in this effort.
It is, but
And-
I mean, they're drawing on the map, like inside of the ancient camps area, as if, hey, this is where they're farming. Maybe now they've finally realized that it might be up top, but it's going to be too late. Like, anytime that there's like 1.5 creep waves hitting into a tier 2 mid tower and no one is farming it, you got to know that they're taking something of pretty high value. And if you can't see them on the map, it's probably going to be Roshan. So with Summer TPing back here, though, they might be able to get a quick pick off and an outnumber once again.
They still want to, yeah,
they-
they're going to force this fight.
they'll
They
fi-
also
they'll find
force
the
it back
Oracle.
the Ember Spirit. It's now 3v5. They come across the Oracle first. CJ or SJ about to die. Primal Roar was expended by Dolem, but even with the false promise on top of him, there's no way he survives this. Will get popped. At the very least, DQQ was able to skirt himself away to the north side. But good read on the map by Limit Gaming. Finding the pickoffs despite losing out on the Aegis. They might still be able to force out these waves yet again.
It's like they will, but I mean, again, Gun isn't exactly like the beefiest guy for this mid lane. He's got to be very careful. With Chosen One potentially able to get that kill off onto him, but he's got the Remnant available. He's going to put it away. Gun. They're gonna miss another Wisdom Rune, man.
Oh my
He's
God.
got vision of it. He's like, thank you very much.
Okay, but they're on the other side, right? So if they're still here in 2 minutes, they should be able to get the next one. But this is... do we have a stat, maybe, production, on how many Wisdom Runes have been yoinked by Holy Grail?
I'm gonna say 90% of them.
Oh. So this top tower currently being sieged into a little bit by Limit Gaming. They give it up right now, just leaving this area of the map.
Under attack.
We were speaking earlier potentially about a go time that might emerge from Holy Grail. Is that go time now? As bottom, Slock had a bead onto Summer, does have Aghanim Scepter, so pounce back up in a second,
Oh,
but does give up
okay.
on the chase. Very surprising that he gave up on that chase, honestly.
Could he still see him? I feel like if he still sees him, it's at the
Yes.
very worst least just using the pounce to prevent a little bit of this Alchemist's movement. You don't need to necessarily commit onto the kill. As Chosen One in that mid lane should be fine, despite getting the Solar Crest into him.
Yeah.
On your point, they got 3 minutes left on the Aegis, right? What is Alchemist got coming out to him now? BKB. All right, that's pretty big. And you're also 500 gold away from the pipe on the Beastmaster. I'm a little bit surprised that they actually enabled him to still get one of these Helm of the Overlord creeps, because Limit Gaming were playing inside of their ancient camp area. So the fact that they were he was able to just get an ancient Black Dragon for free and they all just retreated away, I think that's potentially a little bit of a misplay coming through there. And I mean, even if Beastmaster hits up onto his level 15, just that extra 10 Inner Beast attack speed damage coming through, you could really just look to stand behind this Alchemist and really let him go to work.
Alk is still the net worth leader in the game, but that's Alchemist for you. Slock doing his best attempt to try and catch up, and it'll obviously help if they can kill off Dolem. No way he can escape this though. Try it with the Primal Roar, and he will get killed off. Leng Yao gets the kill. And can they mop up the army? It's not an insignificant amount of gold. It'll just steal away, at least for now, the board. Can they catch up to the Black Dragon? Might not be worth it to make the full chase, honestly.
I don't think it is. But the thing is, like, he's just going to farm with it if you don't put a little bit of attention onto it. This is one of the key strengths of the Beastmaster. Even when you're in the grave, you can still look to continue the farm. He could even cut this top web if you really wanted to, just to enable that next push to come through. Because again, you've still got a minute and a half left on that Aegis. And by the time he respawns Alchemist, he's probably going to have the Blink Dagger as well. So even more tools to be able to get onto the back line. I mean, it really is about just finding the Timbersaw at the start of these fights and making sure to just pop him. Because if he gets the Crimson God off, if he gets the Lotus, if he gets some of those reactive armor stacks, I really don't think he's dying.
Nope.
That was a bit of an anomaly previously where he was just left solo against 3 people without any form of resistance or stats at that point in time.
And even then, nearly lived. So that's the really scary part about proceedings at the moment. There's the Blink Dagger for the Alchemist, and they're corralling towards the mid lane. So should be a smoke attempt to go and find a fight. We have the Blink Stun from the Alchemist. We do not have the Blink Primal Roar, but we do have the access to this Pipe of Insight. And someone's actually going to trigger the stun. Throws it in.
Nice try.
No! Chosen One! He just jumped onto Ling now. Turned it into a 2-hero stun. Timbersaw now. Gonna be surrounded. Solar Crystal's on him, but he does Timber Chain onto the high ground. Being chased in, though, by the rest of Holy Grail. They want the Timber kill, and they are gonna find it. CXK. Summers wisely throws the Unstable Concoction at him as he ascertains they have an easy kill onto the Timber. His hunch is correct. Sets up the second. And they find 3 overall here, Danog. That was... You know, sometimes Dota just doesn't go your way, fam. How was Chosen One supposed to know that that exact moment the stun was coming?
Yeah, I even tried to go for the Manta dodge and almost landed it as well, but you know, slightly off the mark. And again, we called it, right? This was their big timing, and well, this is another timing that they're going to miss a Wisdom Rune. It's going to be
Oh my God.
DQQ picking it up. 95% now. What are we thinking?
Something. Okay, we've seen him get 1 at least from Limit Gaming, right?
Yes.
So
I remember
yeah,
1.
something like that. Something like 95%. Yeah.
It's so valuable, man.
Radiant
What's
Oh
the
my
support
God.
levels? I mean, okay, this game, the support levels are much more apparent.
Level 9. Slock is also right under vision right now. He needs to be careful. Dolem has Primal Roar. Dark Pactor's gone. He might die here. There's the Primal Roar. There's the right-click damage. And he is going to get taken away. Oh, no. From bad to worse. You lose 3 heroes on the other side of the map.
Oh,
You know, at least
A
your Slock
rare
is farming.
China
And to
tip
make it
as well.
worse, they also inflict emotional damage by tipping him. Oof.
that is the one thing that we really don't see in the China scene. There's a lot of tips coming through. You know, it's very much, you know, business. It is a business arrangement that happens between a lot of the players. You know, this is their livelihood, but, you know, a little bit of spice coming through there.
Oh, no. Well, I suppose it was his Observer Ward that led them to the kill, so allowed to feel a little bit fresh about himself at the moment.
Sure. Thinking.
Well, tier 2 tower's gonna fall
MKB
soon.
Picked up from
I'm
the
about to
Slug. I
ask you
mean,
about this. Like, MKB, this is over and above Scotty, over and above SNY, over and above BKB. The question I'm asking, can Slock afford to not have any defensive items in this game? And we're gonna find out as he jumps in for a fight. And this is what I mean. He just gets touched and he's at half health. Now Summer, channeling the stun, throws it in onto CXK. They turn and finish off Shushang. And now CXK is certainly gonna die here, trying his best to run away. And to be fair, as usual, making them work
Nice
for
try.
it. But they are happy to do that work, and they get the kill. And now Summer triggering another stun, throwing it onto Ling Niao. There was a point in this game where this was the tankiest hero on the map. Doesn't seem to be that point anymore. The Slock, he's on the back lines trying to run interference himself as well as
Timber's
Chosen
gonna get in
One.
there.
And it seems like it was successful, but the creep wave is coming. They still have a Siege Dragon. They still want to go on the high ground here, Danog. Although, distraction is being ran. Courier scouts the Slock. Summer really wants him. Throws in the stun. Gets Dark Pacted out immediately, though. And Slock has honestly, between himself, Ling Niao, and Chosen One, they successfully distracted Holy Grail from pushing the high ground.
I guess they're going to be happy enough just taking one of the last 2 tier 2 towers on the map. Just go for the easy stuff, right? Because I'm still worried about the potential to be able to take out this Timbersaw. Like, he does so much. He had full 30 stacks of reactive armor in that team fight. He looks to try and go in, but he actually misses the chain.
Does miss the chain indeed, has a chakram though, but they're just turning their attention onto him. Summer leaves him alone though, goes onto the Enchantress first instead. They want Shushang, and they are gonna get him. Gando fell so low. False Promise kept him up. Dolan throws the False Promise and the Primal Roar onto this Timber. So Timber still reaches to CJ. SSJ can bring out this Oracle and kill him off. Sadly, though, eventually he will end up dead. The additional stun onto Chosen One leads into him taking the damage that puts him over the edge. Slock needs to escape.
The limiting factor of the Timbersaw in that team fight was his mana. Like, he literally just could not spam out the Chakram. He couldn't spam out the Whirling Death. He just needed to sustain himself off that to make sure that he could get those Timber Chains back to safety. And it meant that there wasn't really enough pressure in that he was committing out in terms of the damage output. And you just see, as soon as Timber's dead, they feel so safe being able to go up onto this high ground. And that is the last glyph that they've got as well in terms of what's being refreshed. They're still not going to contest onto the top side, despite the fact that Chemical Rage, okay, they will. They've got Chemical Rage back up. Timber's still dead for another 5. They don't have Glyph. This really feels like the time where you just put this game beyond any shadow of a doubt.
Tier 3 tower taken right now. With all the respawns happening, Holy Grail considering beating a retreat here. They don't have an Aegis. The Alchemist, though, does have the AC, Power Treads, SNY, BKB Rad, so still very, very strong on the map. So they might decide to jump back in if they can find vision.
Maybe they
so
feel
hard
strong
for
enough
limits.
now that they really just don't care about the Timbersaw, right? He doesn't have the Kaya Sanj. He's just got the Kaya component. So the damage output is there, but the survivability not so much. Same sort of thing with the Slark as well. I guess with the Slark, I can a little bit understand his hesitance to going towards the Skadi just because it doesn't go through BKB anymore. But, I mean, you kind of have to have it.
You kind of do. Oh my god, Summer jumping onto Leng Yao, and the Timber is dead. He does not have buyback. And that was the strongest hero on the map at the moment. So they've lost now 2.5 lanes of racks. Slock jumps in, almost immediately gets killed off. Forced to run himself away. And this MKB, the rationale is there, but what's the point of having all this damage if you can never actually reach the Alchemist to try and leverage it onto his body?
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, right? Like, it's great if you're able to get in, but he's just not been able to up until this point in time. And they've been playing the divide and conquer game pretty well, not just in this game, but in the previous one too. So it really feels like Limit have not taken a full 5-on-5 fight. I feel like if they went it, maybe it's a little bit too late for it now, but you know, in the past 10 minutes, if even one of those fights had been an even 5-on-5, they probably could have taken it with the W. Wisdom rune number 2. Let's go.
Yay. Well, unfortunately, it comes at a cost. Chosen One gets killed off next to the Radiant Roshan pit. But they did get a Wisdom rune. Hey, that's something.
I mean, they're moving top, but Roshan's going to move in 15 seconds. Maybe they're just like, you know what? We can kill him.
Let's see. Last time around, it took them forever to bring the big man down. This time
They got
out,
Solar Crest. They got Orchid.
Solar Crest, Summer with the AC, in a Beast Aura. They have enough to
the
kill him.
cheese.
They leave behind a cheese inside the pit. Somebody has to go back for it. And now Beastmaster also has the Drums of Slum. So we have everything that we could possibly want on the Holy Grail lineup. The only thing missing, honestly, is maybe a bit more tankability for the Ember Spirit. But he can just play the edges of the fight. He doesn't actually have to go in anymore.
No, absolutely not. And he's got an Aghanim Scepter as well, so he can quickly get onto the back lines. He's also got the Greater Healing Lotus. Are they going for the block of cheese? That's what I want to know. He's got one Greater Lotus, and they've got the cheese available, but probably not enough.
It's still going to be a little bit of
still
time
waiting
before they
for
can
it.
decide to go for that. Have yet to also see it in a pro game. I must say, I've built it myself in a game, and it felt surprisingly underwhelming for the effort incurred to get it. Slock trying to jump onto Alchemist, but look what happens. DQQ. The support Clinks is stronger than the Slock, and now Summer reaching forward for this Enchantress. Leng Niao can do nothing to help him out. Leng Niao actually gets roared up by Dome. That would lead into a Timbersaw being killed off. Slock doesn't have buyback. Ancient Timber do, however, even if they pop them, to what end? Here they come for the second lane of racks. They'll probably finish off the one that they started in middle to make it full megas. And Danog, I am not seeing a way back here. And nor to Limit Gaming. GG, well played is called. They throw in the towel. And Holy Grail secure yet another series here in the division. They are now  3-0, feeling very, very positive about how they've been operating so far in Div 2.
This one much more convincing than game number one. You know, we could see big smiles coming through from the boys, but man, that Slark item build, it really just felt like it wasn't it, right? Even in that very last fight, he jumps in, he bought a Hyperstone as well, so doubling down on the glass cannon approach, and well, he shattered as soon as he just jumped into the middle of that team fight.
Yeah. The thing is, Slark is actually not a glass cannon. Slark is a raid boss. It just takes him a very long time to reach raid boss status, but that's what you're trying to angle towards playing this hero. And sadly, he was playing it like a Drow Ranger without the protection that is normally afforded to that hero in her drafts. Did not work out for them. Summer just got... The thing is as well, given their starts...
He uses the concoction onto the Void Spirit instead, just because the Lotus Orb was up on the Timber Source, so they still got that stun through onto him and the damage. Just clever things like that, you know, that's what's setting Holy Grail apart.
Holy Grail. Now still undefeated with this Alchemist. This is their 4th game now that they've ran with this one Summer, and he's managed to succeed. Very good recovery as well, coming back from the early game against the Timbersaw. And honestly, I thought that Limit were going to be able to chase Summer all throughout the game, and they did so semi-successfully until his 3rd death. And then it's sort of like they forgot about him, Daynok. They just let him play the game, completely unencumbered. And yes, they were trying to play like aggressively on some quarters from Limit, but they weren't like actively and with purpose trying to find Summer and end him and or end the game. So you win the lane, yes, but then what? What's going to happen afterwards that allows you to actually win game 2?
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's the second game in a row now that we've seen a little bit of itemization not really be there. You know, we've talked at length about the Slark. I'm still, again, of the opinion that Timber could have easily gone that Kaya Sarge a lot earlier to both provide survivability against the stuns. I mean, again, you're going up against Roots, you're going up against the stun from the Alchemist, you're going up against the Primal Roar as well. Having that status resistance plus the stats off the back of a Kaya Sarge is probably going to give you more value than a Crimson Guard. You know, you've already got the Vanguard for your own survivability. You've already got the reactive armor for that. And it really felt like he could have potentially like 1v5 for the first, I don't know, 25 minutes of this game. But he kind of put himself behind the 8-ball, played it as like a traditional Tidehunter-esque offlaner where, you know, you just stand behind him and you can't die. But the thing is, they were just really squishy once these other heroes started to be able to get farm because Timber wasn't that consistent threat.
Yeah. MVP-wise, let's think here. Who do we give it to? There's a couple of contenders from Holy Grail. SJ did a really good job on the Oracle. Nice tip as well towards the end of the game. But we have to give it to Summer. The recovery, firstly, for what he was able to accomplish in this game. Died twice very early on. Died a 3rd time not that long afterwards. And still found a fairly standard timing for his Radiance. Still was able to dish out a fair amount of damage in this game. But crucially, they turned him into their fight starter. Dolem and Garn were actually coming in off the wings. Summer was the one starting the engagements. Once you got the Blink Dagger, going in, stunning everybody, finding multiple stuns at multiple different points in this game, and also being very circumspect about utilizing his BKB, being very good with the itemization for the hero, even though it's Alchemist, not the hardest hero to itemize on. Nonetheless, just a very solid carry performance. And honestly, Daynok, I feel a bit bad about us not giving it to him in game 1. So let's throw him a bone for game 2.
Sure. I was kind of leaning towards Garn that time around, but you know what? We'll take it. Summer deserves it. He's been so consistent across the entire season, as we can see. Holy Grail once again joining Team Zero at the very tippity top, undefeated. Just the one game loss, I believe, that Holy Grail have for the entire tour. So, you know, continuing a pretty rich vein of form. Of course, I don't think Team Zero have lost even a single game. I might be wrong, though.
They haven't. No, not even one game. Which is insane to think about, that they are 3-0 without having dropped anything, but that could still change, or when they eventually do have to play against Holy Grail down the stretch. Of course, this loss does mean that Limit Gaming find themselves yet again at the very bottom of the division. They are 0-3 right now, having only won 2 individual games. And although there have been some bright spots, there have been those games where you're like, oh, CXK looks good, Chosen One looks okay. It just hasn't been coming together in the long run for the lineup. So I think that they might be one of those squads, Daynok, that go from Div 1, get relegated, go Div 2, get relegated, and then you have to start 2024 in the wilderness of the qualifiers for DPC. A rough situation for them. Hope them all the best, though, to recover, especially my boy Chosen One. I need to see more Triplicious boys on camera, so I want to keep them playing Chinese Dota as long as possible.
Absolutely. Maybe you could just follow his like Weibo account. I'm sure he'll post a bunch of stuff over there as well. But this next series coming up, Supernova Big Brain, it's gonna be 40 minutes until it starts. But this is two teams that I believe are 1-1 and 1-2. So this is really what's going to separate them, because right now IG Vitality and Limit sitting winless at the very bottom. You would have to say that that feels about right, from what we've been seeing so far. The performances haven't really all tied together. We haven't seen those true team performances. Whereas, even though they are sitting on the mid to lower end, we have seen that come out for Supernova, even though their series score of one win, 2 losses doesn't necessarily reflect that.
Yeah. Supernova is certainly one of those teams that I will be keeping an eye on. A very exciting young outfit. Like you mentioned earlier, party to the team as the organization. And if there's one thing that organization has proved over the years, it's an ability to recognize and nurture talent. Of course, they will be dealing with Supernova, or their opponent will be Big Brain, the God King and crew. Let's just hope, dude, listen, there was a game where Sakata played Winter Wyvern. I really hope Sakata doesn't play Winter Wyvern today from the mid lane. Gan, you fulfilled our quota for that one. So he can hold it down in that regard. It's going to be a fun series to watch no matter what, though. So make sure that you are here in about 40 minutes to continue that Dota. We're going to be signing out, though. So from myself, Snare, with the homie Daynog, peace! See you soon for some more Dota action. Remember to hydrate, remember to love yourself, and remember to share that love of Dota with us and of yourself. See you soon.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the China DPC. And we've done a little bit of a switcheroo, but Daniel, you're the one true consistent today. So, just swapping through the pairs. How's it going?
I'm going all right. It was a quick series previously. Of course, Holy Grail able to keep themselves undefeated at the top of the table. But this one feels like it's got, I'd say, a little bit more importance. Both teams aren't really that far out of touching distance between the top two. Obviously, promotion is what these teams are playing for, but a loss here, Supernova goes 1-3, Big Brain goes 1-2. So it means quite a lot for them.
Yeah, I think, chances for the side of Big Brain are still very much alive. They've had a couple of series, they're 2-3 overall in games, which is kind of a messy result so far, but 1-1 in series, so we can focus on that. Their chances of getting top two or, threatening the top side of the bracket are still pretty good, so we'll see if they're able to pull it out the bag here. Meanwhile, side of Supernova, I think we're expecting this team to be doing a little bit better than they are. 1-2 at the moment, and to be fair, they did take a game off Dissolution, and that third game was just absolutely wild. So there's a lot of asterisks behind this 1-2, but at the end of the day, it's the DPC. If you're 1-2, you're already feeling in a pretty bad and stressful situation because you just need to be pulling out dub after dub. Based on these teams, who do you know throughout these teams, and who are you kind of looking at between the two?
I mean, Cicada's the one that really stands out the most. Obviously, has TI experience back with IG Vitality back in the day, was constantly standing in when he was a coach. You've also got CSJ, I believe. He's putting himself in a really good position in a lot of these games. I think Supernova are better than what their standing shows. It always just is that high ground push that kind of brings them undone. So I wonder if that's something that, they're obviously backed by the Asta organization. We'll see on the cams that they're probably going to be playing from the Asta facilities. But, maybe that's just the sort of thing that, don't go high ground without Aegis, or just don't go high ground, period, unless you get a pick off beforehand. Maybe even leaning into heroes that provide them that potential pick off potential. Batrider's one of them.
Yep, and that'll be the first hero picked, as we do have the draft now available for this game, so we can jump into that, see what exactly is going to get picked and banned through these two teams today. The China region has been like a little bit less kind of following, I suppose, what's been going on, like the Dream League, the international competitions at the moment. But they're kind of slowly adjusting. So we do see the Batriders being more and more contested, whereas it wasn't at the start. Now we have a Wind Ranger coming out from Big Brain as well, actually. Wind Ranger Spirit Breaker. Okay.
Well, the thing that really stands out to me is that a lot of the times when we see the Batrider, it's paired together with a Spirit Breaker, or it's paired together with a Silencer, and they've gone ahead and banned out the Silencer itself. So, you're not going to have that, guaranteed initiation, basically, coming through from Supernova. It's not like this is free for them. Of course, the plus side to the Batrider is that you can reliably pick it first and just throw it into one of 4 different roles, and it's going to have a pretty decent time in the game. You don't spam out the sticky napalm in one of the side lanes just because you're going to give a bunch of free stick charges through, and then Flamebreak is way too strong of a spell right now. And even position 4, we see them making a ton of space off the back of 2 points Firefly is enough to be able to clear out a creep wave, which is just nuts.
Yeah, it's so crazy, and you just stack up those blood grenades if you're on support, and you don't always have one on you, and you can always threaten kills. It's crazy, with the amount of damage which you're doing with your abilities at low levels now. It's actually kind of ridiculous. So I'm enjoying watching Batrider, but I also feel a little bit sick when I see it as well. A little bit of sick in my stomach. Hey, there we go. The draft now up, so you can see exactly what we're talking about. But Shadow Demon, another hero.
It's an amazing Shadow Demon game. Amazing. Purge against these two heroes is just god tier. No bulldoze, no even just charging away, obviously a lot slower. You've got to save for the charge, you've got to save for the shackle, you get rid of the wind run. So good, so good, this hero. So I really like the fact that Supernova, even though, this may very well be their support duo that they've picked up in the first phase, they're both really good for this game in particular.
definitely, yeah. And, even going past that and looking at Disruption as well, Wind Ranger and Spirit Breaker, they're both very single target focused heroes. They just want to be eliminating one hero from the fight each and every time. So Shadow Demon, he can throw out those saves and really kind of ruin their game in that regard as well. So that's going to be pretty important in this. Yeah, loving the Shadow Demon pickup from Supernova. This is really, really big. I think that's
his
one
positioning
of the
is going to need to be so vital, right? Like, if he gets himself picked off, then suddenly the Shadow Demon, not so great, It's going to be a lot more challenging once you get into, like, a Blink Dagger on the Wind Ranger, or an Orchid on the Wind Ranger, or a Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker, right? It just makes your positioning so much harder, and it means that you basically need to constantly be playing in tree lines or, like, behind members of your team. So I wonder if Supernova, they're going to go down the route just to afford the Shadow Demon a little bit more items, just through going like a any sort of hero that's able to clear stacks is basically what I want from them, because if this Batrider is promoted up to a core, then of course Firefly, great at being able to take ancient stacks, Shadow Demon, one of the best heroes in the game at being able to build those up, and right now, like you mentioned, single target Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger, not the best at being able to like invade and steal them away, even if the lanes go amazingly well for them.
Absolutely. So it's going to be Big Brain responding with the Void Spirit, which somehow makes it all the way through to the second phase as well. No one choosing to ban or pick that one as of yet. And Supernova is kind of a pick your poison. They realized that they had to face either the Void Spirit or the Storm Spirit, so they choose to ban out the Storm and will be playing against the Void.
I wonder if they feel like they need even more Dispel aggressively. Because, even just the Resonant Pulse purge on that feels pretty good too. I mean, I mentioned really wanting to ramp up the Shadow Demon's farm, but if you can get Blink Ags, amazing for this game. For the mid lane, like, can they afford to go an Ember Spirit? I'm not so sure. Like, you're one of those heroes that can take the stacks that Shadow Demon builds up for you, so it doesn't necessarily have to be the Batrider. But also, I'm not sure how great it is into a Wind Ranger and a Spirit Breaker. I mean, you mentioned the single target emphasis of the Wind Ranger too. A lot of more people, especially in the core role, are building Wind Ranger with the Atos. So again, more single target, more issues for the Ember Spirit to have to play around.
Yeah, Atos is so silly on this hero as well. Like, the amount of stats it gives you and just bumps you up so hard. It's crazy.
For sure. But I mean, if not that, it's kind of a dead hero. Wouldn't hate a Kunkka this game, just because, you get repositioned against both the SB and the Wind Ranger. Physical damage against a Void Spirit, very good. They're just going to go down the safer route. I mean, Kunkka's just... I don't really know what's wrong with him. Maybe not mobile enough. Maybe not enough, like, consistent backline poke. There's... Universal heroes give much more value, I guess, in terms of scaling than a Kunkka does.
Yeah, that's always the thing, right? Just like, I could pick Kunkka, or I could pick a Universal hero. Everyone's just like, just wanting to pick Universal heroes, and it's fair enough.
I feel like Kunkka fits a Universal archetype more than like Magnus and Marcy do, wouldn't you reckon?
Oh,
like,
yeah,
Marcy's thing is that she's just a beast and punches people hard with her fists, and Magnus is a freaking rhino, whereas Kunkka, he's kind of versatile, he's got his sword, and that's doing the majority of the damage. It's not him being strong,
Yeah, that's true. And I think Wyvern is one of the weirdest Universal heroes as well. Like,
Don't take it away from me. It's all that's winning me games lately.
But he's so obviously an int hero. He's a big blue Wyvern, which just shits out spells. But it's fine. It's fine. You can have your Wyvern.
It was so necessary. The right-click damage in lane was just god-awful previously, so now it actually feels quite nice.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what the thought process was to making heroes universal, because some of them it feels thematic, like Void Spirit obviously kind of had to be. But then some of them is kind of like, were you just trying to give the hero like a new lease of life, like Dazzle, Wyvern, I suppose?
Hasn't worked for Dazzle, really. But,
it really hasn't.
I mean... Yeah, I think it's just they wanted to add a new attribute. Ice Frog just does his standard thing where he gets a dartboard and throws a dart and sees what hits, and like, that's going to be the change this time around. I mean, 7.33 was the first clear Ice Frog patch in what feels like 2+ years, so it's great to have him back on board.
Absolutely. And what a shake-up.
Another Universal hero, the Venomancer.
Yep. Definitely a hero which I feel like is a universally statted should be universal hero, you know? It was always a bit weird having an Agi, but then you don't really want him to be in either. It's like, where do you go, sir? Where do you go?
It's a pretty great Benno game, right? Because specifically where they picked it up in the draft. Because if you have a look at Supernova, Batrider is essentially a core, and you need to make sure that it's being played in the off lane. And it is. And what Batrider hates is just any kind of slow that's going to prevent him from going for this blood grenade style that you were talking, right? Basically, Venom needs to be out of position and you need to hit the perfect flame break for you to enable any sort of kills to be able to happen here. So it's really just on the Veno as to whether this lane goes well or not, and he's got all the tools to make sure that it does.
Yeah, okay, so I get that as well. I also feel like on the flip side of why I'm not sure I love this Venno, you're playing against Mirana, you're playing against Batrider, you're playing against Ember, even to an extent Shadow Demon. So with Bat, Ember, and Mirana, you know, I was kind of hoping that they were just going to get even more stuns, you know, even more catch. Just triple down on it, quadruple down on it, because that is the main thing which is going to win you this game against these kind of heroes. And then the Shadow Demon as well is just another hero where, yeah, if you have like 1 or 2 forms of catch, he's going to be super annoying. If you have 3 or 4 forms of catch, he's not really going to be that annoying. He throws that disruption out on your primary target. You just switch to him as a secondary target, and all of a sudden the game's not too hard. I do feel like Venomancer's just going to get left behind in this draft. So he's either going to just be blown up in this fight, because they're going to be able to find him as well. Like Supernova have tons of catch also. So
can I give you a counterpoint though?
Yeah. Can
I give you a counter? If not Venomancer, because I think this is a 5 Venomancer, what other 5 could you do that would give the jump needed? The only other hero that I can see that provides like a little bit of lockdown and synergizes well against these mobile-ish heroes is like a CM. You know, the Frostbite feels pretty good this game. But I feel like the damage on Supernova as well, do you really want to be committing like Lasso onto a 5 Venomancer? Probably not. You know, you need to get like the disruption into an arrow, but if Veno is getting caught by that, he's out of position. And all a 5 Veno needs to do in fights is like press R on a hero, lay down like 1 or 2 Plague Wards and cast his Gale, and that's it. He's done. Like that's all he needs to do. And if he can hit onto the Batrider, even better.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Sure, I think there are fights where the Veno can work, for sure. I also think there's fights where the Veno could feel bad, but that's kind of Veno 5 in a nutshell, isn't it? Like, that's just, you know what you're getting when you pick the hero. Alternatives for Big Brain on their position 5, you know, I actually would have liked to see a Snap 5 from them, which is a bit unconventional, but it would have kind of increased their go and also give you some, like, backlines help with the Mortimer's Kisses. But then, yeah, I do see your points about Venomancer as well, and I'm interested to see how it plays in the game, and if Big Brain's read can correct about it, but they also have a disruption and now a shield to deal with it as well. And the final pick of the game is going to be that Darkseer. So let's quickly talk about the Abaddon first, because I think that's probably the most important pick. That is going to be the carry pickup for Supernova. So how does that affect their draft?
Slows it down a lot. And so, you know, it's not really something that can look to play alongside a lot of these other heroes. It also is going to leave him questioning Winter the choice of, you know, do I go into Radiance, which is, you know, the standard Abaddon build before you get into Harpoon, Manta style, that sort of stuff. But can you do that now that you're going up against a Darkseer? I'm not so sure. You know, you get off the Wall of Replica, actually it's a position 3 Abaddon now. So is this a 1 Batrider? Okay,
what?
All right, so they've changed up the priority. You know what? I like it. You know, they want to make sure that this Batrider isn't laning into the Venomancer, which was the important thing that I was saying was really good. And also the Darkseer pickup makes that Radiance build a lot less
tasty.
Ideal, I guess is the way. Tasty is probably a better way to do it. But like the Wall of Replica, and eventually if he gets into the normal punch as well, just makes his life so much harder. So I like the fact that Supernova have changed it up and identified what Big Brain are trying to do. Will the 1 Batrider work? I'm not so sure.
It kind of feels like, you know, you're doing like a, I don't know, like you're trying to make a racetrack and then there's like a molehill in the way. So you just fucking TNT it rather than just kind of, you know, you could have just moved the molehill with a shovel, but instead they've just blown the whole thing up, you know, and now I'm back carry. This is something which people experimented with. I mean, I'm not even sure people did experiment with it a whole lot. It was mid, and there was right-click Batrider with Moonshard back in the day when you could apply sticky napalm, and you can still do that with the shard. Is that going to be the play, or is it just going to be a Batrider with like a really early Octarine and Ags and stuff, just kind of running in and getting shit done? I don't know. I have no idea what the read is here. This is absolutely crazy, but I'm super pumped to see it. I mean, I was, it's an early start for me. I was like, okay, gonna do some China, always fun, but I'm a little tired, and now I'm hyped. I'm ready for this one. Give me some Batrider carry. Let's go.
You're woken up. I mean, there's the additional benefit of having the Abaddon into the Venomancer as well. So you also have that cleanse for the Venomous Scale. Obviously, TZ hasn't leveled up anything just yet. Might see him put points into the Poison Sting instead. You never know. It's an interesting draft for sure. Like, I don't know how I feel about the position 1 Wind Ranger as well. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's still too hit or miss for me. Just being able to like be that reliable carry into the later stages, especially considering what you're going up against, right? And with the Abaddon pushing back to like a position 3, maybe you do put a couple of extra points into like the more supporty style things so that you're able to get off that Aphotic Shield. Maybe you get into, I don't know, an Aghanim Scepter eventually. Just weird things like this.
Yeah, I have a really weird take on wind carry, and that's that it's very good, but I think around like your 4th item, buy some attack speed. No one buys attack speed on this hero, and it's like, okay, yes, I get it. You have focus fire, but like, if you are the position 1, I really, really like to see teams like getting some sort of attack speed item on this hero, and sometimes it's okay if you already have like Manta and stuff, if you go in that kind of build on the carry, so that can circumvent it a little bit if you've worked into your build so far. But if you don't have any, then like you need to get some. You can't just rely on focus fire in like the late game scenarios as a carry, because okay, great, you kill one hero, but you want to be doing more than that as a carry hero in a game, especially when buybacks start coming through and stuff. So
yeah. Once you're like level 25, it gets okay, but by that point, it's like you probably need to have addressed the issue at that stage. Yeah,
for sure. And this game, you might not even see it going for the left talent, the cooldown reduction one, because you're against a Shire Demon, so you might want the Wind Run cannot be dispelled talent.
Correct.
So
he's playing for the level 30, is what we're saying.
Yeah, playing for level 30 this game. That's why they picked Wind.
Yeah.
Smart move.
I think it's important to be able to play Wind Ranger 1 just to give flex in the draft, and it means that you can like first phase it, but I'm not sure I feel like that's its best position in the game. I still feel like mid is the best position to run a Wind Ranger. You're looking to make a lot of those pick-off attempts. You've got solid mobility. You really take advantage of levels early on. So I think that's the best tool to be able to have for it. But you know what? If you can do little switch ups like this, run the Darkseer as a last pick, change things up a bit, then it can work.
It can. We'll see how it progresses into the game, but more importantly, does look like Winter is just playing a normal Batrider thus far. Nothing really exciting queued up for him. He's even looking at the Vanguard, Arcanes, just normal Batrider things. So
makes a lot of sense. Like, whenever you're playing it in the side lanes, you want to make sure that you're just not getting pushed out of the lanes. So Vanguard, of course, you can disassemble it into the Octarine, which feels really nice as well. You've also got, they actually switched things up and had the Venomancer being paired together with the Darkseer, so avoiding that dual melee setup like the Spirit Breaker plus Darkseer, which is, in my opinion, still one of the strongest duos in the game, but they really just wanted to avoid this Venomancer running into the Abaddon.
Yeah, it's fair. You don't want to just have your entire Venomancer's presence nullified. Oh, CSJ taking some heavy hits there as Chola tries to jump in and catch him out on the sidelines, but not quite enough to finish the job. Yeah, it's surprising that Winter's still holding the points here, even after making an aggressive play. I would have really thought he just grabs a napalm at that point, but holds on the point. What does he think?
I mean, the important role is just shutting down this Darkseer, right? He doesn't have someone to be able to play with. He'll be able to get the surge off.
Blood grenade onto Chola, though. He's actually just straight up dead. That's going to be it. First blood. TZ. Now fight for the Lotus. Oh, very hype. Everyone click. Who's a better clicker? It's Winter.
So yeah, like he still was holding the point there, but again, like against the Darkseer, that's the person that you're trying to lock down, and I really don't think you can afford to go Sticky Napalm before like level 4. Otherwise, you're just going to make his laning so much easier. So, you know, a little surprised that he hasn't put anything into the Firefly, but I mean, to be fair, he doesn't exactly have the mana pool at this stage to be able to be casting both Flame Break and Firefly, and Flame Break's so important towards the laning. I want to see a second point in the Flame Break, maybe, but, you know, 1 point still provides the same amount of slow, so maybe it just feels like there isn't the value there.
What is he doing? He's still not part of... He's level 3 and he's just got 1 point.
It's fine. He's waiting for the right scenario. Maybe
Dude, this
wait
is...
for the Surge to be on cooldown. Still quite a long cooldown, level 1, 21 seconds.
Charging
And he's
towards the
farming,
middle
uncontested.
lane. This could be pretty big here from Fishgod to be able to pick up this bounty rune here. And, sorry, the water rune. He's been able to do exactly that, actually, is... Han taking some hits.
17%.
Yeah, that's not bad. A lot of heroes coming over, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to close the gap onto the Ember Spirit right now. Charge is available if Fishgod can get the vision, but meanwhile, Sheep is just straight up dead.
Yeah, he just got focused down. Not wanting to lay out the Venomous Gale just in case. Could have potentially gone for a cheeky play like Disruption into being able to deny yourself with the illusions there, but still end up securing the kill, still end up making this Void Spirit have a pretty decent time in this mid lane. Getting the bottle refill though, so tactical death by Sheep.
Indeed.
Going for a
We'll
bit of a
go
move
with
up
that.
top.
Yeah. Chen just really kind of buttering up. God King here is... Yeah, Fishgod will arrive and Chen has to back himself away. Still pretty happy to just kind of stick around there. They don't have a huge amount of kill potential between these two heroes.
So my thing that I'm just going to be thinking of is like, when is someone going to make a rotation towards this this ancient camp area? Watching CSJ as well, he's got plenty of stacks on him of the sticky napalm, but has the magic wand to be able to use for that. They saw Sheep building up stacks inside of the ancient camp for Supernova. It was underneath a Watcher, which he since reclaimed. But like, it's basically only Darkseer that can reliably take them in this earlier stage.
Arrow out onto
Nice charge.
Wind. Yeah, Charge going to be able to disrupt that and buy God King the space he needs to get himself back and
Poor
keep
Han.
himself nice and healthy.
He's getting harassed so much in this mid lane. He's actually a little low on mana as well, and not yet level 6, so might actually end up going down here.
Yeah, he's got 10-1 charges, and actually they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit there. Oh, TZ, Jesus, that was kind of close. Pings out the ward, but nah, he just read you, dude. Sheep. Oh, Chola trying to get away from the Spirit Rake who just leaps into a camp which is being stacked. Jesus, that was terrifying. Does survive.
And now you have Winter down on the bottom side, getting that solo kill onto the Darkseer. So again, the Darkseer's lane so much more difficult when he doesn't have that melee hero to be able to play around with. And you can see Sheep, he's really looking to try and be a bodyguard for this. I'm not sure if he needs to, though. Again, like, you don't really have the greatest invaders to be able to take the stacks outside of the Darkseer. And CSJ tried to go for the TP back, so I'm sure they're going to be aware of this. He has to take the Walk of Shame down that bottom lane to be able to invade into it. And in the meantime, Sheep, he's just going to be in a position to, once again, build up another stack for his team and secure that Wisdom Rune. Although, Spirit Breaker.
Gotta love the Wisdom Runes. Yeah, it's going to be a battle of timings here between Sheep and... Is Sheep gone
is
too
that
early?
too early?
No, he hasn't actually. He's done it excellently. Especially with the arrow follow-up from Chola here. So he's going to have to look for an escape here.
No
and
chance.
he's going to be all right. Oh, Ancient.
Okay.
Oh, he's okay. He stopped
did
to
you
pop
see
the
that?
stick, though. Yeah, and Hans is going to follow him up now. He gets a kill.
So he stopped to pop the stick, and he used the salve, but Han, with the path through of the Fire Remnant, ended up doing the damage to be able to disable that, and then he just goes and yoinks the kill with a Sleight of Fist. We get another solo kill as well onto the Darkseer, and before the Batrider still ends up dying, but more importantly, it's not the experience going over to the Darkseer, so he's still level 5, and Batrider's nearly level 7.
Yeah, pretty disastrous down here for CSJ. Usually he's the rock of this team. Usually he's the one kind of always having a pretty decent time, giving himself a decent start into the game with good hero picks and all that kind of thing.
Finally, you've got the hero to be able to play around with, though.
Yeah, it's taken
This
them
would
a
be
while
huge.
to really group up here, but that said, I mean, the Bat's just going to be able to get up to the high ground, and all of a sudden, they can look to really turn the tides here. In fact, Fish God, he's just going to get run down by Han and by Winter here, and yeah, Han's even just going to take the kill for himself, and that's going to be that. TZ and CSJ just have to back themselves the hell away.
Yep. I mean, it's the right sort of move that they went, but it's just come too late. You know, the Darkseer doesn't have the levels to be able to contest into him. He didn't even end up using the Flame Break to be able to stop the Spirit Breaker charge, just because that's how confident he feels. You know, he had the Healing Lotus to be able to play around with, plenty of stats. You know, the just leveling up increases your damage so much as any sort of universal hero. They're going to make another attempt in onto him. I'm not sure if this one's going to work out either, though.
Yeah, it's ambitious.
Another Ion Shell through. Yeah.
And
they
Han and
see-
Chola are like hiding in the wings here. They are ready to go. TZ is just gone. This Venomancer is not surviving this one. The Surge even used optimistically to try and get him out, but it was too little, too late for TZ. And now the Darkseer himself can't actually step up on this lane at all because there's no Surge available. I feel like they're putting a lot of resources into trying to shut down this Bat, but Bat's just such a strong early game hero. Let's see, charge out onto Han, but Han's able to cancel it out by using the Sleight of Fist on him, so he's going to get away nice and safely.
Man, is that Observer Ward on the bottom lane really out of range of the Sentry? That's kind of crazy if it is. Look at how close it is. It's like just on the very tip.
Which one? The...
Near the bottom tier 1 tower.
Oh, yeah, that's wild. That's illegal if that's not in range, actually.
Mm-hmm. But it feels bad. And Sheep has built up so many stacks inside of this jungle. I'm sure he's like, please, someone go and take it, and finally ends up giving it over to Winter. So, you know, you leave the bottom side with all of the attention, especially now that Darkseer is level 6. You've got Spirit Breaker just putting a lot of attention in onto him. As mid lane, Lucky Bash. Although, Sheep.
Good lord. That was, yeah, that was close. That was pretty damn close. Winter, ooh.
Oh, we ended up right-clicking, breaking the smoke.
Yeah, I don't think it matters, actually. It seems to be okay, but yeah, kind of a waste of smoke there. Or maybe...
Most of the time you do it just like with a Timbus or a Batrider and just let the Firefly do it for free and the creeps don't actually respond, so it's fine. But, you know, it's a little perplexed by it. Hopefully he picks up that tier 1 token for the boys, rewarding them for all those juicy stacks. And with that, I mean, Sheep went from barely level 4 to 6.5 just off of all of these stacks that he was able to build up for his team. So that's the teamwork that we've come to see from Supernova, especially in this early stages. You know, things working out pretty well for them in terms of their responses to that bottom side of the map. It's still, of course, going to be how they execute this transition into the mid and eventually the late game.
Yeah, it's again, I'm just watching this Batrider, and okay, he's just queued up a Octarine core as well. So this is just going
He's
to
nearly
be
got it finished. Like,
yeah,
after
I mean,
this camp, he'll have it done.
with the disassembles. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. What a crazy hero. So nothing particularly insane coming out from the Batrider so far, at least. No moon shards yet. I'm still hoping for it. I'm not going to lie to you.
You know what? I can understand why. It is a very entertaining build just to see him lasso someone and they just blow up entirely, but
Just spit all over him.
pretty much. They're going to be able to take their own tier 1 tower up on this top side, opening up more space for Chen to farm. This is basically just going to be a position 1 Abaddon that was picked to make sure that the Venomancer had a rougher time. Going straight Manta, again, makes a lot of sense. Going into, you know, being able to disjoint the Shackle, being able to, if you're really on point, dodge out the Spirit Breaker stun. Venomous Gale, of course, you've got the Aphotic Shield for other people, but you could use the Manta for yourself, and even just for farming capabilities. You're a universal hero, you want to get into Manta and potentially that Echo Saber Harpoon as quickly as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is the real carry of this draft. I just found it so strange that they decided to swap up this drastically just because of the lanes. You know, I would have thought if you want to switch up like this, then just have Winter play the Abaddon and just put him in the off lane. You know, it's the laning matchup, or you know where the players actually go in the laning phase, that important to your team that you choose to kind of switch up the roles this much. I mean, that could come back to bite them as well. In the like kind of later game, you know, you want your voice to be consistent throughout all games you play. So having your carry player be on your offlaner, and I think I never like to see it. I think it just affects your team strategy too much. But they have
Big
managed to
team
land an
fight
arrow here onto this Venomancer, who's trying to come into the side. Does get off the Noxious Plague, but does die. Now Winter looking for another target here, and that one's going to be the Wind Ranger. Wind, I don't think she's got a way out of this one. She's going to be dropping as well. 2 big kills and a tower in the middle lane for Supernova. I mean, I'm doubting them, but at the same time, they're 4k gold up at 13 minutes. So, you know, might not see the late game for it to matter.
They are, but this is the thing, right? Like, I'm not sure I like the Wind Ranger, especially being promoted up to the position 1, when you've got this... You've been hard counted by the Shadow Demon, you know, and
Yeah.
you make it an even more important hero that's been hard counted. And then on top of that, Universal Hero still going the old build into the Maelstrom. So, yes, you dish out a lot of damage, but that's all you really do. You saw there how quickly she melted just because Javelin and eventually the Mithril Hammer, that's not providing you any sort of stats. You go into the Atos instead, that's an additional, like, at least, what, 200, 300 HP that you're getting off the back of that, plus still dealing plenty of damage too.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I think there's been some pretty critical mistakes being made.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Nova have capitalized upon that excellently. They it just feels like they kind of won this draft. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too sure. Big Brain
I liked
not living
the
up to their
Darkseer
names.
pick overall, but I didn't like the fact that you didn't run the Spirit Breaker with it. Like, yes, the Venomancer into the Abaddon doesn't feel great, but they just don't level up Gale, you know? Like, it's go more points in the Poison Stick, go Plague Ward, because they don't exactly have the greatest ways to be able to deal with Plague Wards, right? It's not like you're going up against a Naga Siren or a PL Draft or anyone with insane right-click speed. You want to be able to protect your towers,
and
and Plague Ward's the
again,
best.
a similar story to before. Sheep just runs him down, literally. Just Shadow
Yep.
Demon just walks towards him. Demonic Purge. She turns around with a focus fire, and then she's just like, all right, I mean, I've already done what I needed to do. I'm just going to sit in the trees now and watch you
I
die.
mean, Sheep's only 1 level behind the Wind
That's
Ranger at this
insane.
point, off of all those stacks that he's built up, off of the kills that he's been involved in. And Wind Ranger, you would have to say, like, not this real hard late game carry. You know, you want to get kills. You know, you farm by getting kills on this hero, and she is 0-2-0.
Is he going to go down to the poisons? Will it be enough? No, it will not.
It'll be fine.
Hand's going to survive. Even at the Flame Guard
gonna
there
be-
actually to work with, so he's just not
Yeah.
worried at all.
It's going to be a
Cool.
game where you get pretty decent value out of the Tormentor as well. I mean, just giving the Shadow Demon the Demonic Cleanse feels pretty nice against a Venomancer too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit of extra healing, considering a lot of their damage does come through slow-ish. Even got an Observer Ward that they're going to be able to de-ward.
Yeah, so going back to that Darkseer,
Dire's
I think I would have liked it if it was able to lane with a Spirit Breaker, but that was kind of the issue,
Yep.
and the big kind of gotcha from Supernova as well. They just outmaneuvered them in the laning phase by shoving the Abaddon top, meaning that they needed to run the Venomancer with the Darkseer, and that's just not a combo. It's very weak.
Yeah, it is. Like, it really
is under attack.
prevents the effectiveness of this Venomancer even in the lane, right? You're not only gimping your Darkseer, but you're gimping the Venom, one of, in my opinion, the strongest heroes in the game, and that's why this position 5, sorry, I'm seeing another charge here.
You certainly are, sir, and that is going to be on to Winter, who is maybe going to drop. Oh, Sheep comes in, he gets the disruption off, and actually, they can try and keep Winter alive. Essence going to come in and finish the job. TP out as Hard looking to now deal the damage on to this Void Spirit Void. Does he go for the kill? Does he try and get himself away? He's going to try and get himself away, but there comes a Harpoon, dragging him back onto the high ground. What a position to be in, and that is going to be the death of S. Great couple of kills there coming out of Supernova. Sure, they lose that Bat Rider, but the real carry comes through. Chen is here, and he cleans up.
Run Cicada. That was all I was having in my mind when he was playing that Void Spirit, diving in, getting a much important kill, but that's just how heavily they needed to commit to even get a singular kill. Net worth still extending at the end of all of this. Chola, he was just spending his time farming up towards the top side. They've basically all got ways soon enough to be able to dispel a big portion of the damage over time that Big Brain are going to be throwing at them. You've got the Yule Scepter almost finished up by Hans, so both effective at being able to stop the Veno, also dispels the Surge, dispels the Bulldoze, dispels the Wind Run. Really effective tool. And, you know, even though it's got a relatively short cast range, you're going to be able to find a way to be able to get in onto the backlines. Spirit Breaker dies again, and this is like a 5 Spirit Breaker that's forced to go into this Shadow Blade just because they really don't have any other ways to be able to get onto this goddamn Shadow Demon.
Yep. And something interesting to mention about that whole thing is that Wind is actually going for a Lincoln's as well. Now, this would be a nice answer. However, Sheep already has an inbuilt Lincoln's Popper and Disseminate as well. So
Yeah.
it's slightly less range, you know, it's going to force him more out of position to cast this Demonic Purge, but
It's also not great stats, the Lincolns.
something.
Like, sure, you get the ultimate orb, but with the amount of gold that you spend for that, you can get a full ATOS. You know, you can enable your survivability, you can enable your damage output. It provides you more catch, which we would have to say they're kind of lacking right now, you know, and it's only going to get worse once Bat Rider himself gets into the Lincolns, the Manta Style, these sort of items.
Yeah. God King just not really getting the farm either to be that scary kind of mounting force. Sheep actually just going to walk straight into him now, and oh look, there's another Demonic Purge. This guy is getting so sick of this shit. They get the lasso off, and down he goes. God King falls again. Sheep still absolutely fine. He's going to throw down the disruption and set up for maybe another kill, but the cavalry is riding on in here as they just annihilate Sheep. Looking over towards Winter as well. Where is the rest of Supernova? Well, in comes Chen. He has got a shield immediately popped though on the Bat Rider, and Bat's just going to end up going down here. Chen fighting up into this, gets the silence off onto the Void Spirit, needs to reapply it here, but the Void Spirit gets himself away. The Surge coming through and getting him to safety. Han can't chase, but they will be able to kill off TZ at the very least. Chen still plenty healthy. He's got the borrowed time as well as, oh nice my arrow. God, that was not a jump from Cicada. That's just going to feed a bunch of kills away of Chen.
Yep, the real carry, once again, putting himself at the forefront there, getting the triple kill at the end of it all. He's already got the Harpoon and nearly into the Manta Style. It really feels like for Supernova, it's going to be around that like 21-ish minute mark. Just secure the Wisdom Runes for your team. Maybe someone could get a little bit cheeky. Maybe it's going to be Chola, go steal away the one that they've got to be able to play around with. But level 15 on the Abaddon, plus this Manta Style, feels like it's going to be all systems go.
Absolutely. The Void Spirit tried to make a neat play in. I think he dissimulated into the fight and had a step still available, but he got changed at just the right time. Han really kind of reading that one excellently and getting off the chain at the right time, setting themselves up for that Void Spirit kill.
Another initiation in onto the poor Venomancer, but good Plague Ward setup. This is kind of what I was wanting him to do earlier on, you know? Like, just more points in the Plague Wards, even if it comes at the cost of Poison Sting or any points in the Venomous scale, it's just going to do so much. It's going to mean that they can't just continue to run at you. Like, the time that Han spent just hitting that Plague Ward 4 times meant that God King was actually able to get away. You know, he gets into his next item. He gets another neutral for himself. He's going to position himself next to this Wisdom Rune as well. He's going to get another Ancient Camp. So it's these little things that might not feel like much, but they're really not playing with much right now at this stage on Big Brain. And they've got the Shadow Blade at least completed for the Spirit Breaker. Plus 2 points in the Bulldoze. Again, it's really just going to be where is Sheep going to position himself under vision. They can see him right now. They've got an Observer Ward right next to the outpost, but yeah. I mean, you just don't know where anyone is on Supernova right now, so I'm not sure if they can afford to make that sort of move.
Yeah, I feel like they might have just had the conversation where they said something along the lines of maybe we don't fight on the other side of the map. Maybe we just have to be more realistic about the position we're in. We're 10k gold behind, or at least we know that we're somewhere around that mark. It's kind of time to play like it. As much as our heroes are very capable of doing stuff at a disadvantage, you know, they're very do-stuff heroes, you got to be realistic at some point and just say, okay, you know what, we need to find an opening here which is made for us by the enemy making a mistake. You know, we can't really be on the front foot.
And they're doing little things, right? Like, all 3 cores are playing in very separate areas of the map, so even though you lose Roshan, the net worth lead barely grows for Supernova. You know, you get in closer towards that next big item for the Wind Ranger. She's nearly got the Lincoln Sphere completed, just about 500 gold away from the Cornucopia. Darkseer, he's starting to build into some stats for himself. I mean, if there's anyone that's going to die, at least it's the Pos 5 Veno, you know? Like, it's not a core. The other cores are looking to farm. You've also got, prior to that, when they were doing Roshan, he was doing the right thing. He was protecting the Ancients camp area. He was just spamming out those Plague Wards, so... You know, it's one of these things that when you're this far behind, there isn't exactly like a correct move for you to make.
For sure, yeah. And being the canary for your team is sometimes the most valuable thing you can do. Just getting that information. So Aegis picked up. They also take the enemy Tormentor as well. That's going to give Mirana a little fart cloud whenever she leaps, but is now in a bit of trouble, and they're actually going to be able to take her down. So Nice shot, bro. Chen.
Take a quick pick off like that. Chen doesn't have the Aegis as well.
Yeah, borrowed time is going to be popped here. And, well, in comes Han as well. They're looking to try and get this bit of a turnaround coming in here. But CSJ is just kind of fighting into them. They'll lose the Spirit Breaker straight off the bat. But Han, could he be in some trouble? I mean, he's still got an Aegis, so
Dark King's
absolutely
still not
not.
here.
Yeah, CSJ running out of spells here, but does move across, looks to finish off Han, but don't forget, you know, again, has
the
the
one with the
Aegis. He's not
Aegis.
really too bothered. Now, Winranger's going to commit to the fight. She has got that focus fire to try and bring down Chen. Chen does not have borrowed time available. Nice catch coming out from Cicada. They got to finish off this kill to make this anywhere
Demonic
near
Purge.
worth it, and that's just not going to happen. God King's brought down. I'll go over towards the Point Spirit as well, and that is going to make it 5 heroes dead on the side of Big Brain. A nice idea, but unfortunately the execution just wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, they did the right thing at the start. You know, they waited until they were isolated away. They used their charge with the Shadow Blade to be able to get that quick initiation onto. They popped the borrowed time pretty early on into the fight, but, you know, Boots of Travel, Batrider able to get there pretty quickly. But then they just switched to the Ember Spirit for some reason. The Aegis carrier not wanting to commit further onto this Abaddon, and it really reduced the impact coming through from both the Wind Ranger and the Venomancer. You know, having that Aphotic Shield available is so huge, as well as just the pure damage output. And off the back of that, Chen got 2 full levels. Now he's got his level 15 talent, so plus 65 damage, Manta completed, and he's nearly got a freaking Blink Dagger as well. So yeah, it's gone bad from bad to worse for Big Brain.
Yeah, watching that fight again, you know, it kind of felt like there wasn't much in the way of communication for Big Brain. They were literally just going on whatever target was closest to them. Made it very, very easy for themselves to be kited around by Supernova.
Not the easiest game to be playing at this point.
Nah.
Or TZ, again, having to be the canary in the coal mine, but he'll at least back himself off quickly enough to make sure that he doesn't feed more valuable kill gold over. And right now, he's happy to just steal away the farm that they've got to be able to play around with on Big Brain. Means that they need to be very creative with where exactly they can look to pick it up. And I'm trying to think of what their next timing is going to even be for them. I mean, they've got level 15, so they've got another Dissimulate ring. So maybe it's going to be on Cicada to try and, like, force them to one area of the map, let the Wind Ranger get into the next item. But, I mean, it feels like with all of these levels, with all of these additional items that they've already got on Supernova, they're just going to increase their net worth at an even faster rate than what Big Brain are going to be able to recover.
TZ's never going to die again in this game. He's finally got his first item for game. It's a 4-star. Let's go. That's it. He is immortal.
If you could force them back towards this top side, it's some sort of space being given over. That's why Cicada's like committing so heavily, pops the Manta, pops a Astral Step to be able to do it. But again, like there really isn't a reason for Supernova to split up. You know, they've taken all of the outer towers with this Aegis. They won a team fight. They've nearly got into this next big item, and they might have found the value.
Yep. Abaddon thought he'd got himself just another kill, and then I said, "Not today, motherfucker! I got my 4-star ready to go." Hell yeah, he's feeling hype right now.
All right, so Big Brain have done their research. They know that where Supernova come undone is when they try and push onto the high ground, especially when it's without the Aegis. So they're just like, you know what? We just need to wait it out, and they'll win the game for us. You know, they'll go for a dive that's perhaps a little bit too deep. They'll allow our Wind Ranger to actually get a focus fire off onto the target that he wants. The downside, of course, is that he's got his Aghanim Scepter completed at 27 minutes.
Oh, beautiful timing there. That was perfect. And now another Tormentor. Don't mind if we do. Demonic Cleanse? Nope. Okay. Well, that's going to be the Curse of Avernus buff. I mean, is it still
You'll
pretty
take
damn
it.
good? Yeah.
Poor sheep. He's like, come on, man. Just give me my shard. I like that they actually clarified the wording of the level 20 talent. Previously, it was just the extra damage from the Demonic Purge, but now it actually clarifies that it does the heal as well. You needed to be a Shadow Demon nerd to know that one.
Demonic Purge / cleanse damage / heal. Ah,
Yeah,
yes,
it's a
so
bit of
clear. Yeah,
A bit of a word
really
vomit.
understand what's going on there.
Uh-huh.
Dire's courier has been killed.
This is the thing, though, with a Batrider, right? Like, you can just put yourself out on the lane for, like, a split second. use the Firefly, run it through the creep wave that's fighting into another one, and then you just take 2 neutral camps at the exact same time and continue to be at the top of the net worth charts. The Spirit Breaker's like constantly just looking around on the map. He's always going to be able to avoid that charge coming through. If he gets another Wisdom Rune, like he even needed it on this bat.
Yeah. TC. Oh no, I lied. It wasn't his last death. But I'm not entirely sure what he's doing in the enemy jungle. Just getting some vision down, I guess. But
he's got so low net worth that he's going to be up in 30 seconds anyway. So if he's just doing his job of keeping the waves pushed in, he's always going to be available for that key team fight.
Too easy for TZ.
And Chen is in a little bit deep. Just looking to play around that harpoon and blow someone up. They're actually going to go for a smoke here without the Venomancer. I'm not sure if this is the time to be doing it, though.
This is questionable. Oh, God. The Darkseer can't do anything. He's just immediately going to get himself silenced forever. Chen is held back for now, so that's going to give him a chance to actually drop a couple of his spells down. CSJ trying to run away from this one. They've already dropped the Wind Ranger as well. She just cannot play the game as long as Sheep is alive. Hard looking to finish the job here onto CSJ. CSJ just trying to juke him out, knowing that if he runs to the straight line, he's just dead. What does it matter? I mean, of all the fights to take, why that?
Yeah, felt a little bit odd. I mean, I know you're so far behind, but this is the period of the game where Spirit Breaker gonna die.
Yes.
Yeah, he's dead.
They have the vision.
They have the Yules as well to be able to cancel out any sort of bulldoze shenanigans. And I mean, Sakata, you're a good player, but I don't think you can 1v5 this one, man. We talked about the issues with Supernova and going up onto the high ground, but turns out the recipe is pretty simple. Just win a team fight right before that and make sure that it isn't going to necessarily impact you. The plus side of the death that the Spirit Breaker had towards the bottom side is that he pushed out the wave far enough that it enabled the backdoor protection, at least for a little bit. That mid wave, though, will look to cancel it.
Yeah, they can heal a little bit by stunning up the Abaddon and just stopping him from smacking down the range. In fact, the Rage Barracks, yeah, going to heal up all the way to half. Pretty nice. Ember, a little bit of control out onto Han, but of course, no one's really in danger if you've got an Abaddon and a Shadow Demon behind you.
A high ground defense is still pretty decent, though. You know, Darkseer in any sort of, like, narrow corridor is always going to feel really strong with the Royal Replica. We saw parts of it in that previous fight. He was almost able to get away as well, considering he has built into both the Pipe and the Greaves. I'm trying to think, like, is there going to be value for the Aghanim Scepter for the Darkseer this game? I'm not so sure. I think against the Abaddon, it still feels fairly strong, just to have to go up into this, but I don't know. Maybe he feels like he's going to get a little bit more value out of the Lotus just to be able to protect the Wind Ranger from that Demonic Purge specifically.
Well, another smoke up from Big Brain.
Another smoke
They're going to move on over, but Chola is there to reveal them.
Not again.
And Han, well, he's got the BKB. He's going to scoop up CSJ and drag him back over to his team. They don't want to just take down this Darkseer, but he's got the Lotus Orb and the Surge to get himself to safety. But, oh no, the Wind Ranger pushed so far out of position, going for the TP out, but the Yules is there to cancel it. And it looks like it's going to be another sad, sad death for God King. Now I'll go over towards the Cicada here. Cicada just trying to play his way through it right now. Spirit Breaker trying to cause some issues on the backlines, but, I mean, Sheep is just absolutely buttering up, but the charge is there. Damage, he needs a bash, he's not going to find it. Meanwhile, Cicada's dead on the front lines. Back towards the rear here, we're going to see the Spirit Breaker being carved up, and that's going to be that. GG is called, they can't take it anymore. It is going to be a pretty clean win here for the side of Supernova.
This is what I was talking about when I said they're a better team than their win-loss ratio shows. You know, the draft was solid. The ability to flex the Abaddon to be a position 3 was solid. The fact that they basically played them like the same sort of roles, but showed that they've got the players to be able to flex that sort of thing and avoid a really bad matchup was solid too. We got to say, though, for Big Brain, maybe the name doesn't necessarily vibe with some of the gameplay so much. Man, that sounds so toxic. But, you know, not laning the Spirit Breaker together with the Darkseer was a little bit odd. Going this kind of dated Wind Ranger build was a little bit odd, and just never seeming to be able to find that Shadow Demon was also a little bit odd. You know, just every single team fight, it felt like God King was just completely disabled by the fact that, yeah, eventually you got the Lincolns, but it's up against a a guy that already has the Aghanim Scepter. So, you know, he has the Disseminate. He was able to get into the Aether Lens, and he's always able to just stay at the very back of every single one of these engagements. I mean, he even survives at the very end of this this previous one here. Like, it's crazy how much work Sheep did on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, she was an absolute beast in this one. I think everybody kind of performed pretty damn well. You know, the role switch didn't seem to affect them at all, but when you're this far ahead, why would it? You know, it's not like you really have a bad call to make. Either go or go were the calls to be made here from the side of Supernova, and they chose to go. I have no idea what this Wind Ranger pick was about. Like, you pick it up, it gets countered, so you put it into carry roll. Is that really the reaction you want? Sheep even grabs himself an Aghanim Scepter on the Shadow Demon as well. So in case you're like, oh, don't worry, my Lincolns will save me. Yeah, no, I've got 3 of these to just shove on your face. Like, and I will do it. So help me God. I will just put them all on you.
Do we give it to Sheep though? I mean, Han and Chen didn't die a single time. Han was part of 26 out of the 34 kills, so that's a pretty high kill participation.
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, they don't win this as cleanly if not for Sheep, though, I would say.
I mean, but what does Sheep really do? What does Sheep really do?
Press
Other than
R.
just press R on Wind Ranger every time he was seen on map.
Or the Darkseer.
Yeah, okay, like 2 on the Darkseer and like 20 on the Wind.
Sets up for arrows with his Q. Got farm, built up stacks for the Batrider. Come on.
All right, you've convinced me, Mr. Support Man. Let's go. Well, we can give it the way of Sheep. I'm here for it. But fantastic games coming out from pretty much all 3 cores. The win off lane from Winter, pretty much able to make a decent amount of space in the Batrider as well. Everybody dominating their lanes, like across the board. A very clean win from Supernova. So you could really make a good case for giving it to anyone.
Absolutely. I mean, there really wasn't a weak link coming through from this team. It was a dominant performance from start to finish. Despite all of that, just having a look at it on my screen at the win probability, it was pretty heavily big brain favored at like the 14-minute mark. And I'm not sure how. You know, the lanes were going pretty well for them overall. Maybe just not having faith in this position 1 Batrider, I guess, is all I can really think about. But to me, it was just always going to reach this eventual critical mass where, you know, Shadow Demon was going to use the stacks to be able to not only get into his Aghanims faster, but enable the Abaddon to get to his key timing, which was that level 15. And Big Brain just kept feeding them kills, which let them get there faster. So
it helps.
A little bit odd, maybe, I don't know, putting a lot of extra faith into the Darkseer, but just wasn't there this time.
Yep, certainly was not, but think about what we were denied, Danok, you know, think about what they could have done on the side of Supernova, you know, just imagine we get like this off-lane Abaddon who builds like Greaves into Aghanims, then your Batrider runs in with a Moon Shard and the Aghanim Shard and just blasts away. It could have been beautiful, it could have been perfect, but instead we got this very clean but super snooze win from Supernova. I'm just saying, you know, I was ready for it. That's what I was envisaging when the game started. So you know, disappointing Supernova, but what can you do? What do you want to see Big Brain change for next game other than their carry pick?
The lanes as well.
Yeah.
Not giving up kills for free, not playing with your Spirit Breaker lineup in a way that you probably could have. Like, again, this was a position 5, effectively, Spirit Breaker that had to go Shadowblade, and that is not really what you can afford to do. You know, he got a pretty decent amount of farm. I really can't fault too much about how the SB played. You know, it's just that he didn't have anyone to be able to play with. So it kind of feels like this is one of those games where you just gotta scrap it and go back to the drawing board, and don't pick first phase Wind Ranger if you don't have the potential to flex it to one of these other roles.
Yeah, or if you haven't banned out Shadow Demon hasn't quite yet, which would be a pretty wild first phase ban, but hey, who knows, maybe we'll see it. Final thing as well for me is, like, I think Big Brain need to not overreact, you know? I really think you should have just put even though it sucks for the Venomancer, put him against the Abaddon. It's fine. Like, you're probably not going to have a great time in that lane, but whatever. You can come back into the game later. Win can always fight. You know, she doesn't need to be, like, gold ahead. She's not like a Sven or something where you want her to be, like, 2k gold above the enemy carry. And you just win a lane that way.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can I ask you what do you think Big Brain did well that game?
It's time for a break, after which we will be back for game number 2, so stick around for that one. More China DPC action just around the corner. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back. It's time for some more China action here as we are getting into game number 2 of Big Brain versus Supernova. And Big Brain, well, they're really going to have to squeeze those brains in game number 2 if they're going to come out ahead with a win after last game. Pretty damn brutal. And now they're suffering from a huge loss in reserve time as well. So they only have 1 minute versus usual 2 minutes 10. That's going to make them suffer. But luckily, they have the brain power, so it doesn't matter for them.
You think they're going to pick Shadow Demon again?
Oh, God, don't do it.
10 seconds remaining.
Please don't.
If they have the potential to flex it to a position 4,
don't.
I'm A-okay with this. I think they're trying to bait out a Shadow Demon pick and still leave the option for it to be position 1. If you pick it, you pick both supports in the first phase, which kind of sucks. But it gives a lot of value against the Timbersaw as well, right? Just being able to disable the reactive armor once you get into the Aghanims, but maybe they're just saying, look, we need a hero that's going to be able to better respond to the Timbersaw in the earlier stages, and a Shadow Demon doesn't necessarily do that.
But it's not bad against Timber either. They're just going to do it again.
Sure.
And I know
fine.
God King as well. I've casted this guy for ages. As of you, Dano.
Yep.
He's going to do it again, isn't he?
He is.
He really is.
I'm a little disappointed that he went for like this 2021 Wind Ranger draft, you know? Whereas like when you think God King, you think innovation. You think, you know, he was the one that really started the big disassemble meta 3 years ago. And we haven't really seen that same sort of thing from him since that point when he was playing for RNG.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a long road. He was, you know, the promised one, the guy that was supposed to bring balance to the region, one of the exciting new coming carries, and then I don't know. I was always excited to watch God King play back in the day. Now, I just know the disappointment that's going to come. Unfortunately, you know, it's sad, but God King,
Man, is this the roast of God King?
Yeah, it is. I mean. Guy doesn't deliver, you know. It's a shame. I really loved this player for a very long time, and I always like players which try to innovate and be creative and bring new things. But this ain't it, Chief.
Mm-hmm. If you bring me things, I'll enjoy it. You know, that's one of my love languages: gifts and
Gifts.
acts of
Okay,
service.
noted. Oh, I know how to seduce Danog now. That's an important one.
Ice cream's
Yeah,
all
ice cream.
I need. So, what do you think with this?
10 seconds remaining.
With some of these heroes being banned out, especially the Arc Warden. You know, we've seen the Arc Warden.
Remaining.
It's not this boring, only late game style hero now. I really like the change to like the Tempest version being busted with the Manta style, basically. Just being able to provide a lot of that extra attack damage. And I love that the build and the style that you play it is completely different depending if you're on Radiant or Dire. You know, if you're on Dire, you need to max out the magnetic field to be able to take full advantage of that. And if you're on Radiant, you're going much more of the, you know, standard build. Maybe 1 point magnetic field, but just putting more points into the Spark Wraith and the Flux.
So I hit Arc Warden because I was playing one game as Bloodseeker where I was like really low and the Arc Warden was really low. And I hadn't read his spells or anything, and I just ran through magnetic field trying to kill him to get my health back and died. So
Yeah,
fuck Arc Warden.
that'll do it.
Yeah. But definitely a cool hero. Switched it up a little bit. Maybe not cool. No, actually, you know what? Arc Warden is cool. I'll say it. There's a lot of Arc Warden haters out there. It is annoying to play against, but you can't deny that thematically, the hero is pretty awesome. And the changes they made for the new patch, I think, are really nice. I love it when they do something just kind of crazy like this.
I like new Arc Warden. I hated
Yeah.
old Arc Warden, where it was just passive, you know, split the map up. At least now the Tempest Double has that 50% damage reduction when it's more than, I think, 2,000 units away. So you can't just be endlessly ratting the entire game, which I like. So that's a nice little change. Void Spirit as well. I wonder what build they're going to go for here for Han, because it is one of his more favorite heroes. I mean, as a universal hero, you want to be building into the standard stuff, right? You want to be going Manta Style, you want to be going Echo Saber, but this is another one of those games. We saw him do it on the Ember Spirit. Your Scepter gives a lot of value this game. You're always going to be able to get on top of the Wind Ranger. You're always going to be able to get that Dispel off. Of course, Shadow Demon eventually, as long as he's in position, is going to have a bit of an easier time to be able to get that off. The downside, though, is that you're up against a Timbersaw, and I think that that's going to put a lot more pressure onto this SD than previously. That's why a hero like the Bloodseeker is great, right? In a lot of these fights, you're just going to be rupturing the Timbersaw. You're going to be either rupturing him or the Wind Ranger. Both are totally fine targets. And you've also got a pretty solid lane, right? Disruption into Bloodright guarantees that you're going to be able to get that silence off and make what already is a really strong laner in the Bloodseeker even more so.
Yeah, he's a beast, and you've got so much setup here as well for that Blood Riot. You know, you've got the Shadow Demon, you've got the Techies, which can help as well, Void Spirit, and even Crystal Maiden herself. If she sits there and sings a song of her people, then lets it go, and she's going to get silenced up pretty damn fast. So, great Bloodseeker.
It's so annoying playing CM into a Techies, especially. Like, you land the perfect freezing field, unless you've got the BKB, you know he's just got to throw his body in and blast off onto you. And it's like, well, that's gone.
Jump. That's why you got to cancel it and just go for the frostbite midair. You know, just stun on him.
True.
That's all you got to do. Establish dominance. Say, I was only doing that to bait you jumping in, sir.
5 seconds.
Well,
you've activated my trap card.
We get a plus side though.
Yes, big plus side here.
No Wind Ranger 1. I'm so happy.
Me too, man. Me too. We can rejoice. I'm hoping it's a 4. I'm hoping they've just been like, haha, Shadow Demon Bloodseeker draft.
Got him.
Got him, indeed. Well, there's a bit of chuckling going on here.
You would hope so. You'd want them to be in good spirits. I mean, the Wind Ranger still can technically go mid. I just really don't want them to. I think it's going to be a fine position for, again, like, even if you go for this disruption into the Bloodright, you're always going to be able to get at least the win run off. Like, you're not going to be that frame perfect with your Bloodright timing that you're going to be able to prevent the Wind Ranger from just running away. So I think position 4, fine with the Timbersaw, some good damage potential as well for the laning stage. And you know, it's just a hero that you want to leave your higher priority hero until the last overall pick. So you can see they're still banning out a lot of the big Void Spirit counters. All the spirits gone. Maybe they could be thinking of a puck just because they do have some decent damage output once the supports hit level 6, and with a Timbersaw as well. It feels like pretty decent. And it's just another way to be able to find and kill that Shadow Demon.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep, that's definitely an option. I think what I would like to see would be the Snapfire. This has been a very popular answer to the Void Spirit in Dream League. I think you'd need to be looking at that and going, okay, you know, what can we take from this? And that just makes it even better. So I would love to see that. But yeah, this TA pick coming out from Supernova, actually, does that mean it's an offlane Bloodseeker then? Yes, it does.
Could be an offlane Void Spirit, you never know.
Yeah, if they want to get super fruity with it, for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Blood, though, he's like a strong enough laner to run in the offlane. It just becomes a little bit greedy. They got like a crazy ass timing though. Like, my God, when you hit like this, I mean, assuming Bloodseeker is going to go for the usual like Maelstrom into BKB, TA is going to go like Deso, Blink, BKB. When you hit those items, which should be coming around the same time, like holy moly, that's just big brain have to just run and hide unless that Timbersaw is massive.
The thing that I'm not crazy about with this Bloodseeker, if it is being run in the offlane, is that most of the time you look to, okay, it's a mid Wind Ranger, or it's a mid Morphling. Okay, no, it's a mid Timbersaw. Okay, pretty decent against the Void Spirit, and I wonder. My thing is this potentially like a mid TA? And it looks like it might be. Okay. Was going to be solid regardless, but it's going to allow you to get into those timings even sooner. Again, they've just so heavily enabled these heroes off the back of being able to build stacks. So it means that Sheep, he's going to get into, once again, early Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be effective against a core, once again. Yep. And it's, I don't know. I feel like you've got to play around this Timbersaw so heavily. You know, once he gets his Chakram, you've got some ways to be able to make a life a little bit more challenging for the Templar Assassin, but outside of that, there is no real reliable way to be able to cancel out a lot of those refraction charges. Morphling doesn't do it, Clockwork doesn't really do it, CM, Frostbite, maybe, you need to commit Focus Fire for it, but it's just Chakram at this stage, so I feel like Han is going to have a pretty solid game on this TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of... Oh yeah, because it's going to be the mid matchup of... so I feel like they were trying to dodge the Timbersaw matchup by putting it mid, but then the TA just follows in mid anyway, and they'll move the Void Spirit to the safe lane, and that's kind of Supernova's superpowers, that they just seem to be happy to shove Winter on whatever. He's not one of these carry players, which the moment you don't give him the perfect hero in the perfect lane in the perfect game, he goes, I can't play anymore. He's just like, fuck it, put me on whatever, bro.
I'll
I'll
do
play
it.
Batrider, no worries. Yeah, he's the most chill carry player I've ever seen in my life. And yeah, Supernova can just adapt, switch, improvise, overcome. So let's see what they're able to do. Is this going to be a clean 2-0? Maybe. I would definitely put my money on it. So let's see what happens. Jumping into game number 2 here between these two teams. Let's see which way it goes.
And it's always great to see players playing heroes that they are incredibly comfortable with. We've got a Master Tier Winter Void Spirit. We've got a Grandmaster Chen Bloodseeker to be able to play with. So clearly very confident with the laning stage. I mean, the thing that I was mentioning before is that with the Bloodseeker, I think you more ideally want it for this offlane if it's against a melee hero, and it's not. You know, it's against either a Wind Ranger or a Morphling at the stage of the draft that they kind of confirmed that it was going to be that role. So I don't think it's going to have quite as easy a time as they were hoping, but it's still going to do fine. You know, you're probably not going to kill it too much in the lane. I'm just a little bit concerned about it's not really one of those heroes that you can leave alone, especially against a Crystal Maiden lane. Like, this is going to be... There's some kill threat there, for sure. You're not a natural Vanguard builder as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm just really interested to see how Chen plays. I mean, who the hell is Grandmaster tier on Bloodseeker? That is not a Grandmaster hero. That is wild.
Probably like Crystallis. That's about it. Oh, Timber.
I'm really
this is
watching
not
this
how you'd want to start the game. Still no
Yes.
points leveled up by the TA. I was thinking maybe he might opt to go into the meld, but you know, obviously you need to have that side blades. Winter, is he right?
Yeah, they've actually managed to find the counter engagement here. The Clockwork just proving how strong you can be level 1. They're looking for a return kill here. They're not going to find it though because they've got the Fairy Fire available. One more right click from Cholo will not do the job. Oh no, Big Brain are just kind of playing around them beautifully. Folksfire does miss, but TZ does not. Another kill going their way. They're very low. I mean, that will be a consideration in this lane. They do have a couple of very low HP heroes, and actually Cicada in the middle lane might actually just get a board down here. Now, this could be really bad. He's trying to run himself the other way. Han, he's just going to die to the tower. He's not even trying to juke around that one. He's realizing that the longer he spends not dying, the bigger the problem. And also, the other two heroes have died out. Oh, they've both ran under the tower simultaneously.
Okay. They were like, just get me back to the lane. Ooh. I need to be there. I need to be using my my spells off cooldown.
All right. I don't know what's going on.
Action-packed.
Crazy. All right, so Supernova somehow gave up First Blood, 2 kills, and then have a net worth advantage now.
What were the bounties?
Jesus.
Nova got 3 of them. That's why.
Okay. Well, who cares First Blood? Not I. Not these guys.
This is so we're watching this mid lane now. This is kind of what we're expecting, right? Mailed level 1, really effective at just being able to deal a ton of damage to that Timber Soul before you get the reactive stacked up. But it's more the side blades, right? Just that pure damage going off the creep waves. Nothing really else for him to be able to juke around to be able to avoid. And Han, he's a really good TA player, so he's going to be able to do those little micro movements to make sure that he's always in a position to be able to keep Cicada away.
Yup. He's not going to struggle in this lane whatsoever. In fact, this might be a bit of a beat down in the middle lane, certainly looking like it so far. And that First Blood is just really messed him up. Yeah, it's,
helps the Bloodseeker as well, though, right? Like, if you're keeping him this low, always going to be attacking a lot faster in the lane off the back of the Thirst. Even enabled Sheep to be able to get this this creep pull off as well. So lane's in a really solid spot for them. TZ, he's going to be able to do the same with the small camp, but again, like Bloodseeker, just being able to get a few of these camps for free, it's going to do so much. He even gets the, let's call it a mini pull-off with the Warpine Raider.
It'll do. Yeah, whenever I'm playing Bloodseeker, I like to do this thing where, like, I just very quickly on the mic just say, like, go, and go on him now, and I say, oh, free kill top. I'm not watching the lanes. I don't know what's going on, but as long as they're fighting, I'm happy. So I'm just baiting my team into taking every engagement they can.
Yeah.
They die a lot, but, you know, it's worth it for me.
Sometimes it works.
Oh, a little bit of fighting over the Lotus going on right now. Who's going to get it? Just like in the anime. Those all-important Lotuses.
Praise the moon.
Banger.
And poor Cicada. I mean, Hart hasn't even been on point with a few of his melts. I've seen him miss like 3 melt strikes, but it's still enough to just keep this poor Timbersaw away from the lanes so much. Like, he's needing to put... When you play mid Timbersaw, you want to be maxing out your Q and your W. It's not really being this, like, you know, wave tanking beast or anything like that, and it's not even going to matter. Like, you just see what Hart's able to do just off the back of simple right clicks.
Death in the top lane there, as Chola will be the one dropping. As, yeah, they just don't care about towers here. CSJ and Fish God comboing up to bring down the techies. Make him not feel like the super strong laner he usually is. Yeah, his top lane's going well for them, honestly. It's surprising.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked, honestly. Like, I really don't feel like... Well, nice deny there by Chola, making Cicada's life even worse. I really don't feel like Clockwork is that hero that you should be able to have a pretty good time against, like, a Techie's on. You know, Techie's just keeps at such far range that Battery Assault is almost never going to be effective. So, you know, the fact that he ended up dying was quite surprising to me.
Yeah, gotta say, and, you know, there's no shackle level on the win, so it was just a positioning error there from the techies. You got to be more disciplined than that, Chola. That's the crux of the matter.
I mean, just thinking with Chen as well, like, what... Bloodseeker doesn't exactly come online really early. You know, you need that BKB before you're able to fight. You want Maelstrom. I don't think you need it on the off lane, but you really want it just to be able to pick up your farm. But it really does feel to me like you're playing so heavily around the TA this game. So something like the Blood Rage, it's going to be used very heavily for the TA specifically. You know, just buffing her up in a lot of these team fights with a lot of that attack damage, because Han's already had a great start to the game, and it's going to continue off the back of some of these stacks being built up by Sheep.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. It's... We'll see how that develops.
It's one of these, like, this is one of the times where he just wishes it was 30 seconds later, because the lane is in a really good spot. This is the period where you can actually just leave the Bloodseeker in the lane, because you know he's not going to die if it's right up next to the tower, but you want to be making stacks at this point. So Sheep's just considering, all right, if that's not the case, if I can't make stacks and I'm not going to be going for any sort of kills, what can I do? And he just looks to put up some vision to make sure that if there is an eventual movement coming through that mid lane, or if maybe Timbersaw is farming relatively low, that they could look to make that move, they can look to respond accordingly and make sure that he doesn't come back into this game. So really like the play from Sheep there.
Yeah, and Chen's doing something very different, actually. So the first thing which kind of alerted me to the fact that this might not be a normal Bloodseeker build is the fact that he's actually put 2 points of blood right, which I don't know how much Bloodseeker you play, but the Crystal Maiden,
just
she gets caught out. Yeah. Sheep's going to catch him. But yeah, usually you just shove the 1 point in it and just max out Blood Rage afterwards, or max out Thirst, then Blood Rage for the value, and then level 10 you get the Blood Rage attack speed, life's happy, you've got Maelstrom, things going great. But Chen actually put 2 points in it, which was interesting. Now he's queued up a Blade Mail. So this could be a really nice alternate option here. It still gives you some farming potential with the Blade Mail, but also the ability to play quite active. And of course, not as expensive as the Maelstrom, so you can move into that BKB slightly faster, or whatever you feel like you need to be more effective in this game. So
also just the heroes that you're up against, right? It's a lot of unavoidable damage eventually. You know, CSJ goes on to, well, he basically can't. If he focus fires you, he's dead. The Morphling as well, waveform, going to be a little bit of return damage, freezing field, Timbersaw. It's a lot of damage that he's going to be able to pump back in and play a little bit more of like that off-lane style than what a traditional Bloodseeker build might enable you to do.
Yeah.
You just see how much easier this lane has now become for Cicada. Well, I say that, but you know, as soon as he's got the chakram, at least Han can't look to play completely fearlessly.
Top lane, Winter, he's in a whole world of hurt right now. No level 6 available, which means that he's not going down. He's actually going to be able to get himself away, and it's TC who dies instead, surviving on a sliver of HP there. Very literally about 10 or so HP on the void spread. I'd love to get a replay on that to see how low he got, but did make it through. Did survive.
Yeah, you use the Resonant Pulse without even hitting any hero, just for that little bit of the base barrier coming through. 120 felt like that was enough, and absolutely
which
was.
Which it shouldn't give, by the way. I hate that.
Yeah.
That's a crutch right there for Void Spirit players. Hero's strong enough. Don't give him freebies. Here you go. All right. Oh my God. 15-8. Oh, and again, he got down to like 6. He got down again. That's illegal. That is illegal. He went down to 5 HP multiple times.
Oh man, they're even going to protect this regen rune for Han. Like he wasn't having easy enough time. plenty of stacks for him to be able to take, but it seems like they really want to make their move now towards this mid lane. Going to be looking to clear out the rune. Just a Blightstone picked up at this point, so can still look to apply that. Why does Blightstone last for 8 seconds? I think that's way too long. Desolate is much less. 7 seconds. All right, I'm completely wrong. But
much
8
less.
seconds.
Yeah, no, that is wow.
8 seconds is way too much.
All right, I'll forward the complaints on. I'll let them know.
Let the frog know.
Yeah. Just hit him up real quick. Yeah, it always sucks when you're playing mid though, and then you're already losing the lane, and then the supports come in as well to secure rune stars. Like, come on, guys. Like, I'm already losing mid, which we never do, of course. We won't have experience with that, but you know, I can imagine it would be annoying. You know.
Great positioning by Chen. Is going to be able to live? Maybe not.
Okay, yeah, bitten off a bit more than he could chew.
Maybe, yes.
Oh, he changed his build. He's going for an Atos now instead, so that'll be the Gleipnir down the road. All right. I was envisaging some like blade mail into Aghanims. I was getting excited again, but every time I get excited over something in this series, they just don't do it.
They do know that this Timbersaur's coming though. That's again, this is cheap. That Observer Ward just giving them so much value, seeing that this movement is coming through. The fact that Han was able to move when he did means that he's able to take away those neutral camp stacks before the Timber is able to get there. And would you look at that? Han, top of the net worth charts by about 1,000 gold over anyone else, all during that time as well. You had Sheep soaking the mid XP until he was forced to TP bottom. So they're just making a ton of efficient movements and farming plays right now on Supernova.
Yeah, they need to do something about this. They need to kind of try and set up for TA here some way, somehow, but I don't know how you do that. Wow, okay, well, Han's actually not fighting this clockwork. He's kind of feeling threatened at the moment. I'm not too sure why, because I feel like he could just kill him. Yeah, there you go. The Meld Strike just blows him up, and Chola very literally blows him up, sneaking the kill there.
I mean, he missed the previous Meld Strike as well. Maybe that's why he was a little bit more hesitant, wanting to wait for the rest of the team to be able to confirm it.
Right. Yeah.
He's doing a lot right, but those Meld Strikes just are not landing right now. Another stack built up for him as well. Put it all on the back of the TA. I mean, there was a lot of TA being picked at the very start of this patches. Sorry, top side. Wind Ranger, looks like you have been counted once again.
What do? Ruptured up. It's a lot of pain. The moment this wind run ends, she's going to go down. And Chen gets himself a bit of revenge and heading towards that Atos at a pretty alarming rate.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, does it?
Not for the win, but what does feel great is dying on the blood, coming to a lane, immediately getting a return kill onto like your respective counter roll as well. That feels so good. You just mitigate
For sure.
top tower.
Yeah, I mean, you don't just mitigate, you actually get yourself an advantage doing that. It's, yeah. Very big. Oh, this is an interesting item. Have you seen what Winter's got queued up?
What does Winter have queued up?
He's got a Battle Fury, Danog. Battle Fury Void Spirit.
I'm not crazy about it, to be honest. Like, yeah, it'll enable you to farm a little bit easier, but that's kind of TA's job this game.
Yeah.
And I feel like he needs to be that backline disruptor. I feel like, you know,
That
crazy
mid-laner.
thought. Yeah, right. That crazy thought of, you know, Echo Saber. Maybe you don't need the Harpoon, but like Echo Manta Ags would have been really nice for them. Just a way to be able to get out of the Frostbite, a nice way to be able to silence up the Timbersaw in the early game so that you can look to get the kills onto him.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, for sure. Like, but then again, the guy just played a Batrider game, right? He's like, come on, guys, I'm not doing this again. He is still a carry player at the end of the day.
I suppose. Still don't like it.
I know, I totally agree, but, you know, you got to think about the guy. You got to think about his headspace right here. He doesn't want to be demoted in this team. I'm the carry. I'm the one. Put some respect on the name.
Radiant
You know what? Han's drafting, so he's just saying, you'll do what I tell you and you'll like it.
Yeah. I'm the
I mean,
carry
he
of
still
this game.
can
Look at me.
flex potentially to a Lincoln's, right? Up against the Shackle, Windrun. Sorry, not Windrun, Focus Fire. Feels kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
But seems like he's probably committing to the Battle Fury. We'll know in about 20 gold if he decides to buy up that the old broadsword.
Yeah, and you know, again, you got a Bloodseeker on your team. You know, we've been saying how the hero's pretty greedy. You kind of want to kind of mitigate that by being a bit more aggressive on your other roles. And Battle Fury, does not enable that in the slightest. So I am worried that Supernova had this big advantage at the moment, and it's just going to end up going to waste. But let's see what Chen can do here. Tries to dodge out the Crystal Nova, can't quite do so. Throws down the Rupture anyway onto the Crystal Maiden. Really, really hungry for this CM kill. CM, she's going to let it go here with a freezing field. They need to kill her off, and they need to do it now. That, like, bring her down, but at the cost of Chen. And Han, he could be in some trouble here as well, though. Han just going to completely tear the guy apart. But is it enough? It's not. Han's not going to get out of this one. They gets caught by the Chakram. Cicada going online, getting a double kill in this fight. Finally, a dub. A much-needed victory for the Timbersaw in this game.
It feels like it's all on the back of that Arcane Rune as well, right? He's just able to use that at the very start. It's an engagement that you mentioned, right? The Rupture was onto the Crystal Maiden, right? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it's not the most value target. You know, you're going up against a Wind Ranger, you're going up against a Timbersaw. Those are the targets that you need to make sure that you're locking down so that, well, exactly what happened doesn't happen. You know, CSJ, off the back of that, I mean, he's approaching some of his bigger timings. I think he might actually have the completed Atos now coming out to him as well. So he's been enabled. Timbersaw, he's got a Yule Scepter now. Not really sure what that's going to provide him this game. I mean, what's that even getting rid of? Reactive Taser? Nice way to be able to
Meld
save
strike.
yourself during the Rupture a little bit. I don't know.
I mean,
Certainly not an Ags game. I'm a big
silencers
Timber
around.
Ags enjoyer, but not against a Shadow Demon.
Oh yeah, that's true. Just get purged up. Meanwhile, the top lane, we do have a death, but we've got 2 deaths actually. Chola kills off Fish God and then dies himself. Skada he's schmoovin'. Really, he's bringing himself back into the game just with pure gamer skills, which is what we love to see.
That's what's
Oh,
called a
Chen
pro game move.
again. Same place, same spells, just another freezing field. Crystal Maiden's got his number right now. This ain't feeling like a level 30 Bloodseeker, I'ma say it.
Man, you gotta do him like that, huh? I mean, it's what happens if you look to get really greedy, right? Like, if you don't have the...
Holy moly.
I guess he's got Atos, but... Top side?
CSJ just gets blown into oblivion. There's bits of Wind Ranger scattered over this top lane, and now there's bits of Timbersaw joining them as well, both getting completely torn apart.
They're
Supernova.
rushing.
Yeah, they really can. That's the thing. You drop the ball against this team, and this is the punishment that comes through with a TA draft. Hold, 2, 1, and go.
Now, they know that it's going on, but they can't really do much about it. You know, they just got rid of the Sentry Ward next to the pit. I guess feeling Bloodseek not with them, so can't look to just pop the Blood Raid onto all of them, but they have plenty of damage, and again, they know that it's going on, and they're actually looking to maybe make some TPs happen. Maybe with that Rocket Flare, realizing that there's the potential to maybe snipe it with a power shot. Come on, CSJ, can you do it? Ooh, no.
Too early.
They knew he was there.
Yeah, no.
They were set up perfectly for it. Of course, Sheep on his SD, just waiting there in the trees, wanting to land that next great Demonic Purge, and wouldn't you know it, it's another Aether Lens into an Active Scepter. I mean, it's such a good item this game.
Rupture out onto CSJ. CSJ is like, oh, that's weird. Can't
you later.
really do much here. Even the Atos on the Ruptured target. Now Windrun comes out, but where are you going to run to? Your blood is bloody bleeding. Oh, that's that hook shot in. Holy moly, the combination's there from the side of Big Brain. They get the turnaround. I mean, sure, CSJ does die eventually. Sheep manages to snipe him, but they've gone 2.
The
And this
value
might
yours.
be 3. Sheep doesn't have a way out of this one. Chola trying to help him out, but there's nothing to be done. Blast offer to escape here from the techies, and with Reactive Taser, it's going to give him the move speed to get up the high ground. Chakram does just about clip him, and I think Big Brain are finally going to pump... No, they're not going to pump those brakes at all. Cicada, he wants revenge, but Han, he's setting up. It's a trap. It's 1 meld and double meld. Oh, it's too much damage.
Chola yoinks it. Just
Yeah,
the
easy sort of kill
single
for
right
Chola.
click coming through for the old techies. He's like, you know what? I baited this. I enabled this to happen. I put Cicada in the grave. It was all me.
I'm sure TA's got a cool voice line about traps or something there, but, you know, they're opting
It's a
to...
trap.
Oh, wait, she's bronze. No voice lines
no.
available. What a pleb.
Gotta pay up to Gaben.
Gotta do it. Pay your dues.
Gotta say, TZ's been playing pretty great this game with his positioning for those freezing fields. Like, they would not have had the damage to be able to turn that one around unless he gets off the full Elsa fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely. Three freezing fields I've seen, and 3 big turnarounds. Every single one of them getting work done.
This is not what we saw like from TZ as well. His item build makes a lot of sense this patch, right? What does CM want to do? Just wants to stay out on the map, play aggressively, and what enables you to do that? Well, Tranquil Boots allows you to do it, Infused Raindrops allows you to do it, Arcane Aura, you even get a little bit of extra regen coming through from the Parvis, and look at all the heroes that you're going up against. Physical, physical, physical. So Parvis going to provide a ton of survivability as well to your team. So really liking the way that he's been playing this game so far.
Absolutely. You're going to find a lot of value coming out from that shield onto your teammates, or maybe even onto yourself if you choose to pop that ulti and try and
The
go
range
up
is
into
just
the
so good.
face of the TA. Yeah.
It's like double the range as they actually get a jump onto Chola, but he should be able to get the jump away here. Actually doesn't have the mana for it. Should be fine though.
Yeah, he's good. He's got his
wants to go in.
team literally jumping on top of him and cuddling him at the
So
moment.
Astra and TA might need to Yules her, but if you do that, then you might be in a bit of trouble yourself.
Yeah, they'll throw down the Atos. Now Morphling actually jumping right
Aegis
onto the TA
carrier, right?
right here, but this is the Aegis carry, yeah. You don't want to overcommit to this one. TZ might have taken a step too far.
No,
yeah, you can drop the freezing field this time around, but this one, it ain't gonna pay off, unfortunately.
Was that the Blade Mail that ended up killing her as well? I think it might have been.
One of those days where the death summary button just doesn't want to work.
Ares always complains about that. Just get good.
Sorry, I'm not him, Danog. Sorry, I'm not him. Thank you, Observer. Nah, it's just a right click in the end, which finished the job. Disappointing. Sad.
I wonder if TZ knows like the little intricacies with CM's freezing field. Did you know that the explosions start at the top right corner? So it's always good to position yourself bottom left if you really want to get like that initial burst damage out. And
it
they
goes
go in like a clockwise.
right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't play CM, but I did know that. I think I saw a Reddit post on it or something.
I'm about to go Grandmaster with her.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. Then I'll have
Go
two.
on, give me another CM fun fact.
She's swift as the wolves of Ice Ring.
Okay, I would like to unsubscribe from Danog's Crystal Maiden fun fact.
Text stop to confirm.
So,
There's
what
definitely not a
timings
high
do we have
charge
coming up?
for all text messages.
Yeah, it costs £1.50 to cancel this.
Yeah.
Subscriptions.
Nearly
we've
got a BKB on the TA.
Scardy.
So this is what I was talking about, right? So with the change to BKB, I think it's really just put TA in the bin. Like one of the best farming heroes in the entire game, especially early on. You know, being able to take all these stacks, so many neutral camps that you're able to play off of. Even just taking the Tormentor is so easy off the back of the TA. It happens basically instantly. But the BKB change sucks, essentially. I mean, into the Timber, maybe it feels really good because a lot of his damage is pure and that is still completely blocked, but
Yeah.
you're still going to get value out of the Frostbite. You're still going to get value out of the Frostbite, for example. Even if it's not doing the lockdown portion, all those little bits of damage over time is going to be effective against the TA, at least in making her a lot more vulnerable to other damage sources coming through.
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly see that, and you know there is a chance which this TA can just get blown up in these fights, right? It's not one of these carries which is just going to look completely immortal.
That's what the Shadow Demon's for.
Yeah, that's true. The saves coming through. I don't know. We haven't really seen much coming out from this Morphling so far. He's turned up some fights, but you know it's not been the big Morphling moments, and he is going in for the Scardy next. Now, I was thinking that considering TA is the big problem, you might want to consider something like the Butterfly, which just allows you to go toe-to-toe with the TA. I feel like Scardy, you know, you're still probably going to have to end up morphing strength pretty quickly against the TA, and probably will run out of juice when it comes to the 1v1, but Dodo's not a 1v1. He sees his opportunity
He's
in the
going
game.
the Butterfly, but like I still feel like something like the Aghanim Scepter is still really good against any like, you know, Terrorblade or Medusa or TA, like this real hard carry that you're going to look to play around. And not only are you getting the refraction charges, and you know, I'm talking about all of these things that Big Brain are lacking at being able to go through the refractions. they don't exactly have the greatest ways to be able to deal damage over time on Supernova either. So if you're able to just get that and also steal away a ton of the attack damage coming through from the TA, a big part of your draft is really enabled.
Yeah, I'm just not really super big fan of this Guardian. It feels like the only hero,
especially since it doesn't
really
go through BKB anymore.
Yeah, the only hero is really good against is the... Wait, does it actually not go through BKB anymore? That's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Bloodseeker is like the only hero it's like really good against this game. And talking of Bloodseeker, oh wow, look at that Scotty go! Sure showed him. The whole team finds him.
Oh,
they bring it down. Oh, that creep! The hero! Ah, it's not enough. It's not enough. I really did think that creep was just going to be able to stop them being able to close the gap on him, but... Sheep. So close, yet so far.
Well,
dude, imagine if you couldn't battery assault him because the creep blocked it. That would have been so hype.
That would have been really hype, actually. So, I mean, they've been able to not really get the most out of this Aegis timing that they had. You know, they got a tier 2 tower, sure, but so did Big Brain up towards the top side. You know, this is pretty even across the board in terms of net worth, in terms of the disparity in net worth between, you know, different cores on the team, and in terms of map control. So this still feels like anyone's game, and this is with a Morphling that we have to say hasn't been, like, massively impactful in a lot of these fights. Hasn't died yet at this point, but... really, we don't feel the pressure coming through from him at this stage. You know, once he gets into the butterfly, once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, then we will, for sure. But up until that point, not so much.
It is a game where he can carry this, I'm pretty sure. Like,
yeah.
This game has plateaued quite a lot for Supernova, and as we were saying before, you know, this TA, this Bloodseeker, this Void Spirit with the Battle Fury, they're all looking to scale into the game, so no one's looking to finish this off early, and that means that they're just going to kind of give them a way through. Yeah, they've... Oh, all right.
Don't have vision for the high ground either, so not even able to go for that hook. So one thing I do want to talk about, I think it's a very underappreciated item, especially against two heroes, Ember Spirit and TA, is the Gossamer Cape that the Timbersaw is still holding on to. I mean, when you consider what TA has been doing to him in a lot of these fights, it's just that melt strike, that initial burst of damage. And if you're able to avoid that every 4 seconds, it's huge.
Yeah, that's a great shout, actually. I mean, there is theoretically a way to counter it out where you go for the attack, then you melt, then you attack. Like that just sounds like a lot of extra doing. And in the middle of a team fight, realistically, that's never going to happen. So
can they take Roche quickly enough, though? The boys are coming.
Running up the river, swimming up the river. Supernova, they really want to challenge us at the moment. Will they be able to do so?
I think they might just...
I don't know.
Or they get information.
It is going to fall. Aegis picked up by the Morphling. Even the CM
nice
dropping that ulti. They know how close they were, but I think they might have taken a step too far forward. Morphling turning into the TA form and now going for the 1v1, but Han has the Hurricane Pike, so is able to force some Morphling off himself. Morph, I mean, he's kind of just running around the fight, not doing a whole lot because the team are doing it for him. They can't really fight into the Morph, so he's just kind of forming a barrier, though. Han's in pretty deep on the... Winter's in pretty deep on the backlines here, and he is going to get blown up. Didn't get that diff simulate off because he was rooted up by the Crystal Maiden. Big problems here now for Supernova. They've come to a fight they don't want to take, and Han, he's got to back himself away, especially that Focus Fire coming on through as well. Oh, Jen doing work here though, but Sheep's the one taking names right now. TZ and CSJ both drop here, and that's going to be a saving grace for Supernova. Stops this fight being an absolute disaster for them. However, Fish God's looking for a bit of revenge here onto Sheep, and the Morphling coming through as well, just going to make absolutely sure that this Shard Demon does go down. He gets a kill on the way out. What a gamer.
Triple kill. I mean, look at all that damage coming through from the Morphling in that fight, though. Nearly 8,000 in a single fight. You know, just fighting around that area, being able to replicate into... Sorry, Observer. It's not there for you, but you'll have to trust me. You know, the Morphling nearly doing 8k. The next highest was 3.5 on the Bloodseeker. So, you know, 2 melt strikes he was able to get off of the back of that, 4 waveform usages. They don't exactly have the greatest ways to be able to lock in onto this Morph, and he didn't even lose the Aegis as well. So now has the Butterfly, starting to work into that Satanic. Is starting to become a real issue for them to have to deal with him.
That was a very worrying fight for me. Like, I mean, admittedly, they were coming to a fight they didn't really want to take, and they still did okay in it, to be fair. But we're kind of starting to see the strength of this Morphling, and he's not going to get any easier.
So the Morphling himself might not be easier, but it is going to become easier. I mean, I know he died first in that fight, but Timbersaw is going to become a whole lot more killable very quickly. Like, yeah, the Shadow Demon is 400 gold from Axe. So again, Sheep just surviving, getting a lot of these stack golds, getting a triple kill in that previous engagement. Very careful about going too far forward, though, to be able to yoink away this bounty rune. Maybe just using it as a bit of bait for now. And
Has been spotted. Yeah, they're just going to ulti him up and kill off the Wind Ranger.
There we go. He gets the kill as well, so
nice.
Sheep's on a little bit of a hot streak at the moment, and that's the Ags that he's got coming out.
Yeah, that's big. That's the thing. You get that triple kill, you get your Ags quick, and as you say, it's a huge problem now for the Radiant side. Man, I'm so interested to see how this game progresses. The one thing I'm kind of... Oh, okay, cool. Chen previously had a Mjolnir queued up, which I would have absolutely despised because I kind of feel like you get this Gleipnir. Gleipnir's fine, but I think you want to move into an Axe after that. Like, I don't think that item's that bad, and it kind of gives you a way to threaten.
It's pretty great against these three cores, right? They're all mobility heroes, so... why not? Just look to amplify it. I don't think they're lacking in damage.
Certainly not, no. I mean, Morphling could be a bit rough.
They found the right one.
Oh, that's big, that's big. Sheep in trouble, just throws down the ultimate straight away onto the Morphling here, cleansing himself as well to get himself out. That's pretty big. Gets the Skadi off him, and now the Morphling, he's all disarmed due to the taser as well, so they're actually going to be able to take his Aegis. Oh, this could be huge for them if they can get him off a second time. The team, they are surrounding the Morphling. They want to bring down the God King. Can they do it? TP out, interrupt. It's not there. He's going to escape. They don't have the stuns. They don't have the control, and the Morphling will get away. Big Brain, they won't be losing their big carry hero this time around. They do lose the Aegis, but still not that huge shift in momentum just yet. But it's getting there. 6k gold advantage now, 5k gold advantage now for Supernova. And now no Aegis to play into as well, so they can continue to try and choke out this Big Brain team.
I mean, it's one of these things that I'm so stunned that the Shadow Demon didn't die in that previous engagement. I don't think, the Techies doesn't even have the Ag Shard at this point. I thought, maybe he got given the reactive taser just for a little bit of that extra disarm, but the quick use of the Demonic Purge onto himself, I think he might have disseminated himself too, just so that the Morphling was effectively acting as like a blade mail against the damage that Godkin was trying to dish out onto him. So meant that he had to be acting so much more cautiously than previous.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, a big reason she was able to survive there was due to that shard. Demonic Cleanse plus the Agnims. If you can get the shard and the Ags on this Shadow Demon, like, it's one of the only Ags in the game which actually affects the shard ability as well, which is crazy. Most things don't. There's no talent in the game which affects the shard ability, and there's only one Ags which affects the shard ability. So pretty cool that he's able to get that off. And yeah, Demonic Cleanse, big spell for getting yourself out of danger this game. So value.
You talk about the value of the Skadi, we're going to see it for Winter against the Timbersaw, against the Morphling. Like, these are heroes that you really want the Skadi against. We're certainly going to see the impact coming from there. It's still so vital, though. Like, I don't think they could have made a better jump onto the Shadow Demon than they just did. Even the Cogs was perfect, right? Splitting up the fight, making sure that the Techies was on the right-hand side of where he caught the Shadow Demon, but they just still couldn't kill him. That's the big area of concern for mine, and it's only going to get even more problematic once he gets into this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, because he doesn't need to be positioned as close to the fights with that. That's what it's all about. Well, Tormentor being pinged out by Big Brain here. They want to grab themselves a shard. I mean, again, doesn't really look like there's much else to be doing on the map at the moment, so... God, it's so awkward when teams, like, kind of fail Tormentors. I'll never get over it. It's such a kind of grounding thing when you see like this pro team full of gamers who have just been like making plays way better than I could ever do, and then they run at the Tormentor and like, oh, whoops, we kind of slightly miscalculated that one. It's crazy that they're still getting the bearings on it.
I mean, Clockwork getting the jetpack feels good, right? You're always going to be able to use that flying vision to be able to... Wind Ranger has to be very careful here. Yeah, that'll happen if you go that far away from the team when you just revealed that you were doing the Tormentor.
Yeah.
Apply it to the Timber. He doesn't have any reactive stacks.
Missed the Timber chain. Oh, that was...
How? They found it? What?
What? That's a Morphling in
short
trouble. He's
waveform.
going to have to eat the cheese right now because he'll be in a spot of danger. Supernova, they're going to be able to run him down. The Morphling is dead. What the hell just happened? Did they just win the game down on DZ's going to get run down as well. That is 4 heroes dead on the side of Big Brain.
Yeah, that's an interesting position. I mean, it felt like you were watching a building slowly fall down, you know, or just seeing that Wind Ranger be in the wrong position at the wrong time. You know they've got the burst potential, and again, it's the Shadow Demon that sets up everything. The Timbersaw had 0 reactive armor stacks on himself, so he was just complete food for, again, a very physical-oriented lineup. But even on the back of that, they had the Skadi, and they're going to be invading high ground. They can get 2 lanes of racks for free.
This is a huge, like, but this is a huge win for Supernova, honestly. Like, if they continue this and get their 2-0, this is a hell of a statement game coming out. And sure, like, Big Brain aren't like one of the top teams in the region, but they're still a good team. They got some notable players on the side, and taking them down in this manner, wow, big statement.
So I'm trying to determine, like, this long-ish Roche respawn, who it's going to favor. Like, I'm sure Morphling would love to have the Satanic coming into the next team fight, you know, just to be able to get rid of some of the disarms, for example, that are coming in onto him. That's going to be a pretty cool key ability. To be able to just stand and man fight, of course, against the Skadi, going to be a little bit more difficult to be able to do that. But I just feel like you need it so badly. It's just a question of how quickly are you going to be able to pick it up? Are you going to be able to position yourself correctly for it? On the plus side, for Big Brain, it means that in 10 seconds, Roche is going to be spawning up towards the top side, and that's really where they want to be playing right now. You know, this is the one lane that Supernova have left to be able to take for themselves. It's the one area of the map that, because of where they were making their plays previously, you could feel a little bit more secure in the fact that, well, you probably are going to not have vision set up there on the top side. So I think this is really where they need to be making a lot of their plays. They're going for a smoke, not with the entire team, though. I still feel like Sakata is such a key component in being able to blow up this Shadow Demon. So they need to go a full-on wraparound.
Yeah,
see, they're even using the jetpack
CSJ needs to find him. That's kind of big. I mean, yeah. Someone needs to find him. They do see Han. This is a big target. They're just going to throw everything they've got to the TA right now, and they will have enough damage to bring her down. Han to full. Sorry, immediately in the chat.
Gotta be with the boys. You know, that's the plan. I think they've got to go mid right now. Like, they're constantly scouting out Roshan, but Clockwork can do that. And without a TA, they're not going to be taking Roche anytime soon. You know, the
counterplay. He's like, wait a second, where did that fly my demonic cleanse? Oh my god, 4 heroes upon me. Yeah, you like that? Supernova just completely make the same play, but oh, here we go. God King's in, looking for Chola. Chola might not be able to get out of this one. TZ's able to find him, and now, well, I found the Shadow Demon as well. They're getting torn apart right now. TZ will die as well. Supernova get at least 1 in response. It's Fish God has to just run away from the old Morphling illusions. Just a Morphling illusion battle. It's just an illusion fight at the moment.
He's trying to pick up that gem from the high ground. They're picking it out now, so, well, that was a nice little attempt, but unfortunately you're not Inspector Gadget. You don't have the go-go stretch arms coming through, and, well, they're going to see that Roshan's spawning right as Winter checks the pit, but this is a lineup where you would have to say Wind Ranger, Morphling, they're going to be able to take it fast enough. So, again,
yeah, he's
the
looking for shenanigans.
Map, I don't think he can.
Oh,
it lands.
They don't see that. Yeah. They had vision on this high ground spot, then they could have caused something. Chen? He's in the neighborhood, but gotta be careful. There's just immediate Satanic coming out from the Morphling. You're not Void Spirit. You can't get away from these situations. Void Spirit's still trying to pick up a kill onto CSJ here.
Wow,
he's
very
actually
careful
going
on
in for
Big
this.
Brain. 3 heroes coming up in 3 seconds. So
yeah.
they just got to back out entirely, of course. They've got the outpost to be able to TP2. I like the fact that they're recognizing, you know what, they weren't taking Roshan this entire time. We don't want to go into a lack of vision.
Winter, no, not like this. He was playing so well. He was doing so well, but he gets cut in the trees, doesn't quite make it up the high ground, and ends up dying. I was literally just about to say the space he's made, like, this is genuinely game-winning stuff, but that death might mean that Big Brain can consider going back and getting this Roche. Does he buy back for it? That is the question.
I mean, you got to just first make sure that you've got the vision of the high ground to make sure, are we in a position to be able to contest this Roshan? That's the advantage of any sort of... he's going to do it. He's going to need to TP in. They see him coming in as well.
Roshan, it's low. They need to get past the frontliners here and get into the pit because it's getting so low. 10%, hands in. What can he do though? The answer is there a whole lot. In comes the techies from the sidelines, but everything's already been picked up by the side of the radio. This could be a disaster here for Supernova if they're not able to take this fight. TZ just letting go on the backlines, not really getting a whole lot done as a Morphling. He's got to be a little bit careful here. He has actually been broken. He's
Winter's
got the demonic
careful.
purge upon him and it's doing so much work. Satanic, he's found a target. And he's so low on Winter. Winter needs to be careful. Doesn't have buyback at the moment, but he do get the ages out the hands of the Morphling. This is big. What can they find? Look at Chen just going to town. The cheese is eaten by Cicada, but Cicada, he's got no counterplay. He's just sitting here hoping his heart does the work, and to be honest, it kind of is. CM just gets blown up on the side, takes a little bit step too close to the action, and now Morphling, he's got a Satanic as well. Has to just keep on hitting here. That's all he could do. Finds a Bloodseeker on the sidelines with the waveform. Now that they go over towards the TA, Han in some real trouble. Needs some help right now, but CSJ is going to come in and they will finish the job. But Morphling, he's taking names right now as a Shadow Demon's going to be the next target in this engagement. Sheep going for the TP out. Refresher comes out from Cicada to throw out the Yules onto Sheep. Not strictly necessary as the shackle shot was there, but regardless, they get the kill.
Oh, I mean, these long fights really do favor Big Brain, right? You've got a Timbersaw, which, again, they landed a perfect demonic purge onto him. You had TA hitting into him a few times, but we finally started to see some value from the Clockwork. Amazing hook shot coming in, and then he lands the Heaven's Halberd onto the TA as well. So you got to remember, against ranged heroes, it just lasts that much longer duration, going up to the 5-second mark. In this whole time, they are really just looking to focus heavily onto Cicada. They almost nearly blow him up. This would have been an absolute disaster if he dies at the very start of the team fight, but
Yeah.
I don't think one is going to be enough. Yeah, you see there, Demonic Purge onto him, but they just don't have the damage to be able to take him out. No reactive armor, but they just can't stand a man fight.
Yep, Cheese and Aegis just about winning this fight out for the side of Big Brain. It's unfortunate they couldn't quite get to the pit in time, but then also well played and well positioned from the side of Big Brain. That is what it comes down to.
No
I gotta
TA
say,
for 20.
for me, I really haven't felt the effectiveness of Winter. You know, he kind of made an investment in himself with the Battle Fury, trying to go for the late game. We're here now, and I'm not feeling it, I'll be honest. So really looking for, maybe get a couple more attempts to step up in these fights, Winter. Let's see if he can deliver. But right now, it's Big Brain. They're on the high ground. They don't have an Aegis, by the way, but the TA still there.
No
One more
Satanic
second.
either.
They need to see if they can delay this right now. That is a big cause. They need to stop them being able to retreat
Timber could
and
die.
get that TA. Yeah, he absolutely can, and he already has. Now they'll look for more. Here's the big target. The disruption
Melt
is
Strike.
out. Does actually disjoint the Melt Strike and also give him a chance to get off this. Just BKB, TP away, get himself out, and that'll be that. So the Morphling does survive. Very, very vital.
No buyback on the Timbersaw. Again, you're already down 2 lanes of racks, so those are just going to be passively pushing in towards your side of the map. They're moving around under vision right now, and they're pinging out the Tormentor. You would love to be able to give this reactive taser over to Chola for free. Like, it's such a key tool at being able to provide a little bit more of that defensiveness to even Winter, right? It's going to enable him to dive in super deep without as much worries at being turned around upon by this Morphling especially.
Yeah, for sure. Shard on
Level
techies.
25 on TA as well.
Yeah, that's a really big one. And I gotta say, okay, all right, good. Every time I do this, they change their items. I was about to say I didn't want to see Nullifier coming out on both Chen and the Void Spirit. I think one is okay, but it's not like Sheep's been struggling to disrupt the right targets. He's been getting these purges off, so I think doubling down on 2 Nullifiers would have been, pretty bad, but it looks like they're only getting one now on the Void Spirit, and Chen is going instead for an Assault Cuirass. Again, I still want to see the Ags, but, Assault Cuirass, I guess, is good too, especially considering all the physical damage his team can pump out. And,
I wouldn't even hate seeing the Bloodseeker buy an Aghanim Shard for himself, unless they feel like this game is going to go late enough. But, you're up against a Morphling and a Timbersaw. You're going to get a ton of value out of that Blood Rage. I haven't actually seen if he's been using it on himself or Han in these team fights. Maybe that's the reason why, just because it's only going to be affecting himself, and he's just like, give everything to my TA.
But shut your eyes and cast yourself back to last fight, and remember him just sitting there whacking away at the Timbersaw. You know, he eventually ran out of resources and had to back himself away. You have a shard in that situation, you're full health the entire time. You're not even getting low to the timber, so I think you do you should consider that for sure.
I want to see him buy the plate mail at least.
So cheap
worst
as
case
well.
scenario, you can turn it into a Lotus Orb. So, certainly get yourself some value out of that. Still have buyback, spend a lot of reliable. All right, he buys the shard. Good.
Cool.
Good.
That's what we
I
want to
still
see.
want him to buy the plate mail.
I think Chen is listening to us. Every single thing I've said so far, he's then reacted to, except maybe the axe. But early on we we're like, oh, I hope he doesn't go for the Maelstrom, and goes blade mail first. It's he's plugged in. Chen.
Oh man, Sheep
Spin in
got
a
the
circle.
ninja gear again.
Hold. Okay, can't hear us confirm. Who's got ninja gear?
The Shadow Demon
Oh no.
is also level 20. So, wonder what he goes for here. I mean, he's already got the cleanse. He's already got the Aghanim Scepter, but I mean, plus 10% to disseminate shared damage is pretty enormous.
Yep. Yeah, I realized one. You basically have a Fatal Bonds on your team now.
Yeah.
Bit different, but still really good. And especially with the morphing as well. Like, it's, a target, you just shove that on. Sure, he's gonna be strength morphing, but Crystal Maiden can't strength morph. Clockwork can't strength morph. They're gonna be sad. Hex up on the Clockwork, by the way. I think that was in the last fight as well. He is so farmed.
Level 25 for the Void Spirit, has the crit. He's going into that's a couple of times now that they've just made that jump onto a Wind Ranger illusion. CSJ is using those really well. Cicada, can you afford to be here? Well, they don't want to go up onto this high ground. It's been the bane of their existence their entire time.
That's the no-no zone, but they just jump into the no-no zone. No worries at all. I mean, there's a Void Spirit, so he can kind of jump around this, especially with that Purge upon him. Continuous Purge coming through Morphling. He's able to take down the Techies, but also getting pretty low himself. Still sitting plenty of strength to work with, as well as the Satanics, who is just going to keep himself alive for the time being. Han just trading with him right now. It is a Bloodseeker. That does go down, and Morphling trying to fight up into him against the world, and he is going to drop. He's going to buy back, though, straight into it. They want to take this fight right here, right now, and TA is going to be the target they are looking for. But she's got the swift blink away. The refraction means that she doesn't take damage from the Yules and she can get herself out. Shackle shot's there. Hook shot to follow as well. It's very nicely done. The rest of the team need to catch up though. They need their Morphling in this fight to bring down the TA, and he's just not going to make it in time. Han's still on the run, and another blink is going to get him to safety. Supernova being able to reset from that is such a big win.
Chen? Not if he dies. He bought back.
This could be terrible. He's got the blade mail holding it for now, but I don't think they're going to be able to save him. The buyback comes out from the Techies, but it's too little, too late. Is this the opening which Big Brain have been waiting for? Is this the point where they try and take the game? Well, look at Supernova just running out. They know they're kind of low on resources at the moment.
This would be a buyback as well.
Damage. Morphling, if he dies here, the game's over, but he is going to be able to waveform himself away. But look who's on top of him. It's the Void Spirit. Can he deal the damage all by his lonesome? He's trying. He's hitting. He's throwing it down. Sheep's on him as well. The jump away from the Morphling, but it's too late. He's gone out of the game. Now they have to try and take this fight with just 4 heroes. CSJ blowing up the Templar. Templar dead as well. Has the buyback. Sees an opportunity to take the game. Supernova, they need to seize it right now as the Clockwork just trying to escape the wrath of the Shadow Demon. Sheep just trying to catch out heroes left, right, and center. Will be able to do it, and now Winter comes through. Does he have the damage to bring down Cicada? Cicada with the little baby timber chain away, and then suddenly realize, wait a minute, I can just leave, and does exactly that. But now, do they go for this? 3 heroes up on the side of Supernova. There's a chance with the heroes they have that they try and force this high ground right here.
There is. I'm also wondering, do they consider, hey, is Roshan up? Do we want to have that extra life over to our TA instead? They're going to be walking underneath Vision for now, just wanting to take away this last tier 2, realizing that there isn't a ton of kill threat, although...
Hello? TA? She all disruption. No way she gets out of this. No way she gets out of this. The BKB, the refraction, the blink away. Oh my god, she's left. She's TPing.
Sheep dying too is pretty big though.
She's gone. Okay, well, Sheep does fall. No buyback on that Shadow Demon. Oh my god.
H is getting hit.
It is? Oh my god, it is. Team. There you go. Okay, the cavalry's running back in. They will keep their Ancient alive, but... Well, that
it
was
just
close
means
to being
that they're not
awkward.
going to be able to push in, take advantage of the fact that this Shadow Demon isn't available. And look at that, just these lanes pushing in. It's nice, but it's just that passive threat that it provides means that you can actually look to take this free Aegis over as well. You can look to give it that second life over to the TA. So even considering you nearly died previously, how much difference Sheep has once again made on his Shadow Demon there. He made a very rare misplay right next to the tier 3 tower where he used the disruption onto the Bloodseeker, where he was only under the Frostbite at the time. So if he just used the Demonic Cleanse, would have gotten him out of that, would have potentially enabled the disruption save when the real damage was coming through. But, I mean, it's a tiny thing to fault when he's just been playing incredibly well all this game. Only the 2 buybacks remaining, and it's just on a Wind Ranger and a Clockwork. Speaking of the clock.
Yeah, it's not massive. Clockwork, though, committing pretty hard to this. Hex out on the Void Spirit. Again, the Morphling is hesitant to go in now. He's been humbled one too many times, and they don't really want to take an Aegis cheese fight.
No, I think for Supernova as well, that they really shouldn't be fighting in that open area, especially without the Shadow Demon, who's been such a key part of a lot of these engagements. Fight high ground. You've got the advantage. The lanes are in a really good spot for you, and they're going to continue to make it so off the back of the Glipnir, off the back of the Super Creeps themselves, and that Blood Rite as well, maxed out now, so plenty of ways to be able to go in. And you know what? He said, screw you, Nomad, I'm going to go Nullifier because I want to. AC not providing me anything this game.
Cringe.
I hope he buys something, because he doesn't have buyback, and he's holding onto a freaking Wraith Band, and he's got 3,000 gold.
Hey, man, now that Wraith Band's his day one. He's been there since the beginning.
Give me the Axe.
Forget the homie. I would love an egg so much, but I don't.
Sheep?
I've
Are you
accepted
really
the
going
fact.
first, Sheep?
Okay, that's interesting. And, well, he's not going to die from this. Gets himself back. Chola's the one to fall, though, but CSJ's also going... Oh, my God, they actually just tearing through everybody right now. The Morphling's just trying to man-fight, and he will be able to take down the Bloodseeker, who doesn't have buyback in fairness. And now, Morphling looking for more. Han, BKB TP away.
Oh, how did that not land? Okay, it was BKB.
Out. Yeah. Yeah, the Void Spirit
they
escapes
get
as well, but
2 buybacks
messy.
out of them, so only Void Spirit has buyback left in this game for the next 3 minutes. Again, lane's in a fairly good spot. Wisdom Rune not really going to change too much of anything, and Han already setting himself up with the Ninja Gear to potentially find that solo pick-off, can even lay down a couple of traps just to make sure that this wave does get slowed down as it makes its eventual way into the base. Come on, pop the trap. Pop the trap before the back door. All right.
There you go. Trap the next wave. No? Okay. All right. Yeah, it really is. And there's another wave coming through fresh behind it as well. This isn't going to work. And Hex up onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit's just dead. He's got by, but I'm not sure they can hold this. Fortify comes out. Han, he's just clearing out the creeps with the refraction. No, wait, that's a Divine Rapier on his courier.
Yep.
That needs to get back here. It needs to be here now. Tier 4s are falling. Big Brain. Oh, he jumps in. Hex again. They've caught out the Void Spirit. Void Spirit does come out the other side, but Han, he's taking so much damage. There goes the Aegis. How can the Divine Rapier get him is a question. Chola comes in, jumping into the fight, controlling them up. They're trying to find people
here
on the sidelines here, but the Morphling, he just wants to take down the Ancient. All he's focused on right now is the Ancient, but he gets disarmed. He gets disrupted. Chola is dead. Moving forward, he wants a hero. He wants the TA. He's going to take him down. TA's dead. There's a Rapier on the deck, but Chen doesn't care about it. He needs to just commit to the Morphling here, but the Void Spirit needs to get away. He runs out. In they go. Morphling, he's not sure what to focus. He turns back around, tries to steal the Bloodseeker. He's still just hitting there. Chen's like, all right, well, I mean, I guess I'll grab that.
Oh,
that could be useful. Oh, no, Sakata grabs it, and now he looks to try to finish the game himself. No way is this a play. No way is it just the Timbersaw smacking away at the Ancient that's going to finish this one up. Meanwhile, on the backline, Sheep's just trying to control up the Morphling and stop him coming in, but I think it's too little too late. I think Big Brain, they're going to push this to a game 3. Unbelievably right here. Chen, she's trying to do something, but he doesn't have the resources, and the Ancient, it's going to explode. Game 2, it goes away at Big Brain.
What a back and forth game that was. What the hell happened at the very end there? Just getting a Rapier delivered mid-fight. Didn't buy it until the Aegis had actually gone, just making sure he was using all of that net worth to its fullest potential. I gotta say, though, Chen did a really good job in the first, 30 minutes of that game. But there were just some decisions that he made, not getting into that AC, going into the double nullifier, not getting the Aghanim shard until it was kind of late into it. And even in that last fight, he was holding on to 5,000 gold with no buyback and 5 slotted. And he still was not able to pick up that next item that could have potentially turned it. I mean, the Morphling was on like 10%. The Timbersaw was very low. He was standing next to a rapier for a good portion of that fight, and they just weren't able to seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird choice for them to go for all of these nullifiers when they've already got a Shadow Demon on their team. Just feels like a kind of questionable play. Like, sure, okay, like you don't want this Morphling to get off his Satanic in these fights. I can respect that for sure. Like, it's such a game-changing item, especially when these fights often came down to TA and Morphling just smack it away at each other, and whoever had the more stats, the better backup, and the more damage tended just to win. But this was a fight. This was a moment the game changed for them. Like, it was just the Morphling on the high ground with the Satanic, as you see, and under the BKB, just absolutely fine, just keep on smacking into heroes. And yeah,
even in that fight, he had the cheese in his backpack. So, the Bloodseeker was just falling really, really low and he wasn't able to pop it. I think maybe he had a refresher shard or something that he'd popped up until that point, but clearly your life was worth way much more than what that was going to be able to provide. I didn't even see that the base race was kind of on, even at the very end of that game with, the creeps trying to do it on their own. But, well, Big Brain, they're going to take us to a game 3. Who do we even give the MVP to?
I don't know, man. I mean, I guess
Clock
more
was pretty
God
good,
King.
I thought, but God King played decently. We weren't crazy about his item build, though.
No, the Skadi first was, well, I mean, Manta Skadi was a little bit, but I mean, it worked for them, I suppose. I feel like I need to give it to God King after I railed him at the start of the cast, and then he turned out and carried the game. So, yeah, this is a respect MVP from me. I'm sorry, my king. I'll never do it again. You are my goat. I'm your day one. Yeah, my liege.
I mean, even in that very last fight as well, right? He was Satanic and he was hitting into a level 25 TA with all those refraction instances, and I'm like, is he going to get a single point of life still coming through? But eventually the freezing field just chipped away at it, and eventually he ended up getting through. He morphed into the TA, just being that much more survivable off the back of the Satanic, and yeah, it was enough. These later fights that just, they ran out of demonic purges, basically, and they just were never able to get into the right position to effectively use that nullifier onto the right targets. It was back and forth. It was, a little bit of odd play after odd play, especially around that second, third Roche, whatever happened to what's at the top side of the map. But goddamn, it was entertaining.
It really was. Yeah, these guys, just showing up to the second game, both teams firing on all cylinders and putting on an absolute performance for us in this game. It wasn't clean. It wasn't perfect, but it was fun. And we'll see what happens in game number 3. Can Supernova recover? A Big Brain going to carry the momentum? We'll be finding out after this short break. Welcome back as it's Supernova versus Big Brain battling it out in a best of 3 to find out who's going to be the best. And we're already into the draft for this one, but I need to give the real analytics here, Danok. So take a back seat and see how the pros get it done, because what's important to mention is that Big Brain, they have 3 anime profile pictures. Supernova, they have 4. So it is an advantage for Supernova. But when it comes to the anime girls specifically, Supernova, they have 2, whilst Big Brain also have 2. So in that instance, we are actually drawn. But then the difference maker is that Winter on Supernova, he actually has a cute anime boy as his profile picture. So really, when we're considering it and being kind of, accepting of all different kinds here, Supernova have the victory when it comes to cute anime profile pictures. So yeah, they are the winners. They are the winners in that regard. So therefore, that is why they're going to take this series.
Now, I'm going to need you to name every single anime that is being listed here. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take your weeb card.
Oh, God. One of them was that Spy one, Spy X Family. There was that
Very
one.
Good.
Crap, let me go check. I don't think I know anymore. See, these guys are in the thick of it. You know, they got the... And they got the we only get the exported stuff. They get the real stuff.
True.
I don't know, man.
And then you've got you with your weird
these.
claymation Among Us sort of profile picture.
that is from a incredibly old guy who used to, like, back in God knows, like the dawn of the internet basically. And this guy just used to make like really weird videos, stop motion videos with clay. And I watched them back recently. I was like, you know, these. The content is terrible. It's just basically these clay guys killing each other, but the animation stuff holds up. You know, stop motion doesn't age, so kind of impressive.
I remember the old stick fight. Do you remember those?
Stick fight was great. Yeah, stick fight was good times. This was basically that, but just like clay. Pretty much the same principle, the same concept. I was so into it back then, and every now and again, someone sees it, they go, "Oh my god, I remember that." I'm like, "Oh yeah,
when you
do,
watched
brother."
it on like E-Bombs World on Newgrounds or something.
Well, that's the thing. This was on its like own website. I can't remember. I think it was called like Off the Table or something. So I have no idea how I ever found it. But every now and again, I just stumble across someone who's like, I know that, and we go on a nostalgic journey together. So I don't think I'm ever going to change it now. I think I've settled on my avatar.
All right, very nice.
What have you got?
Mine used to be an ice cream, and now I've got a screenshot from an anime.
Oh, Danok.
But it's not like it's okay. So I'm not into the whole.
It's not like a mainstream anime. It's more niche. You know, you probably haven't heard of it.
You probably haven't heard of it. To be fair, no, it's
more art than anime. To be fair.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna look up what it's even called.
Oh, you don't even know the name of the own anime you have as
not
a
the
avatar.
actual like.
You're talking about taking
Campfire
my
cooking
weed
in
card,
another
dude.
world with my absurd skill is what it's called.
What the hell? What's the absurd
basically,
skill?
you know, the big thing is like people getting reincarnated in another world, right? That's the big thing in anime these days.
Yeah, it's like the slime one and the dragon one, yeah.
Bro, there's like hundreds.
Very.
You can't list them all out.
I'm gonna try.
So this one is basically that, but the guy gets reincarnated in another world, and his only power is that he gets access to like an online shop with like modern food basically in it, and he's in like this, you know, medieval times or whatever it is. So he gets to like just order soy sauce, for example, which they don't have at the time, or he gets to order like teriyaki sauce, or, you know, all these things, and he knows the different cooking methods and that sort of thing. So it's just a nice chill one where you just watch when you're feeling hungry, and you kind of like you live vicariously through the food that they're making. It's good. And he's got a little slime friend as well. He's very cute. Lie. But I'll take your word for it and enjoy it. There's a lot of these animes where people just describe, they're like, "Oh, it's the best thing ever." And it's like a horse. I didn't say it was the best thing ever.
He's like eating grass and like, "Oh, it's slice of life though." You know, you just chill and you'll enjoy it. And I'm like, "What are you talking about? This is." But anyway, I'll trust you.
I like food,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's pretty based. I'm not gonna take a dump on what you like. You know, you keep enjoying it. That's all I have to say. But let's get into this draft. Of course, we have got through like how many picks? A lot of picks without even mentioning any of the heroes. So let's just rifle through this one real quick. I mean, to be fair, not much has changed. You want to rap god this draft, Danong?
No, but we will get to see the Tusk coming through, which I always love seeing a Tusky Dusky come through in the draft. It's one of the more entertaining voice actors in the entire game. I have to wonder why they're picking it, right? Like, it's not great against the Timbersaw. Maybe they're feeling like this might be a mid-coddle, but there's really nothing to suggest that might be the case. More stuff to be able to save to get on top of the Shadow Demon, potentially, because, spoiler alert, it's going to be Sheep playing it once again. Why not? Like, he's been pretty solid in like 95% of the game time, so just lean further into it. But I have to wonder, like, how these lanes are going to go as well for Big Brain. Like, probably Tusk Morphling, but you could just potentially run the Timbersaw into that lane and have a pretty solid time. Same sort of thing with a Coddle, right? And then that becomes a really solid off lane. You would have to move the Shadow Demon to being a position 5, but I think they have the capability to do that.
All right, Supernova grabbing the Marcy here, getting spicy with it. Both teams throwing out some curveballs. Very interesting.
But why?
But why? Indeed, it's the question. Well, it gives them a lot of aggression. It's definitely a hero which can kind of outtrade the Morphling at pretty much any point in the game, which I kind of feel like is what they were angling towards after last game.
Universal hero. There we go.
Yep, also that.
I mean, this is just such a... Maybe the exception is the Shadow Demon, but maybe the Shadow Demon is just there to be... I think Supernova's draft is much more fast-paced than Big Brain's is. Like, Tusk, Windranger, Silencer can get aggressive, but again, it is onto typically the one target, and that's really all Shadow Demon needs to do this game, is save that one target that gets gone on, because early game, Marcy, Coddle, Timbersaw, you're going to be able to outpace anything that a Morphling's able to do. So I want to see them go... what could they pick here? Could they get away with a Luna in this draft? Just to, again, really just be on the back of, like, fast pace.
Take it
Might
quick.
need to be the mid lane, though.
Interesting.
No, Puck's banned. They banned it. Weird.
It is strange. Banning out Puck and leaving Corp in is kind of interesting. But at the same time, I think Corp creates a lot of issues for Puck. Okay, and they're just going to grab Broodmother. Why not? So Timber mid, I'd love better than to try and
Could be a
pre-guess Supernova, but Coddle or Timber? That'd be Timber. Okay, so... yeah, Cicada mid on the Queen of Pain. We're going to see God King on the Morphling and CSJ on the Wind again. Okay, so their carry and their offlane remains the same, and they switch up their mid laner from the last game. Meanwhile, Supernova, this feels very, very aggressive from them. Now, we haven't been seeing so much of Broodmother lately. Why has she fallen off so much since the last patch?
I don't know. I actually think that she is very undiscovered in terms of what she's able to do. This is a hero, once again, universal. You're a natural builder of Echo Saber. Vanta style feels pretty good just to be able to provide a little bit of that extra safety. Really good Aghanim Shard as well. And I feel like especially when you're paired together with someone like a Marcy, right? You're going to be given sidekick on top of everything else that you've got already. So it's just an ability to just man fight over anything else in the game, in my opinion. I really feel like this hero is in a good spot, and not enough teams are exploiting it.
Okay, fair enough. We'll see if Chen's able to deliver on this hero, as he failed to do on the Bloodseeker last game. Supernova, they just need to be in a good mental spot for this one, honestly. They need to just kind of recover from that rough game and come through fighting into this third and final match, because it's really important that they get this win right now. This is really important for both these teams that they pull off a win, because right now it's kind of tough for either of them to really be looking at those top two spots. I mean, Supernova can still do it. Big Brain, meanwhile, it's kind of tough. But, it's a big battle coming out here. After the last two games, are we believing that the Morphling can do it back-to-back, or do you think they've adjusted properly on the side of Supernova to deal with it?
I think so. The way to beat Morphling is just play faster than what he can do. Same sort of thing when you're playing up against Nabadan, play faster. And they don't really have the tools to be able to stop you. You are going to be able to get a lot of stacks for this Timbersaw. So even though the lane might not be amazing for the Timber, you're going to be able to recover off the back of a Chakram underneath the cover of a Smoke of Deceit. Coddle plus Marcy, fairly strong lane just to be able to spam out your abilities pretty frequently. And then Broodmother, again, it's just such a fast-paced hero that I think Chen's going to have a totally fine time. So, yeah, I'm going to be favoring Supernova, once again, you would have to argue that they were in a position to be able to win that game number 2 and not even be in this situation. But you know what? You got to provide respect at all stages. And you know what? Maybe they were just a little bit less respectful with, the wrong hero going on the front lines one too many times.
Yep, a bit of positioning errors, a bit of underestimating the Morphling, a bit of over-exaggerating on the hero build in the late game as well to kind of give yourself this awkward situation where, they just ended up dropping the ball. And then, of course, the whole buybacks versus chasing, and then it gets confusing in the late game, and sometimes you struggle to remember where it all starts. Like, who was the first buyback that started the chain reaction, which is really the source of all of this shenanigans, and it's hard to judge. But CSJ has been taken out here as he's a little bit too far forward, goes for the wind run, but unfortunately, there is a throwback, the dispos from the Marcy. CSJ, though, he's going to survive through it, and actually they're looking for a return kill, and instead, it is going to be Winter that goes down instead. They do finish off the kill into CSJ, however, Han's going to take a ton of damage in response to this, and he is a mid laner as well, so Cicada with this dagger is going to just constantly be pummeling into Han now to try and keep him low and try and push him off this lane. So this is a bit of a problem here for the Timbersaw. They will give him a couple of tangos just to try and make his life a little bit easier, but yeah, that's tough.
It is, and I mean, Cholo was in position for a perfect eliminate, but you'd have to say the blinding light is just as valuable for a big fight where everyone's looking to commit like that. I mean, any time that you've got 5 heroes on top of a Tusk, the Tusk is always going to be able to get super value out of that tag team. And you know what, CSJ still ends up dying, but like you said, First Blood being given over to Big Brain is going to put him in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, usually getting First Blood doesn't really affect you so much. If you've already gotten a kill, then it's kind of a little bit worse because you then lose a little bit of gold, but most of the time at the start of the game, you don't really care too much about being first blood. It's more about whoever gets the first blood and who can start the lane with a bang. And, you know, the Tusk can be an annoying hero, to be fair. Like, he can scale and start beating people up. So we'll see what he's able to do with his advantage. So far, it looks like he's just kind of invested in a bit more regen and not really turning it into any big meaningful items in the lane. Hasn't gone for like an early Uve change up or something like that, which maybe could have been cool, but yeah, just opts to go for more regen and make sure they survive through this laning phase, because Coddle and Marcy can be a bit beastly. Marcy always offer kills threat with any laning partner.
All right, I'm just checking if Supernova have enough regen on their other heroes, because Chola's basically bought out the entire shop stock of tangos. Like, they actually cannot buy any more, even if they wanted to. He bought 2 sets for himself. It's important, right? Because you need to be in a position to be able to do things like go up into where the Tusk has pulled this lane. Really don't see too much of this these days just because of the change in orientation of where the small camps are, in that it's much harder to get these sorts of pulls off. But against any lane that doesn't have stuns, you're always going to be in a pretty good spot to be able to make this happen. He should be okay.
Yeah, I can't believe that... Yeah, those ice shards actually blocked him off there, but nevertheless, he's going to be okay and start chewing through those tangos. Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, that's going to be the top lane kind of split at the moment. Meanwhile, down at bottom, we've got TZ and God King laning up in their Sansa and Morphling combination. Feels like it could be a pretty weak lane, I'll be honest. I think this Morphling might be finding himself in the jungle a little bit sooner than maybe planned, but we'll see. I don't know if you know, but me and T-Governor are now the biggest Sansa haters in the world. We've seen like 5 games of Sansa. Oh, okay. And he TP's out and leaves his Morphling alone. Oh, he's actually right just back to the tower behind it. Yeah, 5 games of Sansa. I'm pretty sure every single one has lost and just fed violently throughout the entire game. So, yeah, we have no belief in this hero whatsoever.
I mean, its role this game is pretty simple, right? Like, whenever you make the jump, just prevent the Shadow Demon or the Coddle from being able to make the save happen. That's pretty much it. You know, you want to be able to commit onto Timbersaw or the Marcy and just ensure that they're not going to be able to get back to safety, either with a rebound or a Timber Chain.
Yeah, for sure. But I think Marcy's a different hero now than she used to be, where she can just build this Manta and not feel bad about it because she's universal. So, yeah. It already feels like there's kind of an answer there already, and then of course you can get BKB on Marcy as well, which you probably want regardless. So if you're going for a hard commit, you can pop that instead, or you know, if you've already used one, you can then use the other. It's yeah. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, they don't have like too many sources of like, I guess, consistent stun coming through. Like again, you've got the You're probably going to get Demonic Cleanse this game. If you go Aghanims, it also provides a basic Dispel, which you probably are as a position 1 Marcy, just to be able to provide that reduction in cooldown to the Unleash, as well as, again, Universal, so lots of stats. That's going to really benefit you. Nothing too much is different, though, from this first game. Maybe if Winter ends up going down, and they're actually doing this with just CSJ. Rotation coming through on the bottom side of the map from Tusky Dusky, but the lane's just in too good of a position for Chen to be punished all that heavily, unless he goes too far forward. But look at Sheep, once again, on point with the positioning.
Yeah, use the disruption onto the Tusk to make sure this tag team can't keep on going. And unfortunately, he did go for the Ice Shards rather than the Snowball, which means that he's completely useless when it comes to shutting down the Broodmother if he can't use his tag team. Broodmother's just going to walk straight through those
you
shards.
See that? They fortified when he's trying to use Insatiable Hunger to regen. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's actually super BM.
They're really committing.
Dude, if he dies here, he's going to feel so sad. I think he's going to be all right, though. He's got himself a Lotus, so... a little bit of a delicious Lotus snack. You enjoy Lotus root down? Oh! They go top. They get the kill. Down goes Winter. All right.
I mean, they know that the Coddle TP down here, so why not? 2v1 sort of situation. He was already doing a good job in like a 1v2 situation on CSJ, so he's the one that's actually been making a lot of work happen up on this top side of the map, and we can even just see here Tusk looking to once again potentially make that rotation back towards the bottom side. You know, the lane's starting to push in a little bit. You won't have the glyph to be able to provide that same sort of Insatiable Hunger block that you did previously, but with 3 heroes, you're probably going to be able to get a kill once again.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this so far from the side of Big Brain. Like, they're playing much more fluidly in the lanes, which I feel like a lot of these Div 2 teams have struggled with when it comes to really enabling their own game. The Snowball connects. Is that going to enable the kill for them? I think it is. Tag team's there. The damage is through. Another kill. This Tusk is looking absolutely magnifique.
He's playing a great game this time around. And once again, I feel like the thing that Big Brain have done a lot better, even just in the first 6 minutes of this game, is understand where exactly Sheep is positioned. You know, like, if he's not in the lane because of this deep observer ward that they place down, they know that he's building up stacks. I mean, he's done it 3 games in a row. And I'm sure that, you know, someone would have been watching the games as they were going on and giving them little tips of, you know, this is how he likes to play every single time around. So they will at least get off the D ward now, gives them some valuable XP and some money.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, like, when is the state where Chen can actually look to just stay down here on his own?
Ooh, Marcy jumps forwards just as Cicada TP's in. This might be a big mistake. No Sonic Wave. Oh, she's holding the point. No, she's not holding the point. Doesn't have Sonic Wave. But yeah, not needed. Can just finish the job regardless. Oh, that was unfortunate. Just went in for the rebound just as the TP completes from Cicada. And now level 6 on CSJ, level 4 on Marcy. This is just an absolute disaster up on the top side of the map. Sheep, meanwhile, trying to fight up into the Tusk, who went to try and find Sheep, as Sheep is going for the Wisdom Rune. And he's able to steal it as well, and now he's able to finish the job. This is actually a breakneck speed being set by the side of Big Brain. And, you know, you asked the question, why Tusk? What is it set to do? Well, this is exactly it. Whilst that, as you say, the Shadow Demon, he's been making stacks every single game. They've got a great read on how he's going to play this laning phase, and Tusk is just absolutely abusing the fact that he is just not going to be here. He's won 2 of the side lanes at this point. What more can he do? Well, we're about to find out. As Han's looking for the rotation down here, is there any counterplay to be made, or can they just retreat from this? And honestly, oh, great little adaptive strike coming out there from God King, but he's still taking a ton of damage. I'm so surprised that the Tusk and the Silencer are just completely bailing. Like, give the guy an Arcane Curse at the very least, TZ.
Yeah, I thought he maybe might have laid out the Ice Shards, you know, just to stop them from running at them.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's just bad manner at this point. Well, even in the top lane, they will get another kill onto Winter.
That's why they wanted to get the turnaround kill.
Yeah, but Silencer just came and watched that. He didn't use any spells.
+2.
Okay, +2. I can't help you. I have to go and get my +2. Sorry. Goodbye.
My people need me.
Yeah. It's whatever. They're really far ahead. They can afford to have a couple of slip-ups. Worth mentioning as well that when it comes to actual CS, the Timbersaw is actually in the lead, followed by the Broodmother. So, you know, the kills are definitely making it up for Big Brain, but yeah, when it comes to actual laning, you know, they didn't get completely stomped on the side of Supernova. In fact, things aren't are pretty even as it stands. The only problem is there's no
Han
mid
took
tower.
the mid-tier 1 tower at like 7 minutes as well. So like he is getting plenty of farm for himself again, even building up his own stacks. Once again, just looking to play around with the rest of the team. You've even moved Marcy to mid just so that she can get into that level 6 for herself. That's a big kill though. Being able to land it in. TZ looks like he should be able to survive unless...
That was like the horse was just like, it could have licked him before it disappeared.
The old salt lick.
Yeah,
He would have been salty if he died.
would have been. He is now salt-free. He's the low-calorie version of Silencer at the moment.
They are committing very heavily down towards this bottom side of the map. Still haven't taken the ancient stack here on the Timber Source, so maybe that's where he's going to look to put a little bit more of his priority. I think he realizes that, you know what, I've had a good lane, but it's not good enough for me to just have a lane. My other cores not having quite as free of a time, so I need to build up into this Vanguard. It's going to get my damage a little bit, but it's really just about making sure that there's enough space for my Marcy to even begin to scale. Like, she's level 6 now.
Dire's middle tower is
Ooh,
under
and going straight into the Aghanim Scepter as well, but until you reach that point, you're feeling pretty ineffective overall.
Interesting build-up. So yeah, going straight for the Ags. Obviously, universal hero, so it does give you a lot of damage in that regard. And one of these high-scaling universal heroes as well, so yeah, we'll see how much that's able to give the Marcy in terms of effectiveness in the fights. But again, it's pretty much all about just trying to trade with this Morphling, but the Ags is going to give them the ability to silence up the Queen of Pain as well, so we'll see what it does. We'll see how big of an impact it has.
They see Winter moving up towards the top side, and again, like with where these supports are going, they can always just take the Twin Gate there if they really want to. They've still got a tier 1 tower to be able to make plays around with, and you've nearly got the level 6 as well on TZ. So he's going to be able to have that global silence to prevent even some responses from coming through. Looks like they might just sit mid, get this level 6 up really quickly on TZ, and maybe they're even going to go for a smoke with the 3 of them.
The friendship group. They are showing in bottom though. This might just be a tower push. You've got the Coddle here to make sure it's pretty easy.
Dire
Let's see.
scanning.
They're backing him up though.
Yeah. In they
Dire's
come.
middle tower is
Big
under
brain.
attack.
Moving on down. Oh, if they come into Chen first, that's going to be the ideal target. Although they need to catch off the backlines, actually. They need to deal with sheep, and they know that. So they're going for the big wraparound.
Dire's
Oh,
Smoke's
they're going to
pop.
be able to get
That's
that,
awkward.
that Observer Ward removed as well. They already had a Sentry Ward placed down to prevent any sort of Ancient Camp blocks, and you've got to say that they're getting a good amount of farm off the back of this. Actually, Winter.
Oh, not again, not again. Marcy trying to get away, but won't be able to escape the wrath. God King grabs that kill as Marcy goes down yet again. Without looking how many deaths on this Marcy. Straight up, tell me.
It's unfortunate that I have her selected at this time, so I know.
Ah, unlucky, unlucky.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
5 is a big number for a carry. That's what you want to end like a 60-minute
global.
game with, not 12 minutes in. But Brood, she's going to get ruffled, and Sheep and Chola can do nothing against the global silence. The saves will not be coming through from them at this point in time. CSJ now looking for a +1. Shackle shot available in 1 second. Who's going to be the target? Sheep probably going to be it. They just need to bring down this boy, and they're going to, oh my god, the point blank
Winter.
scream to the face. I mean, he's going to get punished for that one. Winter finds a kill, tries to get another, but the TP is successful. So we'll be left wanting on the Marcy, but still going to be happy about grabbing that kill onto the Queen. That's a big recovery kill for the Marcy. Shoots her up in net worth just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. It's a 2-for-1 kill, and most of the time you're pretty unhappy about that, but they were having such a difficult time taking this bottom tower. This is going to open up so much more space for Winter to be able to farm. Of course, Broodmother as well is one of those heroes that can just take over a side of the map, but that's the Broodmother going like the full auras build. The way to build Broodmother these days, at least in my opinion, is this full-on stats. You know, you are a legitimate extra carry that abuses an enemy lineup that has supports that aren't necessarily the greatest at clearing out creep waves. And you'd have to say Silencer, Tusk, probably not the best. You know, Tusk, it gets a little better once he's like level 15, but up until that point, has a lot of difficulty.
Yeah,
How
there's
much
like
extra farm Winter
peaks
has
and
to be able
troughs
to
for
play
Tusk
around
for
with.
sure. There's points where he's the strongest hero in the game, and points where he feels like the weakest. Like it just depends on how you're doing and how your team's doing, what items you're heading towards. But he's going to get a good timing on this blink at the very least.
You think they want to put focus onto the Radiant jungle with all those scribbles going through there? I think they're just saying, look, we cannot look to give them any kind of free farm. Winter actually, he went away from the Ags. He's going into the Battle Fury first, which it makes sense. Maybe they feel like off the back of that fight, you know, they were able to take one successfully. They were able to get a valuable kill onto this Quap and really rocket up his farm, that he's going to have the space. And, you know, even once it gets into the later stages, are they going to be able to kill this Morphling? That is still my main question here. And I'm not sure if the answer is yes.
It's a big question. I think the Marcy can kind of just pummel him, and he'll just kind of be forced to go full strength pretty early on in the fights.
But you have the snowball
that,
save, right? So. Like, you don't necessarily need to have that. You're going to be able to have a response. And they're, outside of the Marcy, they are severely lacking in stuns. Like, they have disruption, which you are not using aggressively 90% of the time.
Yeah,
so it's really all on
true.
Winter. Even just the Quap and the Wind Ranger to a lesser extent have a, I was about to say free game off the back of that. You're still having to contend with this Demonic Purge as well. That Sheep, once again, standard build, Aether Lens into the Aghanim Scepter after that, building up more stacks to be able to enable that for his team. What's the levels looking like? Everyone's got their ultimates, but once again, Wisdom Runes being left alone for a minute. You would have to say that, you know, this is something that the Timbersaw would love to have. You know, he's about to reach onto his level 12, but you could just become by far the strongest hero in this game off the back of a few extra levels.
Yeah, he can be an absolute menace. And still yet to see the Aghanim's Rush kind of build going for this the Kaya into the Sanj. Everything but the Yasha. And we'll see what he opts for.
Makes a lot more sense this game, in my opinion. The Aghanims, you know, previously they had ways to be able to get rid of the
shield, the barrier,
shield immediately. Yeah, the barrier.
How it's called.
Oracle shouted him in previously, but this time around, until you get like a nullifier on CSJ, you're not going to have that similar sort of tool. I'm actually going to go for a smoke here with the creep wave quite close to the tower, maybe hoping to try and find a quick pick off onto Han, but he wasn't farming underneath the vision at the time. Once again, Sheep's just in a really good spot.
Yeah, Blink Reveal coming out from him.
Global, they will.
Yeah, they just want to bring this guy down. He's pretty damn far. I mean, he got a haste rune, but not able to escape. Beautifully done by the side of Big Brain. I'm actually so surprised that he didn't escape with a haste rune, but yeah, they just land some really nice shards, land some really nice control, and they get the kill.
I'm even a little surprised that this Siege Creep's still alive in the mid lane at 16.5 minutes, so it should be a very simple task to be able to take out this tower. Of course, once again, plus side, if you're going to go this legitimate trio core, you've got the Broodmother farming, you've got the Marcy who was able to get into the Battle Fury, she's farming, so you're going to have these like recovery mechanisms, you know, that you're going to be able to play around with.
And they're going to need them, because they are dying. That said, TZ did actually fall during that fight, just eaten alive by little baby spiders. Horrifying death.
Spiderlings and the Spiderites.
Yep. Imagine that's how you die, just being eaten from the feet up by little spiders.
I live in Australia.
Away at you. Oh yeah, true. That's a daily occurrence for you.
Mm-hmm.
You forget your insect repellent, then it's over.
It's over.
Oh.
Apparently, Ares casting shed is like infested with them, and I'm like, bruh, I'm never doing a dual cast live with you in your studio.
Are you guys in the same city?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh yeah, you guys post little selfies on Twitter. You're getting ice cream all the time. I knew that.
He's not as much of a fanatic as me, unfortunately.
He's not?
Also, he's a bit of a zoomer.
He is a bit of, yeah, too busy on.
Can they contest this Roshan quickly enough? Spiders have given them the information on it.
There. Yeah, Chola jumps in, tries to push him away, but there's the Aegis in the hands of God King and TP out. He wants to take his cake and run home with it, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And they just clean, just bug out. Yeah, I mean, sure, you lose CSJ for that, but like, kind of worth. You get the Aegis. I think in this kind of game, the tempo which they're looking for on Big Brain is kind of more about just taking the Aegis out of the hands of Supernova. I think especially Marcy, who could have just used that Aegis to just farm really aggressively and safely and then hit some proper timings. So instead, she's still going to be a little bit behind the mark. I'm not going to have that available to her. And this is going to slow the game down a lot, even more for Supernova, I should say.
It might even... Oh, actually, there's a really early-ish Blink Dagger that the Tusk is able to get. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you're 2-0 and 9. But, you know, conversely to what you were saying, it's going to enable God King to play just that little bit more aggressively. You know, this is a game where you will see value out of the Skadi up against the Insatiable Hunger, the Sidekick, the Timbersaw. great against all three of those heroes, as well as providing that extra layer of survivability for yourself. And, you know, they've previously used the global silence aggressively to be able to confirm a kill onto one of these cores. If you're going to have the Morphling playing aggressively, you can save it just to be able to save him, because they're not at a point yet where anyone has any kind of way to be able to get rid of that global. Almost has the Manta completed on the Broodmother, but really doesn't feel like Chen wants to be that hero that's hunting the Morphling.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, he could have gone for that job if he wanted it, but it seems like he kind of pivoted in another direction, you know, like there was a waiter job available. He's like, nah, I want to be back at kitchen. Give me this Manta. Kind of wants to be, I don't really know what he's been, just kind of a support killer with Phylactery and Manta.
I mean, it just gives him a nice way to be able to very quickly shove out lanes as well. I mean, the slow feels quite nice as well, just to be able to enable your Marcy and the Timbersaw off the Phylactery. And, you know, a little bit of extra regen while you're out on the map feels pretty cool too. You know, you don't need to go into that Soul Ring build or anything like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Got that Manta completed.
Wow. Phylactery gives 0.7 mana regen.
Used to give 0. So it's a Sage's Mask build up into it. So
yeah, I guess you don't lose the benefit of the mask for no reason. Makes sense, but give it 1 at least. But
you'd be surprised how much that adds up over time, though. As really, it feels like its mission, don't lose too much of our map for Supernova for now. Chola, he's standing pretty close to the high ground when they don't exactly have the greatest vision there. I was thinking maybe he might, you know, choose to stand a little bit closer to the Tormentor position, both to be able to secure that 21-minute Wisdom Rune, as well as keep the lane shoved out. To be very careful with their positioning, and this is what I was talking about.
Yeah. Tasker's taken it upon himself to be the sheep killer, and they will bring down that sheep mutton for dinner as Morphling running through, looking for more, using this Aegis to play super aggressively into the faces of Supernova. But they've been beaten around and thrown around and dragged away from his team at the moment. I mean, have they displaced him enough? The Big Brain can't actually help him out here. Let's see. I mean, Shikada doesn't actually have an ultimate to play with, but at the same time, just a waveform. The Manta are also available for him as well. It doesn't feel like they actually have the resources to take down this Morphling a second time. So he's going to be able to escape, and that's going to be the reset. So kind of a weird usage of the Aegis there, I suppose. Just a very aggressive fight where they get like the 1 killed, and yeah, not really sure I'm loving that.
I mean, getting a buyback out of Sheep feels pretty significant, right? Because not only does it mean if he dies again, out of commission for quite some time, but really slows down that Aghanim Scepter timing too. So, you know, considering you're going up against this, you don't want to have the ability to slow down both your Wind Ranger and the Morphling, for example, off the back of it. You don't want to be able to double cast it to be able to break the Lincolns. The more key thing for me is, like, I feel like that fight goes so much better if Winter has a better early game and is able to get into that Aghanim Scepter just a little bit sooner, because he's closing in on it, just 600 gold away. And once he has that, of course, the silence coming through from the Unleash is going to be incredibly impactful. They might have found Shadow Demon again.
Yeah, I want to see that. Yeah, Sheep dying without buyback here by the looks of it. Let's see if the team are able to come in and help him out, but no, they will not be able to do so, and the power shot is the thing which takes him out. Now, well, Winter looking for more, trying to find his next target. Still doesn't have that axe, so doesn't quite have the chasing potential he would really like, and a beautiful shackle from CSJ might just keep him alive. Throw down the Gleipnir as well. Another wind run comes off cooldown. CSJ trying to make it to safety. TZ backing him up as well. Throwing down that Arcane Curse and stopping Hand from being able to chase any further. And that'll be that in the bottom lane. So Sheep does die.
So much space.
Ooh, look at this. Top lane. Does to finish off the tower. Waveform away. And yeah, they can't keep chasing this.
No,
Marcy,
they've avoided like the past.
Queen.
Yeah, they've avoided the past 3. Make the stack. I guess he wants to take the mid farm. Makes sense, I suppose.
Oh, Chola. Thought he'd escaped, but then there's just a Queen of Pain on his face. And it's always sad.
I mean, we talk about the impact of Aghanim Scepters. I mean, Quops now feels like almost one of the best ones in the game. You know,
really
like
is, yeah.
Such a big increase in damage. You're able to shove waves out safely, you know, just toss a Shadow Strike, go back to farming somewhere else. You can use it every 4 seconds, so not only does your farming speed pick up, your kill threat is so huge in these longer fights. I mean, it's just, it provides everything that you could possibly want.
Yeah, and Queen of Pain, the biggest problem I have with it is that, well, I guess like the biggest appreciation I have of it is that Queen of Pain typically has been a very kind of burst heavy hero. You jump in, you blow your kit. Oh, hold on, we got a Brood being beaten out down at the bottom side, but it looks like he's able to just step over those shards as usual. And now looking for the counter aggression. The team's coming in behind him. The cavalry is galloping from the distance here, and well, Supernova's the Snowball's gonna buy him a little bit of time, but he is gonna die. And now they're immediately looking for more. TZ's gonna be the next target. They're even gonna throw down the ultimate upon him just to make sure they get that kill. Holy moly, that's a lot of damage. Down he goes.
They'll be able to really chunk through this tower. It was a little early on the use of the glyph, actually, so for both teams. So I'm not sure if, the full creep wave isn't going to be able to be destroyed. It means the backdoor is still going to be there. And, Morphling not able to deal too much damage up onto that top side, but at least it's going to force a more defensive movement. But you know what? Unleash, it was off cooldown anyway, so don't even need to continue moving forward. Again, that's one of the advantages of playing this Marcy with the Aghanim Scepter. Once you reach level 18, there's very little downtime to it, just the 20 or so seconds. And, you know, honestly, the same sort of thing could be said for all of their heroes. You know, the Broodmother, 25-second. No, not even downtime. Insatiable Hunger would last for 16 seconds, and it's got a 25-second cooldown. So 9-second downtime. You've got a Coddle refreshing Timber's cooldowns as well. They are really approaching a position where they can just press go.
Yeah, they don't need to leave off the brakes at all. They can just put a brick on the accelerator and jump out the car.
Mm-hmm. It's really gonna depend on who is the one to find the initiation, though, right? Because God King, he's approaching his BKB. Some people might say his build is very defensive, but they've got a lot of burst as well on Supernova, and it's going to get even more worrisome once the Timbersaw is able to finish up this Scythe of Vice as well. You know, just to be able to find that quick jump. You can go like Aghanim Shard on the Morphling to be able to, provide a little bit of safety for stuns, but they don't exactly have a ton of stuns, and you got to remember that it's a silence as well as a stun for the Scythe of Vice, so won't actually be able to get that strength buff off during that duration.
Yeah, it's a big kind of factor of why they went for this as well, and the kind of game plan from them. That's what it leads up to. But as I was saying earlier about the Queen of Pain, one of this Ag's changes about the heroes, that the fact that Queen of Pain throughout time has always just been a very bursty hero. You jump in, you blow your entire kit on 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, preferably 5 heroes.
There's a big spider.
No, I will finish my point. Now she can do damage over time, and it's really neat. Anyway, Chen fails to get the kill. Yeah, TZ gets out, safe and sound. Roshan still going to be 2 minutes until respawning, so... What time? Is that going to be one of those awkward respawns where it's like on the 10? No, it's not. They'll still have a minute.
2 minutes.
2 minutes to take it out. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah, I mean, it's just so much more of a consistent damage source. I have seen Queen of Pains do literally 60,000 damage in a single team fight.
What?
Yep.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a common thing that happens, but that seems like an extreme example. But yeah, the fact that you can now do that as Queen of Pain is kind of insane. Like the previous iterations of this hero could never. Chola gonna get snowballed up. The Global Silence coming through as well as they take down the Coddle, but he's just gonna buy back into the fight straight off the bat. Meanwhile, Morphling just trying to fight into the Marcy here. I mean, Marcy, let's see if the plan actually works. All the disruption's actually there. Yeah, let's see if that makes a difference. No, it's not. The waveform comes through, take down the Master regardless. The Morphling, he's too damn strong right now as he's able to rip through the forces off Supernova. What can they do? Chen trying to jump back into this one. Maybe a bit of damage coming the way. Tusk will grab them. That kill certainly will, but Morphling, he's on top of the Coddle in the backlines, but it's Cicada and CSJ taking down Han. It's pretty much a wipe for the side of Big Brain. This might be the turning point of the game. This might be the point where Supernova are no longer in control.
No, and I talked about how it's all about the initiation, right? Like the Tusk not wanting to just go up into the unknown, just goes straight for the high ground, going to give them vision, doesn't care if it gets dewarded mid-fight, it's still standing just because of how much it enabled them to just roll in onto the key heroes, the ones that are squishy. The Coddle provides so much safety off the back of the Parvis, off the back of the Blinding Light, off of the back of the Mech, the Force Staff, forces a buyback, still gets the kill onto him at the end of the day. And I mean, it really just is, can you hone in on the right target? Instant pop of the Global Silence as well, as soon as that one was done. And well, speaking of the Global, you can have Manta to be able to respond to it, but Refresher Orb is the next item being built up by TZ on his Silencer, and he's getting pretty damn close.
Yeah, that's going to be big.
The recipe's kind of expensive these days, 2,600.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. Worth noting as well that Sheep has actually realized here that he can no longer play the game he wants to play. The Sansa pick has answered him really, really nicely. He's now forced to go for a Lotus. Now, as Nova approach the pit, they will not be here even remotely in time, and they don't want to do what they did twice last game, and that is throwing the game by taking a post-Roche fight when the enemy already has the Aegis. So, or maybe they do.
Careful.
Maybe I'm wrong. They're going to go in here. This is kind of insane to me, but let's see how it works out. Marcy just following the silencer and actually unable to finish the job. This is really awkward, but yeah, they do kill off the silencer. Okay, they kill off the wind as well. Not bad, but can they fight out into the Marcy? Yes, they can. The Marcy just gets taken out, but they do bring down the Aegis alongside with it. Catching him out there with a couple of punches and silencing him up. Caught in the full Agi mode, and yeah, they'll move on to Chen now. The Tusk jumping in, committing hard with that long shard, catching multiple heroes inside of it, just setting the Morphling up for the full cleanup here. He's able to get a triple. God King is godlike.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of an odd choice, especially considering you should probably know that they had vision on that high ground. The D-War just came in a little bit too late. Once again, Coddle dies at the start of the fight, not able to get the mech off. And, I mean, it really just is a snowball effect from there. No pun intended, but Tusk is playing an amazing game.
Yeah, he's owning. He's owning. Snowballs left, right, and center, just breaking up the fights, delaying them long enough for the Morphling to come back into it. And yeah,
but he's been part of 23 out of the 25 kills.
Shoosh,
that's nuts.
My guy's playing some Dota today. You love to see it. And I have to say, and we said this fight is weird. This fight is very weird. For me, this is a lack of confidence from the side of Supernova. You know, like these guys are saying, we're afraid to play the map into an Aegis. We don't think our heroes or, you know, we're comfortable doing that. So we just want to take these Hail Mary fights instead. It's a crazy, crazy choice, but that's all it can be, right? Because any other team, or most other teams would, except maybe like Old G or something, would just be like, yeah, we'll just tank the fact that we lost an Aegis. You know, yeah, we don't have a great late game advantage, but that's our best shot at turning this game around, is just to play the map into Aegis. And yeah, they're looking. They want the Marcy.
Well, you found him.
They certainly did. He's going to try and he's trying to turn around for the kill here, my friend. My friendly friend. Yeah, just hoping maybe that the Queen of Pain was alone and was waiting for the team to TP in or something. But yeah, that's not going to happen.
Not gonna happen indeed. At least was able to get the level 18 before popping the Unleash, so by the time she respawns, absolutely will be available, starting the purchase in towards the BKB as well, just to provide that extra layer of protection. And yeah, like you were saying, with Sheep, it's going to be so vital for him just to live in a lot of these fights, right? He's going the Glimmer Cape just to make sure that he's able to be part of these fights.
That's so sad. He's like so optimistic at the start. I'm going to get my Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be a great game. But he's like, oh dear, I can't use my spells. I think I need to get a Lotus Orb. And I was like, okay, I'm never getting a Lotus Orb. I'm going to go for the Glimmer. Chola might have taken a step too far forward here. Certainly has. They'll get themselves another kill up into the high ground. It doesn't seem like anything can stop this Morphling right now as he's looking for target after target, and Sheep's going to get pulled down as well. A look over towards the Spider, and they will take every single one of his 8 legs off one at a time as they lose Chen as well. They just go from kill to kill to kill. When they smell the blood, they find it. I mean, how do you play against this, Danog?
Well, I'm going to look for any sort of silver linings here, right? You're going to lose this lane of Brax. You might even lose top as well. Maybe they're just going to go through mid instead. But Timbersaw has finally spent his gold. He spent so long with like 5,000 gold holding on to. So even though he had this 16,000 net worth, he effectively had less than the Tusk.
But here we go. That big Hex coming into play. And he hexes the Tusk, which does absolutely nothing to save his teammates. So, yeah, that was a carry dead, by the way. So that's probably the game-ending moment. Sorry it wasn't that exciting for you guys, but that's just kind of how this one ended, you know? So they just got too strong. The plan didn't work. The Marcy was too slow, couldn't find the timings. And I think a big part of it as well was just this Tusk in the laning phase, just absolutely dominating them. Honestly, like, yeah, Fish God, he's definitely my MVP to date in this game, unless anything crazy happens.
With the 3-2-2-4 scoreline.
Nice. You love to see it. For the fans.
Love to see him get the initiation onto Han again. Look at all this damage that he's able to do in combination with God King, and he really felt like the last-ditch effort that you had. Timbersaw was the only one dishing out any sort of consistent damage in these fights. Looking to try and get a pick-off onto the Tusk, but I mean, Chen is just
I'm
been found
gonna
again.
get him.
And you're gonna get nothing.
You're going to get GG's. That's what you're going to get. Han calls it. This one's over. Big Brain, you know, they go for the consistent strategy. To Supernova, they try something cute. Doesn't work out. Credit where credit is due, you know. It was creative. They tried, but eventually, like the Marcy carry, it just got shut down way too hard in the early game, and they really couldn't make it work.
No, they could not. And it was an interesting choice for sure. I mean, they're trying to make these universal sorts of heroes work, but I think Supernova are a good enough team when they just play normal Dota, you know? Like, they're a good team. We saw that they were in a position to win comfortably in game number 2, and they've kind of just shied away from that a little bit. You know, their game 1 draft was really solid. They ended the game in, what was it? It was like 30 minutes, but it felt like it could have been sooner. They absolutely crushed game number 1. And then, I don't know. They just felt a little bit weird to me.
All right, you ready for another? Without looking, what neutral item, tier 3, do you think that Timbersaw had this game? I don't think you're going to get this, 'cause this is wild.
Is it the Defiant Shell?
It's not. That would make way too much sense. He had a Vindicator's axe.
I mean, additional armor if he gets silenced would have been nice, right?
Yeah, that's if he gets stunned, right? Yeah, if equipped hero is stunned.
Oh, okay, well, my bad.
30 damage if silenced. Plus 35 attacks. I mean...
Universal hero, bro.
Yeah, sure. Just get them clicks off, boy.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, yeah, I guess it's for the armor when stunned, I suppose, but...
Yeah. Just didn't want to get 100 to 0'd, but, I mean, Morphling's just dishing out so much damage at that stage that you can't avoid it.
No, you can't run from it. It is inevitable. Did feel a little bit inevitable from this Morphling as well. You know, we just never really saw the Morphling shut down. You know, he had 1 death this entire game. The rest of the time, just running around doing what he wants. You know, Queen of Pain as well, having a pretty good start and just carrying that throughout the entire game. Like, sure, Supernova had some nice farming in the laning phase, but with the kills they were able to get, it just made the support so rich on the side of Big Brain. And I feel like that's where the real difference came in.
Yeah, I mean, again, these sorts of drafts where Sheep plays the Shadow Demon, I think are fine, but you've really got to pick these cores that are able to actually stay in the lane comfortably when he looks to make these stacks happen. And, you know, we've seen a Bloodseeker, didn't work out amazingly. We saw a Broodmother, didn't work out amazingly either, just because they are squishy. They don't like to build into these things like the Vanguard. It was like a couple of Wraith Bands. It was a Wraith Band and a Bracer, I think, this game for the Broodmother. And you're just so squishy. You know, you're going up against this roaming trio of the Silencer, Tusk, and whatever core they're looking to pair together with. And you got to say, you know, 12, 1, and 7, it's impressive on God King, but you got to give it to Fish King on that Tusk. You know, out of 30, out of their total kills he was a part of, only dying the 2 times. He was the initiator. He was giving them vision. He just did absolutely everything this game.
Yeah, he was a beast, and my MVP as well, just finding all the early rotations, getting the first blood, and, you know, you asked about that Blink Dagger, which came out like 14 minutes or something, which is usually like something core Tusks want. It was insane. Yeah, it's just crazy. He had such an incredible game, and that was all from the first blood as well, that he was able to kind of accelerate his own kind of farm to be able to get this Blink Dagger at such an early timing, and utilize that perfectly. In fact, I'm going to see exactly when he got it. All right, 16 minutes almost exactly is when he got the Blink Dagger. So
that's pretty good.
That's extremely good, yeah, for a POS 4 Tusk. That's ridiculous. And he immediately made kills happen with that as well. You know, finding the Brood especially, just constantly laying down the hate onto Supernova. Sick game for Big Brain. So yeah, 6 series from them, and look at that, puts them at 2-1. Hello, chances of qualifying into the top 2. They are alive once again for the side of Big Brain with this win. Supernova, meanwhile, 1-3. Not what we expected from this team. You came into it saying, I don't think that 1 and 2 is where they belong in the scoreboard, Danog, but now they're 1-3.
They are. And I mean, all right, so the one loss that Big Brain have is against Team Zero, who again have not dropped a single map this entire tour so far. So it's understandable. It means that their eventual series going up against Holy Grail is going to be really vital to see, you know, who's the one that's going to be positioning themselves to be able to, you know, maybe take that second spot to advance forward. But you can't count out the Last Dark either. You know, they've got such strong players across all roles that it really is anyone's game in that top, do you want to say top 5 or top 4? I think 2 losses at this point of the tour might be a little bit too much.
Maybe. Disillusion, you know, they've got the power to do it. You know, they've got the players to do it as well. L'Enfer, Small KK, Aaron, these guys have all been playing some great games, so I'm confident actually that they can threaten as well. Yeah, so I'm going to say top 5 at the moment. I think this is a 5-horse race here in China. 2 of those teams will be getting those 2 qualification spots, and of course we'll see how many end up getting TI qualification slots based on how many Chinese teams are able to qualify through the Bali Major. That's what it comes down to as well. So they're hoping for some good results for the Chinese teams at the Bali Major. But of course, there's still plenty of Div 2 action here to go first, and if you're waiting for it, then we've got Limit versus Last Dark coming up in the next day of play. So that's going to be one of those important games for deciding those top 5 spaces. And then we also have HG versus Zero. Holy moly, it's Holy Grail versus Team Zero already. One of these teams is going to get a series loss.
That'll be interesting to see. And what I want to ask you, it's something that I was talking about with Snare previously, Nomad. This Div 2, a lot of the time, it's like a bit of a proving ground for a lot of players. Not teams necessarily, but players can really stand out on their own. Is there any player that you've seen in your games cast so far that you're like, I really like how this guy is, I could see him in a Div 1 team?
Here in the China region, I mean, I haven't casted actually much China, to be honest with you. So hard to say on that. Over in the Western region, which is the region I've been maining for this time around, obviously, we kind of know most of the players over in Div 2, but I think some of the standouts across the players which maybe we don't know so much about. I think the 2 supports on Into the Breach have been showing up really well. I expected them to be a weak point because I just have never heard of Merlin or Respect before, but these 2 guys are coming out and doing a pretty good job. I think Ivy as well. This team's turning some head. Mixer especially, their offlaner. Again, someone who we haven't really seen much of recently, but this guy's taking names. He's doing serious work in the offlane. Shame about the last series versus Old G, where he was kind of put on some boring do-nothing heroes and didn't get to play the game. So definitely want to see Mixer, more of his aggressive pacing in the next few games. But he's one to look out over in the European region now. Well, what about you for the China region?
For China, I would probably have to say I still think Han is a really solid player. Obviously, this series didn't work out for him, but I think he shows a lot of potential. We saw what Fish King is capable of in that position 5 role. And there's also, what does he go by these days again? Normal End, that's right, for the Last Arc. I think he's a really solid position 4 player as well. It really does tend to be the region of position 4s that are the big standouts. You've got FY, you've got Bobika, you've got a lot of these other players that are looking to come through in recent times. Mercy previously was in Div 2, then he played for Piggy Killer in Div 1. I thought he did a pretty decent job in that role. And it's really... Yeah, Planet, incredibly strong as well, ever since back when he was on eHome at that time, I believe. But then ever since moving up to LGD, he's looked even better.
Yeah, he's a beast. One of my standout breakthrough players of the year for sure. Well, that's going to do it for today's China. But one more thing, Danog, you threatened to take away my Weeb card, but I have something which will hopefully get you to give it back to me. Are you ready for this? This is my probably the lamest thing I own, but I love it.
What is it?
Is
that a Bleach sword?
It's an Attack on Titan replica sword, a little tiny one, which keeps my my ADHD brain occupied during these casts. So
you just unsheath the entire time?
Yeah, literally the whole time I'm just like sheathing it, unsheathing it, trying not to make any noise, trying not to hit my microphone with it, which I've done once or twice. But it's it's an issue. I have issues, but what we don't have is any more games coming up. So we are going to be ending the stream right now. But guess what? There's plenty more Dota going on right now, so there's plenty more to watch. Don't forget to join us for the next day of China, which will be coming up in a few days. But from today, goodbye, and thank you guys so much for watching.